now, those words they hurt me. You'd found out what made me angry, then use it to your ability. Now you're trying to avoid me. You're the big problem here, a bully to many for so many years. Now shut your mouth, close your ears. Never learned your lesson and nobody cares. That's what you're here for, here to make me miserable. I know you get joy out of it. You hurt me but call me the same names again. You know I never let go, and that's so unforgivable. I know you ruined my childhood. You hurt me and do it all over again. You ruined my childhood. You hurt me and do it all over again.
Hello guys, how's it going? Hello. Are we ready for the last day of PMPL Americas? Oh, I'm waiting to see who's gonna be champion. The championship after today. Wall Street Brett's #1 using bots. Yeah, we saw that in game. Hey, sup, welcome. Dave, Naldo, Don, Lena, Goku. Hopefully Tencent fixes the issue of this bot stuff, voting, so that we will go back to first place.
Today, and everyone else is able to maintain the status quo. Alpha 7, in my eyes, will win this event. Any of you guys care to disagree? Can you disagree with that? I don't know.
No, you can't. No, I mean,
Don't forget to vote,
your argument
guys.
with Korea. Your argument is essentially, yeah, if all 4 players
Every
play well,
vote
then they're going to
counts.
win. Like, yeah, obviously, the question
I like
is,
to look
can they,
smart.
though?
Well, not even that. Like, if one of their players drops off, let's say Mafioso for some reason starts having a bad day, but if Carrillo steps it up, like, that's such a player with such a pedigree that he will definitely make a big impact for that team.
Okay, well, you know what? We've had, obviously, the breakdown of the prize pool, right? Alpha 7 could win $25,000. They could get a spot in the PNWI, even though they're technically winning their vote as well right now with the All-Star vote, so they would get in twice. There's still an MVP award.
Yeah.
$1,000. Let's actually take a look here at our top 5 MVPs.
Hey Spidey, I'm good.
And we do have
Today there's a raffle to exchange UC. There is going to be UC giveaway in the chat.
Before, Mythic's been playing well.
Hey
He's been
Ping.
playing damn well here, currently sitting in 2nd place.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the opposite, right, of what we're
Ooh,
seeing. Alpha
JK
7.
first.
We have seen mostly just Mythic being
Number
able to have
4.
those pop-off performances, and the big question mark for Loops becomes
Watching Sixel
if
streams?
Mythic
Alright,
doesn't
bye.
have a good day today,
Thanks for stopping by.
they're just going to start dropping off in a big way. By the way, Little Boy has been amazing. I think we saw him get the MVP yesterday for how Influence CHEMIN was able to play. And a big surprise for me so far this tournament, I will have to say, is number 4 and number 5. GK first for N Hyper. I feel like a lot of people, especially myself, I thought it was going to be QCC out of N Hyper or maybe Kindness. So it's great to see that GK first is finally starting to feel comfortable here with this team to finally be able to put up this kind of numbers. And with Tanab, I mean, for a team that hasn't, for a player that hasn't really played that much with this squad in over a year, for him to be able to come in and make such a big impact when some of the players, like you were mentioning, Carrillo was kind of falling off, that's a great to see him there in a top 5 situation.
Yeah. I just think the fact that all 5 teams in the top 5 have one player in the top 5 of the MVP race, which just doubles down on our whole point of this opening segment, which is, sure, there is,
Hey
you know,
Hams.
teams have more points than others, but it is a very close race at the top.
Very close indeed, and I hope for all the team's sake and the individual players' sake, they've been able to take their Monster Energy today, because it's our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. They got to obviously focus up here because, again, as you said before, 7, 1 player dropping off. Well, you got to have others to carry the weight through. Yep. And right now, we got to bring our commentators in to carry the weight here of this broadcast as we're heading into our first match of the day over to Miramar with Hot Jukes and Zute. That's right, baby. A
Woohoo.
little delay right there at the end. What's up, everybody? Of course, it's Jukes with Zute.
Don't forget to
About
like the stream,
kick
guys.
This bad boy off. Zoo, are you ready? It's called Come Down to This, baby. Last day.
I am so ready, Jukes. The way the games have shaped out, the rankings on the leaderboard, I couldn't ask for more like picture perfect story to begin the very last day of the PMPL Americas Championship.
Let's go. We're heading straight on it into Miramar, the desert. These teams are super used to this map rotation. I hope we saw some squads do that homework today, you know, and I got a chance to talk to a few players. They're
Hello,
excited.
Regets.
They are hyped up. You got some squads that really have nothing to lose going into this tournament and everything to gain, right? You know, I'm looking at the squads at the bottom.
Don't worry,
Their
I'll
chances are
explain
slim to
after
none.
each
They're
match
slim to none. You're talking
how
about
you
some
can
teams
enter the
need to win
giveaway.
6 matches in a row, near impossible. But hey, you know what?
Yeah.
If you believe, Zute, right? If you believe in yourself, there's a 0.1% chance, right? But if you don't believe, there's a 0%. So who knows what we'll see today. Hopefully, we see something surprising.
So you see, we're in the top
Well,
3 right
back
now, and
to,
we're quite close to
reality, Jukes.
first
The big
place.
thing I'm looking at, and I gotta agree with the desk, is the top 5, okay? They specifically mentioned INCO Gaming. You know, they're definitely in the running, same with All Glory Gaming, but, you know, INCO has just continued to fall off like the desk said. But the top 5, those are the teams that have really, you know, either hung in there consistently or have risen up from a huge deficit. So,
And are you in
when you
2.5
get
months?
really high up in the
Oh,
leaderboards,
so
when you
close, so
start off
close. Are
really
you
low,
excited, Ben?
that's one key word that they have going for them, momentum. And it's all about seeing if they can keep that momentum into the final day. So this Miramar game is going to be huge. Playing path straight down the middle, Jukes. Pretty fair for everyone, but we've seen the Miramar circles. Those are a different story.
Yeah, you know, these Miramar circles have been pretty brutal. And, you know,
That's a new
Oh,
one.
that's
all
a,
right. A nice circle all the way to the top.
that's not
gonna
a
make
nice
things
circle.
interesting. And, you know, I heard Jason. He said that he expected Alpha 7 to win this tournament. With how they've been playing, it's been pretty insane. So with this zone, though, they got to be pretty pumped up because this one is right on point here. Whoa, you can see right there. It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's freaking out right now. I think the telestration is just as hyped as we are. It's trying to get ahead of itself. Not sure what's happening.
Hola,
But the
Jack,
main thing I
welcome.
want to point out, though, Jukes, is Alpha 7, dead center of the circle that popped up, and they are in 2nd place position. Now, Alpha 7, they always play from the edge in. We rarely see them, you know, flourish when they're just dead in the middle. So I think this will be one of the few times we see how they decide to play the circles when they're dead center. Are they going to be like a little bit aggressive on their defense, or are they just going to hunker down?
I don't know. When it comes to Alpha 7, I think they have to keep playing the game that they've been playing, to be honest with you. That's what's got them here so far. I think aggression is where Alpha 7 really thrives. You know, hunting down squads, taking those fights, those third parties. And I think if they continue to do so, I think we'll see them possibly end up on top here. You know, for a lot of the other squads, though, you know...
And baby named
we talked about
Elpo.
INCO,
So,
right?
by the way,
INCO
have you
had
thought of
the
baby names yet
craziest
or
game
not?
in a tournament so far. I think them with Influence CHEMIN, right? Influence CHEMIN had the ridiculous day yesterday. But for a squad like
Let's pray to the
INCO,
zone gods as
I
our
think
keeps
it's
going northwest,
really
make it painful for
down to
everyone, but
this
great
game
for the
here. I
year.
think they need to set the tone
No.
straight. Get a good
No,
game,
we
big
want
points.
N
and if
Hyper
they
to
can
have
do it
good
here in game number
zone.
1, I think they're in the running for first place. But if they don't do it here in game 1, I think it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, I think INCO's got to pull a Influence CHEMIN, right? Remember Influence CHEMIN? They weren't even in the top 8, and to remind all the viewers, from 8th to 9th, there was like, what, a 30-plus point drop-off? So Influence CHEMIN, their names were like barely mentioned coming into yesterday's matches, and oh my god, Jukes, they absolutely crushed it
Ridiculous.
yesterday. And now all of a sudden it's like they could be number 1. So INCO Gaming, they have a much nicer points, you know, buffer compared to
Not yet,
Influence
still
coming into
confused,
yesterday.
very
so they don't
confused.
have as much work as they need to do, but they definitely needed to pull off something like
It's
Influence
time to
CHEMIN
start
did
manifesting
yesterday
good zones.
if they wanna
Exactly,
take
good
first place.
zones. Manifest
Straight
those.
up bonkers performance that Influence had yesterday. I mean, we talked about the difficulty of being able to win 2 games in a row. And Influence CHEMIN
I
just
don't
said,
have
hey,
that
you know what?
bait
I don't care
US.
how far behind. You know, a lot of people predicted us
You know, we've had a lot of support.
I was so
to get
unlucky with
here,
the Babe crate.
And they proved to everybody, you know, why they are one of the top teams in the Americas. And they could steal this tournament very easily.
Yeah.
It's so close in that top 5. We're going to keep stressing about that all tournament long, unless, of course, we see one team at the top just pop off, and that'll seal the deal early on. But I think we're going to see some different strategies here, Zute. What is some things that come to mind?
PUBG
as
popularity
we start off
battle?
the
Yeah, I
circle?
think it started. Or it will start
Well, this first
soon.
circle, it's a circle that we haven't seen yet on Miramar. And same goes for all of these teams participating. So we're going to see something different, I think, out of all of the teams. Alpha 7 right now, they're doing a 2-2 split. We see All Glory Gaming, they already rotated far to the left side. You don't even see them on that mini-map screen. So there's a lot of things that, you know, I'm going to be in a surprise for. And these teams included, you know, there's no VOD review going into this type of circle.
That is for sure. But you know what? When it comes to these types of circles, the high ground, I think, will always favor you. And we can see a ton of squads hunting it down right now. Intense Game's going to be one of them. Diego all the way up top at the bird's eye view of all the land. And it looks like they're going to be creeping up possibly onto Stellar. You're definitely going to need a vehicle to get up that high. Maybe if Diego spots him out,
They
can
know
you
Stellar
imagine
is on
being
the other
Stellar?
side of the map.
Just all the way up
mountain.
there thinking, oh yeah, no one's going to see me, and then just getting absolutely dominated. That'll hurt.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Even though I don't think Stellar has made visual or audio contact with the team of Intense, he's pretty aware. He should be pretty aware there is definitely a player on the other side. Because like this position, who's not going to be here in a circle like this? At least one team's got to be here. You know, using its vantage point for sight lines into the next zone. So Stellar, he's definitely got to be careful. Other teams still rotating in right now. I'm looking at the map, Jukes. The center of the zone, somewhat filled. Definitely more teams on the eastern side of that middle point, but that's, of course, all the teams rotating in from the east side. The west side of the center completely empty. There's only one team, All Glory Gaming, on the west side of the center.
Yeah, hopefully we can see how those rotations come to form here just a little bit. You know, what did we really didn't talk about the Destiny? Oh, sup, pig. Goodbye.
Poor guy.
Just like that. You know what?
Everyone's on the mountaintop. Gotta watch their
teams
sides.
all the way at the bottom. What is their plan coming into today? Because like,
Kindness. GK first is going on fight with
They're not
Overnight.
going to make it to first place or anywhere near there, right? So what do you think their strategy is? Like, are
They're
they gonna
fighting
go for
up
those
north.
spoiler roles? You know, just play the
Just on
game
the
they
edge of the
have been
circle.
doing? And Zute, as we look at this next circle, before you answer that, right? Why don't you break it down for us in these rotations?
I mean, one team I'm looking at rotation-wise is right here, N Hyper, the third place team. They got to come in from the far eastern side. Here's Influence CHEMIN as well, the fourth place team. Of course, Alpha
Ali.
7, you know, they're dead smack in the middle. We don't have to worry about them too much for now. But those two teams, N Hyper, Influence CHEMIN, that's number 3 and number 4 on the leaderboards, having a huge rotation that they got to come in on. And Intense Game, they're already kind of close to the center. We saw them earlier. So these rotations are definitely going to be tough. N Hyper's probably going to try and wrap around, I believe, to the western side. Influence CHEMIN, looking at them, they're taking a similar pathing. So that might be a conflict waiting to happen between those two teams in particular, Jukes.
Yeah, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Is, you know, for everybody that doesn't know, when you have these hard shift zones like this one was in the first circle.
Yeah, I
a
saw
lot of
the
teams,
Wall Street
you
bets
have
cheating.
to assume that that hard shift side is completely empty, right? All Glory Gaming, they knew that, so they head there first. And it looks like N Hyper and Influence CHEMIN are kind of dealing with that same trend, just trying to find an area of freedom. And this is a really interesting side of the map, Zute. There's so many different hills, a lot of real estate here. The zone centering up dead center. It's going to make things interesting.
Oh, I was hoping
It's gonna
there'd
be messy.
some sort of hard shift. If there was a hard shift, it'd give more teams like room to play with, in my opinion, right? The fact that it just centers up, dead in the middle. I mean, all around the center circle, you have high grounds. Everybody coming in from the
Wall
edge,
Street
like I
bets
mentioned, Hyper,
are using
Influence,
bots to
they're
cheat with their
essentially, like,
votes.
cut off from being
We
able
already reported to
do
Tencent,
any
and
more
Tencent is going to work
rotational
on fixing
strategies,
it.
'cause
So
everything is just blocked at this point.
there we
Oh,
go.
GK first, catching a nice little point right there from Overnight. Take that one to the bank here, and N Hyper's going to start off with 2 eliminations. That's good for them. You know, we always see, you talked about this so much times, Zute, right? And Hyper's difficulty when it comes to end game tournaments, right? We've seen
Yeah.
plenty of times where N Hyper is dominating the leaderboard, always on top, and in the last day, just not be able to really grasp their hands on that trophy. But heck, starting off with 2 eliminations is pretty good, but like you mentioned, I think they're gonna have a tough time in this zone. Hopefully they can clutch it up.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, starting off with 2 points, that's a confidence booster that they need. You got the Chosen and Dope crashing up on each other. Quick little 2v2 skirmish about to pop out here. Stellar with the nade, throws it in. No connections, though. And these 2 teams, I mean, they're both so far down on the leaderboards that this fight is almost
Alright, you forgot to reply
inconsequential.
if you wanted to give any of their IDs.
Whoever gets this position,
No,
though,
I
will
already
be
said
in a
that
great
once you give the
spot, 'cause that
IDs, I
is
will send the UC in
much
42
center zone.
hours.
Well, this is also a big opportunity for a team to third party, right? And pick up all those points right
Ooh,
here.
beautiful nade.
But, oh, a nice nade from Han Ying. Gonna definitely help them out. Here he comes in with that
Ooh.
S12K and does
Oh.
finish off Hayuya. That nade, not a real worry for now. And so the Chosen gonna pick up a nice little squad wipe onto Dope Slayers.
This is
And,
third party
one
city.
thing that's always interesting, Zute, that really piques my interest, is teams at the bottom on the last day, since they have nothing to lose, all their nerves are gone. And we've seen it, right? Where teams at the bottom just start popping off. And that could really just make the game that much more difficult for squads in desperate need of points on the leaderboards.
Oh yeah, I think the Dust mentioned a lot of these teams near the bottom can play spoiler, even if it's not intentional, right? It's not like they're trying to target a top team, but when you run into a top team and you're near the bottom on the last day, you said it perfectly. They have no more fear. no
Ooh,
more
okay, we're gonna
pressure,
fight
and they
the
just play
Panthers,
loose,
or
and
no,
sometimes
not yet.
That's what
They're
they
just
needed
driving
all
by.
along as we head
But I have a
into
feeling we're gonna
the
fight
next
Influence
circle shift.
Rage.
So look,
I don't know
Influence
why. They're gonna come
and
towards us.
N Hyper on the northeastern side. If it goes anywhere away from that position in the northeast, that is a tough rotation down towards the center or south.
Ooh, speaking of rotation, Zute, a lot of these teams at the bottom, right? You may have a superstar really
Perfect zone
put
for
themselves out
us.
there
I
and
hope
possibly get picked up
they
by
don't
some other
move
squads in future
to.
stages.
Well,
So you might
they can
see
move to
some
the
lone
compounds down.
players looking to make some plays, and they're gonna have the chance to do it here because we got a Crater Fields finish. That's gonna
a
make
great
things.
circle.
This is a really good zone for these teams.
Yeah,
We had a
that's
Crater
really
Field
good-
finish, I
not
think,
the
2 days
teams
ago.
on the southern side, of course, but for everyone else, which is a huge number of teams, are on that northern side of the shift. You're going to be able to get a nice rotation. And Hyper actually managed to find center zone now with that shift. They are dipped down into the Crater Fields, hunkering it down. So we'll check on them in a little bit, see what happens. But man, things are just starting to heat up now, Jukes.
Here we go, everybody. First game of the last day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championships 2023. We see Influence CHEMIN.
Vote for
Looking to kinda have
NHP.
they would hope to have the same day they had yesterday. If they do, they are winning this tournament. But it's hard to have repeat performances here. As a matter of fact, we've seen a curse where we see a team do really good one day and struggle the next. So hopefully, Influence CHEMIN can break that curse right here, right now.
Well, they're going to start breaking that curse by maybe getting an elimination points.
How to vote in game?
Barely makes it over, but I don't think it's going to get much further. You see N
If you
Hyper
go
right there
inside the
already in
the
center
form
zone
for the
waiting.
phone giveaway,
Overnight's
there's
not gonna
instructions
take
how
that
to vote.
position, though. They're down to 2-man.
Look
This
at the
team
image,
has
and then
just
you will
been
see the
falling off
instructions.
since day number 1, and it looks like the trend is going to continue.
Yeah, I think Overnight have really proven that if they get that center circle and the zone really locks onto them, that they can get it done. Sometimes, right? Not all the time. And especially when that zone doesn't favor them, they really seem to struggle. Hopefully they can kind of, use the rest of this tournament to kind of possibly fix up some of those issues and get ready for the next season coming up. By the way, guys, there's, of course, those votes. Who knows who's going to make it into PMWI via that route. So if you feel your team struggling a little about here, tell your friends, right? Make sure you go ahead and vote for the squad. That's going to be huge.
Intense game. Not in the zone yet. Definitely has to make one of the toughest rotations. All these teams in front of them already, just in position, defending their spot. And I don't know if they know YKG is down here. This is the first place team. Intense game. About to suffer some casualties potentially. Do a nice little wraparound. And definitely going to get shot at. Oh, actually, they probably know there's a team here. That's a setup for a full-on fight.
Big battle here, intense game. Cannot go down. This is the first place team. If they go out here, it's going to open the door for so many different squads to pass them up on the leaderboards. This is against YKG, a
I hope.
dominant team in North
Okay.
America that has been struggling
NHP
all
is
tournament
fighting.
long,
I think Row.
only having 80 points on the board. They're one of those squads that needs to literally win every game today if they want to get first place. So not a lot to lose. Everything to gain. Do you see Diego with some nice pre-fires there into that smoke?
Come on, YKG, take out
This is gonna be
Intense
an
for us,
interesting fight.
please.
24K, gonna have to make a play on this yellow. If he catches him, that's gonna be really tough.
Adrian and Chica right now cooking in the blue, both playing the off angle.
Oh, that's
trying
not
to use that
good.
blue. Diego opens it up with the
Yes.
opening right
No.
there. That's going to be a huge one. Quick trade back and forth. 2 of Intense down. 2
No.
of YKG up. It's a 1v1 now. Fierce
Come on, come on, come on.
versus, I think that is Cielo. He's behind the wall.
Oh, go, go,
It's
go,
intense here.
go,
He's
go,
getting
go,
the
go.
revive, though, Jukes, and he's got the TPP advantage. Some pre-fires.
Push it, push it, push it, push.
1v1 for all the
No.
models. And intense game showing us why they are in first place still right now. with
Why were
a
they going with a
clean finish, but-
shotgun? Why couldn't they
Jukes.
just go with a gun?
Uh-oh.
Third
I
party.
don't think they're making it out. I don't think they're making. They could get the full reset.
Will
Jukes,
Paraboy
but
come
look
to
at
N
this
Hyper in the next
position
split? No.
That ATON has on them, and they have the zone too.
Well, it's going to be huge. They got at least 4 points, right? That's going to help them out on their leaderboards.
Paraboy
here.
belongs
They
to
have a
Nova
little
Esports.
Slight buffer above Alpha 7, so maybe that could be enough to hold on. But A7's already got 1 elimination. You can see a Rebel trying to get some nades onto All Glory Gaming. And not to mention, A7 has the high ground, so that's going to make them even more of a threat. They make it at 2 eliminations.
Hey,
They're
Elise,
already starting to
welcome.
rack it up.
Good
And
morning.
it does look
By the way,
like
I fell
Alpha
asleep
Esports
yesterday.
has their
At the
eyes
last
on
match,
intense
I just
game
fell
as
asleep.
they are absolutely
I managed to wake
ripping
up,
them
I think,
apart.
half an hour after the
Ooh.
match ended.
At least for intense game, they managed to find the points onto YKG. I don't think they're gonna make.
So I
it
forgot
too
to do
much
the
further
giveaway
yet.
for the
More
last
knocks
match
onto the
yesterday,
side
so
of
we'll do it
intense game.
today.
They are getting picked apart. I mean, with the spread that ATON had on them, not much they could do. Carrillo trying to pop some
Today is
shots
the
and-
last
oh,
PMPL.
taps. Almost.
The single fires
I
are
fell asleep
ridiculous.
after
Yep,
Manchester
the
United.
entire squad of intense game just
I
getting
know, at
absolutely
least you said
demolished there.
so.
That's the struggle. Every
I
time
was
you
just
see
too
those early
comfortable.
game fights,
Oh,
that third party's
87.
always there in this tournament. And intense game is going to suffer.
Hopefully
from that
87
same trend
fights.
Here, you can see Fran trying to hit a pretty insane nade. That would have been crazy to watch. If they
Oh,
hit that.
IGs
That
are
would've been nuts. We gotta
intense
watch
game is only
INCO.
down to 1 anyways. They won't get too many
INCO,
points if they go out right
INCO,
now.
that's what I say.
Just
You know,
4
INCO,
points.
They will jump on you if they get the opportunity. And you can see them trying to hunt down.
We're having like a
Jaguar. Only
sleepover
2
party in my stream, huh?
members up left for them. Very close together. 1 nade, and that will spell disaster for them. Looks like, oh, Rebel from Alpha 7 is going to get a knock onto Becker. That's going to shut down that push.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Nice
I invite you,
long-range
all of
shot
you guys,
right
to
there
sleep in
from
my
Alpha
stream.
7. Oh, almost getting another one onto Vitali. He's got to be careful.
I
Heal
sleep,
that
you
right
sleep,
up.
we all
That's
sleep
last
together.
First aid kit too, by the way. So these damages that are being pounded into these players, even if it's not a knock, it could become a huge important factor because you're eating away at their armor, their meds, the util.
I complete the votes.
and,
GG's. Thank
know,
you so much,
just
Don.
time, honestly, because
I appreciate everyone who completes the
You
votes.
can't make a move.
Well, speaking of important, Zute, looking at the mini-map, right, you got to look at Alpha 7. They're all the way to the southwest side. I wonder what their rotation is going to look like. Love to hear your thoughts on that. But right now we're looking at the Panthers taking some shots onto Flamengo, and they're going to get that finish. All right.
Make
3
sleepy
eliminations
sounds
for the
so we
Panthers.
can know you're sleeping.
Flamengo 8th place team.
If I'm sleeping, it means I
That's not
closed
a
my
good start
mic
for
and I
them.
went
They needed
to,
win this
to my
match if
bed
they
away
want
from my
first place
desk.
Potential. So they are out. Hard shift to the north.
IG is out.
Ooh, that
IG
leaves
is
Alpha 7
out.
out of the zone, so they're gonna have to make their push in. N Hyper, man, just getting that circle. They are
We
getting
have 4
blessed right
kills.
now.
Devastating zone shift for A7. Like you mentioned.
Tomorrow
they're
will be
gonna
the
have
last
a
day
heck
for
of a ride
voting? Yeah,
trying to get
tomorrow's
into
last day
that
for voting.
circle. But yeah, Alpha 7, they've trained for this, right? They thrive on having to push in from outside of the zone.
I told you, Don, I'll
all
give
in
you
one
whatever you
vehicle,
want,
about
of
to
course,
get
within
blown up.
reason.
The vehicle's on
no
fire.
way.
They are out. It explodes, but they are just getting
INCO is in
pieced up
trouble.
by Alpha 7. I believe that was in Hyper as
GK.
well.
Oh, and Hyper
Yeah.
is all the way up.
N Hyper popped
Yes!
off huge
We stole the
shots,
kills.
looking at
Yes, steal the
elimination feed.
kills.
N Hyper picking up points. By the way, N Hyper have the high ground of all high grounds.
Oh my
right
God,
now
look at
in
our
this
high
final
grounds.
circle. It is just points being rained on top of them.
Well, you said it, Zute. If N Hyper does have the high ground, they have a 99% victory rate. So that's going to be the team I'm going to predict to win this game, since they do have that real thick high ground. We'll see where that zone goes. If it goes off of them, that'll make things a little bit more difficult, though. Alpha 7
Zone will be with
They
NFP,
don't really
please.
need high
Yes,
ground,
guys,
I'll tell you
please.
that right now.
Manifest
As
the
long as
good
they
zone.
have 5.56 in their M4s, this is a team you got to watch out for.
Definitely so. The one problem with that high ground, though, if one of those players get knocked, that is going to be a tough revive to go ahead and grab.
Get him, get him, get him, get him.
Single fire. M16
Oh.
only landing one shot. Trying to hit the toes. Oh,
Get the toes, get the toes.
tickled the toes. Oh, got him twice there.
Come on, get the toes.
Little angles. David from All Glory Gaming. Man, All Glory Gaming has had a go at it here, right? They've had some really nice pop-off moments.
Hi,
and they just
Avenger.
seem
Yes,
to
I fell asleep
struggle
yesterday.
constantly in these
So I
kind of
forgot to do the last
circles, and you
giveaway
can
in
see
the
David
stream.
just
I will
trying
do the
to hold on
giveaway
for his
today.
team. The last one
So
not
there'll
for
be
him,
7
but I
giveaways
think he's
today,
gonna
not
lost the
only
blue zone
6.
here, most likely.
Well, he gets the first aid off. I think QZZ is thinking the same thing. He's going to deny the point. So focusing on Alpha 7. That's a good team to focus on, especially if you want to take first place. Alpha 7 still with 4 up, but their vehicles are looking a little bit beat up right now.
Yeah, definitely not looking too hot, but you know, they are on the hunt for loops. Mafioso, he's got
We
that
have
high ground.
5
He's got those angles.
kills.
Especially
He's got to be so careful, though.
Yeah, he does, especially for he knows that there's a player up on top of him too, so that's making him a little bit nervous.
He's also the anchor point for the team. He's the one furthest into the zone on the next potential zone shift. So if he does make his presence known, it's got to be worth it. It can't just be a knock. It has to be at least a point confirmation for him to make the risk of shooting and letting his position be known to QZZ.
There goes David from All Glory Gaming. He's going to go down. Next zone's about to pop on over. This is going to be
Come
a
on,
huge
let's see
circle,
where the zone
especially for a
goes.
team like N Hyper. They do not want to have to give
Opening
up that high
stream was like,
ground.
why is she streaming
But
my
if that
second
circle
event? I'm
goes
so
north,
sorry. My
it's
stream
gonna
went
make
to the
things
next
really
stream.
interesting for them. Here, look at that. Rolls of four.
Oh,
Some
yes!
shots with him. Mafioso got
Yes!
caught! He was
Oh.
worried about it. He knew that there was a player above him, and QZZ finally spotted him.
Yeah, the rest of Alpha
Way
7
to
did
go,
manage to make it in,
QZZ.
though, so now they have 3 people right underneath this hilltop. The circle does center up, giving N Hyper Alpha 7 the zone. And we can't forget about Influence CHEMIN. They're still in this match with.
What would
I
you prefer?
believe
8KC
four
or
up.
$100
They
in your
haven't
bank?
made much
$100
noise
in my
'cause they're
bank.
just chilling
Hey,
in the
7-star,
crater
I'm
fields
good.
in
How
that
are you?
compound over there.
You gotta also give it up, you know, for Alpha
Winners
7.
for the
I'd love to
voting
see that
giveaway
even
should
though
complete
they
the voting
did
days
get
to win,
thirsty,
yeah?
the smokes were
Yeah, I
almost
think we
instant.
said minimum.
You know, it's so crazy to see how well they cover for their teammates in those situations.
I think
See Rolls of War
minimum
here,
minimum 5
pretty
votes
significant
per
on the
day.
leaderboards, just looking to
And they have to
make something happen
do.
here. Influence CHEMIN, though, this is a big
Of course,
fight.
if they do
Influence
more days,
really
the more
needs to win
chances they
this
can
one.
win.
They had a great day
Because each
yesterday,
day
but due to how they
equals
performed in day 1 and day 2, they still
1
got some
entry
work to do if
point.
they want to make it into that first
So if
place
you do
spot.
5 days, you get 5 entry
As far as
points.
the
If you do
momentum
4
meter's
days, you get
concerned,
4 entry
Influence CHEMIN's
points.
coming into today with
Like
the
that.
most momentum out of any of the teams.
So we'll
Their
pick
glow up
winners based
yesterday
on how many
was
times they entered in the
phenomenal.
day.
So let's see if that momentum will carry over. Right now they're
Hey
playing
Carol,
defense.
good
Unfortunate for
morning.
them, the Panthers are in the zone as well, so the Panthers won't be forced to push just yet. So getting these knocks.
We're still
Molotov
good in
was doing
zone.
too
Still
much.
good.
Yeah, that's a great Molotov.
That was right on point, little boy. He's going to shake that one off, though. You know, he learned that stop, drop, and roll early on in his PUBG Mobile career. And Band-Aid up here. You can see loops on the side of the mountain. This is always a really good spot to hold because it's so difficult to
Oh,
get
we have
naded
7
here.
kills
if you
now.
wanna- if someone nades you, it has to be perfectly placed. Right on top of you, perfectly cooked. Otherwise, it's going right over your head. And, yep, looks like Alpha 7.
Use
those
thank
down.
link to enter.
Yeah, if anyone can manage to land hard nades to do Alpha 7, they've got the mechanics down. Landing that one, not a point confirmation though, but definitely making.
Oh.
Yeah,
moves,
I know you
use
can
their
film
beds up. GK First also wants to
fill the
think.
form
Still
multiple
thinks
times.
QZZ
No,
has actually went down the
QZZ.
mountaintop. If they find an angle, Chief is knocked. Oh, Chief is knocked from the loop side though. You see N Hyper, they really want to take care of this A7.
Yeah, I know that people will fill the
That's the
form
time
multiple
to do
times a
it.
day,
Nice
but
and
we will
early, force their
look and count
position,
at the form. Don't
make
worry.
blue zone
We have at
rebutting
least
here
like
in this
more than 1
situation. The
week
longer they
to
keep Alpha
look through
7,
all
they know
the
they're gonna get
votes
picked
to make sure
away
that they are legit.
slowly, bit by bit. Look at QZZ looking for those
Throw
angles.
a nade.
Senetexa hugging the wall. Mythic breaking the top of that mountain and absolutely shredding Alpha 7. It's really only Senatex up for his squad. Just stuck with
Yes, JK first gets loops.
Man, Hyper having a run at it right now without 7 and loops. They are damaging both of these teams with barely any return fire. Up to 8 eliminations now. Ren finds the last player.
You have to upload on the form, in the link form. You don't upload to social media.
Hyper now looking at Loops. Looks like Loops know this is a losing battle, so they're going to try and wrap around to the north side, and Circle is about to shift here.
Please don't shift away.
Hyper are having a go at it right now, picking up monster points from this position.
GK first doesn't have a lot of bullets left, by the way. Alright, zone shift. Not surprising, but...
Influence CHEMIN. Definitely a squad to watch, though, as this next zone does pop. Sute centers right on up. Influence doesn't have to move a muscle.
Yeah, now the Panthers are forced to push the Influence team. The Panthers with 3, and it looks like it's going to be a tough push for the Panthers side. Here comes another team rotating in. ATON, this could help out the Panthers potentially. No, ATON
we have 8 kills, guys.
Other side. Influence CHEMIN, the only team they have to worry about is the Panthers. Meanwhile, N Hyper and Loops both have to move into zone. N Hyper has the high ground, but it's not in the next circle shift. Same for Loops.
Yeah, Panthers are pretty much done here, especially when you got N Hyper on that high ground. I mean, it is just going to be that much more difficult. Here comes Loops, though, in the monster trucks with a big rotation on over right to Overnight. And we see him hanging out.
Pew, 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 pew.
Absolutely shred immediately. So Loops dominating Overnight and taking this position right from their noses.
Yeah, that was a huge rotation. They had all of N Hyper looking at them, but they managed to find a way out. Here comes that push we were talking about. Not looking too great. I mean, it was a 2v4 or 3v4 for the side of the Panthers, and they are getting cut down. ATON actually even chiming in and taking one of their players out.
Yeah, just stuck in a really terrible spot here. It's just Quan up left for his team, and Choco's got eyes locked right on him. That's going to do it there for the Panthers, eliminated pretty early on here. Let's see what Loops is looking to do. They're trying to hang on in this tournament. They were in 5th place going into this match, and they are literally tied right now with Influence CHEMIN. So
we lost one player? Why did we lose one player?
N Hyper did lose one player on rotation.
Oh.
That's pretty decent, honestly, rotating down that mountaintop and wide open. Here comes ATON, though, onto Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN already with one locked, and you can see ATON getting the angles. Can they find the second opening here?
Choco with the M16, single tapping his way, trying to take it to victory. What a nade from Kayovsky! That's going to shut down the push onto Zohan. Choco only with the M16, but his teammates are right there on point, but so's Kayovsky. Trades going back and forth. Loops comes in the fight and shuts down ATON Esports. Loops helping out their Brazilian brothers.
Oh man, that was a huge third party. Influence CHEMIN had a chance of being completely wiped out there, but now they'll keep 4 up. The battle ensues, though. We got the Titans of the lobby still in N Hyper, Influence CHEMIN, and Loops. Royals of War, they're still in here too. Where are? Oh, okay. They're just hanging out over there on that eastern side. New circle shift, definitely not in favor of Influence CHEMIN. They have to keep moving.
Oh yes, they do. They do have their Brazilian Brotherhood right there on the side of Loops. Both looking in similar directions here. You can see QZZ trying to open up a nade. He knows that he has that blue zone to his advantage. So using those grenades are just going to help stop that push second by second. Look how tight these peaks are right here. Just trying to thread the needle. And he does with some nice shots onto Loops. And Royals of War, very aggressive here, Zute. Very aggressive.
Oh yeah, very, very aggressive.
Come on!
Take the spoils of war, hoping all the teams here eliminate each other out, and they'll come in at the last second. Influence CHEMIN, I think they were like barely in the zone, but honestly, the next circle, I mean, we're going into stage 9. Oh yeah, so it's gonna
oh my god, it's like a full squad, and then we have 3 people
fight.
left up for our team.
Hyper, they're dead center though, so everything.
We don't even have to move. They have to come to us.
Their shots are looking on point right now.
QZZ's looking deadly. Nice shots on the Mythic. Now you can see M2M from Royals of War looking in that similar direction here. 12 seconds left on the clock. The zone is going to thin on down just to that zone. And then, like you mentioned, Circle 9, it's going to go all the way down into nothingness. Nice knock from Carlosen onto Influence CHEMIN.
Using the roof, using the smokes to cover that rooftop angle.
What a nade.
Man, that's a finish. That's great for the side of Luz, picking up another point. Here it is.
Oh! Ayala with a huge grenade right when it counts, and then here comes some more Molotovs, and they got more in the bank here. QZZ helping out Influence just a little bit with that knock. And look at this. I mean, there's Molotovs all over the place. Somehow Influence has avoided them.
Teams are pushing in. Circle is closing. Royals of War have to make their first move on to N Hyper. Can N Hyper hold the defense? So many points everywhere to be had. Kindness not even sure where to look.
Oh, the second he peeked up, he got right back down, and little boy focused on Loops. Everybody's just focusing on every single squad, but Loops is in big trouble. Little boy trying to get these confirmations.
Come on, come on. No, QCD's
Trying to get
down.
that first aid off the blue.
Kindness
He's got
shot
no
them
choice.
back.
Kindness goes down.
Yes!
And that's it for Loops. Little boy.
Oh my god! Are we 1v1v1? 1v1v1v1?
And
Oh,
Hyper's
the
getting
first
that
chicken
revive
dinner.
though.
That nade is gonna get
this
them.
Revive. And if they stall long enough, they can get the third one. Royals of War, they need a push. Little boy, no revives to be had. He's got to do it all on his own, Jukes. Circle is still closing in.
Creeping. Federal.
Oh,
Trying to go for
bullet?
that res.
Oh, everyone's going for the res.
So slowly, it's allowing for these resets to happen. Royals of War still there, just hiding behind that container. One nade will do it, but by now, these teams have used all their utility, and that's exactly what happened. Rin's throwing a nice offensive smoke there to shut down that angle, and gonna focus on one team at a time. N Hyper. Oh, stuck in a really bad spot. Little boy's gonna have the angles. That knock on
No!
a Kindness and Thirst is gonna be devastating for N Hyper.
Now it's down to a 2v3v2. Circle closing in. It's gonna come all the way
2v2v2.
down to second. Little boy with the
No, 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 no,
GPS
no, no,
through the
no.
smokes, doesn't find the shots. Gets it on QZZ. Rolls of War on the other side. And Hyper is out. No, it is Rolls of War versus Influence CHEMIN, and it's about to go down. Federal, last one up. Shot through the smoke, Jukes.
Royals of War.
And Royals of War, yeah. Finding the spoils of war. What the winner chicken dinner.
Hey,
We did good. We did
Called
good,
it, Jukes.
guys.
You called it.
one of the last place teams, right? Coming off the rip with a chicken dinner, and it was like 3 or 4 eliminations. Absolutely crazy. Hey, take it to the bank, right? Hey, we got one chicken dinner in PMPL Americas. That's got to be a nice little badge of honor right there. I don't even know if they're going to get first place if they win all 5 more, but still, right? You got to be hype about a win. A win's a win. A win is a win. What can I say?
Yeah, a win's a win. More importantly, the teams that finished in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So we had Influence CHEMIN 2nd place finish. We had N Hyper, huge 3rd place finish for them because, you know, they picked up a lot of eliminations.
Yeah,
all
good
the
job,
way
N
throughout.
Hyper. Good job,
And then
guys.
4th place was Loops, I believe. So, man, all of these points gunning for that top one. Intense game. Went out extremely early, and that was the 1st place team. So that number crunch for 1st place just got a little bit tighter for everyone.
Yes, sir, it did, guys. We got a lot more action here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Should get targeted by lower teams. I agree. Alright, so we're gonna have a giveaway, guys. I will do a giveaway for 600 UC. So you have to guess a number in the chat between 1 and 60. So type numbers until you guess the right number between 1 and 60. Good luck. We have a winner. Congratulations, Habibi. Can I have your ID, please, in the chat?
Royals of War being cool, calm, and collected there. Actually, timing the push
Can I have
perfectly here up
your
against N Hyper with the help of
ID?
Little Boy to
Thank
close
you.
things out and get themselves a chicken dinner. But honestly, with IG going out early, we have
This is
seen
for yesterday's
probably the
giveaway that I
leaderboards
did not
change,
get to
maybe in favor of
do.
Hyper, maybe in favor
Oh no,
of
you already
another
won
team.
yesterday, so you will
We'll find
do.
out just a
You
little
will
bit of timing,
get
but that was a crazy match actually. I mean,
for day
Hyper, I know, Ken, when
4
you were like regretting,
match
you know, N
1
Hyper because of the high ground they had, but Influence CHEMIN still played
600
higher than they
UC.
did.
I did, yeah.
But we
So,
need
I mean, I
another
picked
winner
Influence CHEMIN
for
because I was
yesterday's
playing for third place to get the guaranteed 1 point.
match.
It's really
So
hard to pick
yesterday,
for
oh, let's see how many
first
points
place,
we
but,
got.
I mean, hey, look,
Oh, we
even
got
first
15
game, because of the number
points.
of
That's good.
eliminations, Royals of War only coming out with 3 after that match. But Influence CHEMIN, that spot, I'm actually surprised they got the elimination points that they did.
And we got
because
10
once we hit that late game
elims.
position and
All
get
right,
centered
so
up
we're
around
gonna
that whole
do
industrial area,
another
they were
giveaway
just
for
playing
600
really,
UC.
really defensive, and that's what we
Guess a
wanna do
number
in that
between
zone because
1
it's incredibly hard to
and
keep all the
60.
teams
Good
out.
luck.
We saw 5 teams all shoved in that little area, and so it really just comes out of being able to handle the pressure with the blue
Hey,
at their back, with
Queen.
Loops on one
Thanks for
side,
stopping
Royals of War on the
by.
other, and then N Hyper, who had come all the way from that high ground on the ridge line to
All right, we have
press
a
the rest of the lobby,
winner.
now trying to
We have
gain
Usman
control
Mansour.
of
Congratulations,
the final zone
Usman.
there.
Loops, I'm
Can I
impressed
have
by
your
Loops,
ID,
actually,
please?
Especially with what Mythic was able to do, because he was able to
You
sneak up on
win
Alpha 7,
600
even though,
UC.
Hyper had visual on them. That was quite impressive. And with intense game, man, I gotta feel for them because they decided to take a fight that they definitely didn't even have to take with YKG, because they were fighting at a compound that wasn't even in the circle, and that was a fight that they actually didn't even have to take and allowed. Yeah, they won that fight against YKG, but they allowed ATON to kind of come in and third party them and ultimately get an eliminated.
If I can play devil's advocate, and I'm not saying that this is 100% the best decision for their situation, but with the amount of high ground that they would need to be pressing up at that time, I actually see the value.
Thank you for
going
the ID.
the 4v4 and trying to
You
get
get
yourself
600
more
UC.
elimination points there.
So the
because
next
getting anywhere
giveaway
closer
is
into the center
after
of that zone
match
at that
2,
time, where the
guys.
circle
And
was,
this one will
with
be
all the high
for
ground, low ground situation,
340 UC.
very, like, unreliable there. So I actually see why, if that's the reason why the decision was made, why they want to go for those guaranteed 4.
Okay, well, let's maybe switch up the topic a little bit and actually look towards N Hyper and Influence CHEMIN here, and a little bit of a head-to-head here in this last match, because again, these are 2 teams trying to be taking that #1 position. I'm not sure if N Hyper actually was able to close things out, because Influence CHEMIN is a little bit behind everyone
We
else.
did
but
way
keep in mind,
better
we
this
talked about at
match.
the start of the day the drastic increase out of Influence CHEMIN over the course of day 1,
How do you
2,
see the
and
chat
3.
out so
Influence
fast?
CHEMIN kind of on that
I
pace
just look
yet
at
again.
the
You're
bot that
looking like
tells
you
me
just-
who's the
you gotta
winner.
say it before you blow up.
I suck at guessing the numbers.
Okay, I was actually really
I'm loving
intrigued to see how
CNHP in the
much
top.
damage
I
N Hyper
agree.
had. I'm surprised that
I
they weren't
agree.
able to confirm more
Let's
of that
see
damage
where
into
we
actual
are in the
eliminations.
overall
10 elims
rankings right
seemed a
now.
little bit too low with the position that some of those players had, and they obviously kept getting knocks and knocks, and it was really hard to convert those knocks into elims. But man, I'm pretty sure N Hyper's looking back at that game saying we could have probably ended up with at least 15 to 17 elims.
I mean, it's possible. Usually, though, when you see a team come out with that number of kills, even if they are coming from a high ground position, it has to do with them winning the entire match, and they just weren't able to really finalize that final segment. That damage really just comes from the fact that they were on that high ground, just putting a lot of pressure onto anyone and everyone else, and you can't guarantee the confirm on all those knocks that you get in the same way that Influence CHEMIN could guarantee the confirms on the knocks that they would get in the close quarters combat at the end zones.
I actually think that game would have went in a Hyper's way if that one Royals of War player didn't sit back on top of a roof and shoot Kindness on top of the silo. Because when Kindness got knocked, it kind of ruined the Overwatch position he had. He was looking straight towards Influence CHEMIN and was locking down the position if they actually moved up, which they had to. So that one knock, I think, changed the complete tide of the game.
And the timing of that too, because Kindness decided to just pop off, like pretty much crouch when he thought the Influence CHEMIN player was still going to be up. And then as soon as he popped up, the Influence CHEMIN player went down, and then that's when he pretty much gave his position away.
Don't ignore the attempt by, I think it was also Kindness, trying to go back up onto that silo. Those steps, getting caught up by Little Boy, those stairs up there were, I understand why he wanted to get on that high ground again, because it was so valuable, not just the angle, but also the information. But the angle of those stairs, he should have known that there was a real shot of him getting taken out. He should have known that there was someone from either Loops or Influence CHEMIN, even if the kill free tracking was a bit off, which at this stage of the competition shouldn't be, but let's assume even if it was, should know that someone's going to be on that angle and those stairs. Like that was just really ambitious, and I guess just a brain fart of thinking that you could go for that for free.
But can I credit to Little Boy, right? The way he was able to put himself into certain position, and the way he was able to put himself at the right off angle and also pick up his teammates. Overall, Influence came and played that so well. I thought at one point I was like, okay, yeah, they got blitzed by the zone, and then everybody just started coming onto them. and that was going to be really hard to defend, which, I mean, for them to be able to come out with the second place finish, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, did the individual performance by Little Boy help them move up the leaderboards here? Let's take a look at our overalls.
Okay, here we go. Overall rankings.
Do stand intense game.
Ooh, 2 points
Holding on to
between
number
first and
one by 2
second.
points as N Hyper have gotten in very close reach. Alpha 7 as well, only 4 points behind. Influence CHEMIN 6 points behind. Galoops 11 points behind. INCO, unfortunately, I think you're right. What you said earlier on, Cameron. They're pretty much going to be out of contention with the decrease in performance across the days here. But we have 5 teams. Any one of them could come out the victors of this event.
And again, I guess we should say it's not decrease in performance of INCO Gaming, it's more of an increase of performance of everyone else, because N Hyper, Alpha 7, Influence CHEMIN, and Loops are all powerhouses from their individual regions. So not to say that INCO are just have completely gone missing,
But they have.
They have.
But they have. They haven't been that.
I'm gonna be praying for
that the
IGs
lobby has
soon.
gotten significantly harder from day
4
number
teams
one,
with the
when it
real
seems that our
conditions to be
Giants were
champions.
still gonna see.
Exactly. This can be anybody's game.
And then do absolute drop off. By the way, between first and fifth place, as you were saying, anybody can take it. 11-point separation. That's just so wild to me.
My one concern is Loops, because they're close enough, and they were close enough at the start of the show to be in consideration. And they had a really good game here, but Miramar is, I believe, their best map. They're definitely the best team on Miramar. So this was, in my eyes, the map for them to really come out with a solid performance, and I don't know if that was enough. I'm afraid that they're gonna be there in the group, but they're always gonna be just behind the line with everyone else chasing for that win.
I feel like with the way Mythic is playing right now, they might be able to take advantage possibly of Sanhok and Vikendi if they become a little bit more aggressive too. And I'm hoping that Lubes realizes how well Mythic is playing at this point, that they try to kind of like serve it up to him, trying to put him in the right position so he can frag out.
Well, we're talking about like how Miramar is their best map. What about Sanhok? Who's the best map that's for? And we've actually seen Intense Game and Alpha 7 be here towards the top, which is, again, 2 teams are really laser focused on, as well as Influence CHEMIN.
GNA so need to be eliminated early, then the next we need to have that loans that should secure a little bit more. Yeah, I agree. The top teams has to go out early
intense
in a way,
more pressure.
and
I feel
we
like
have
those
to
3
just
teams
frag
that
out.
You already know this is one of your better maps. If you don't perform here, that's one of your opportunities out the window, like you're talking about with Loops and Miramar.
Yeah, it really is. And for, I feel like Intense Game and also for Alpha 7, I think they're going to try to put themselves in a better position, especially, I mean, going back to that past Miramar that we just saw, right? Alpha 7 didn't really have to rotate much right up into like those final circles where they just found themselves super handicapped.
Okay, well, it is time to head into our next match, but not before I remind you guys once again about our All-Star vote currently going on for PMWI. Remember, there's the All-Star event, then it leads into the main event. You guys can head into the client and go vote for your favorite teams. And some teams out there have a massive lead, whereas in other regions, it's extremely close. Just like how close our finals are right now, currently in the Americas Championship. So let's head back to our commentators here for map 2. It's going to be Sanhok with Hot Jukes and Zute once again.
It's crazy close. It's getting even closer by the second here. What's up, everybody? I'm Jukes here with Zute. Yo, match number 1 in the books. We're heading on over into the dangerous jungle of Sanhok. Zute, what is on your mind, bro, going into this next one?
Top 5. The top 5 teams right now, because the top 5 teams right now are looking really good to take that top 1 position, and that's the ticket to PMWI as well, and that $25,000. By the end of today, Jukes, someone's winning $25,000.
And I have to enjoy NA server today. Yeah. The lower teams are going to start coming and trying to take out top teams. Hopefully. Other NA teams come and help against SA teams.
Yes,
That's also
sir.
hopeful feeling, you know.
Really just 25 grand, right? You look at second place, got a really thick prize pool as well, but that ticket to PMWI is the goal. So if you know that you're looking at your team right now and you don't think that they have the capability of what's going to take it, right? Still cheer them on, but also, like Jason said earlier, make sure you go vote, right? Get them in that all-star match, and maybe we might see them move on another stage from there. This is getting crazy. N Hyper almost hitting first place, okay?
Don't jinx us, please,
I
Jukes.
don't want the first place yet.
Okay, I was about to ask you that. I was just about to ask you that. Did you want them in first already, or you're saying no? Just stay in second for now, all the way up until the end.
Yeah, I think here, okay, going out on a limb here, right?
Okay,
Cinderella story.
All hypotheticals, by the way. Let's hear it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for N Hyper, At the end of, let's say, the third game, all right, they're going to drop down to third place. At the end of fourth game, they'll be third place, hopefully, right? And by the fifth game, they show signs of like really strong life, right? They shoot up to second.
Okay.
That's the perfect, you know, kind of storyline for them to get that confidence. And on the very last game, they take first place, right?
Okay.
Like, yeah.
I'm gonna hope.
That's what I'm hoping.
I'm hoping that we see a nice southern western zone in this game, right? So N
Oh, yeah,
Hyper
it's Sanhok.
don't even have to move. Right? Get a big chicken dinner here,
Okay.
and then just one more in the next one, and the point lead is so thick they don't gotta worry, right? Because
Oh, they'll definitely choke that then, Juke.
no, but no, I don't think so.
Choke that then.
I don't think so. Because you said, right, they have a struggle choking right at the end. So I'd rather have them have so many points now that they don't have to
Okay.
worry about choking at the end, because that's even more pressure, Zute, right? If they're in second, third place.
Do you think
on the
versus
last
whoever he
game,
predicts, so
and
as
then
long
have to
as he
clutch it
doesn't
up?
say NHP, we should be
That's
okay.
like-
Exactly. He says
I
he
see
says
what
no,
you're
let
saying. I see
NHP
what
be
you're saying.
second place.
According
Alright,
to
let's
your
go
logic,
back.
we head on over into Sanhok, right? If they do get that chicken dinner right at the end, Zute, and do clutch it up, then that, in my eyes, means they're ready for PMWI. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, okay. Well, we'll see. I mean, there's 5 games left. Points are so tight with each other. So right now, Jukes, what I'm looking at pretty much for the rest of the day is the top 5 teams. Where are they starting off in each map? How close are they to each other? And more importantly, when that first circle comes up, what do each of these 5 teams have to do to potentially
Okay, let's see where the
secure
circle's gonna be,
that
guys.
chicken dinner and get the first place at the very end of the day? So right now in Hyper, all the way to the southwest, you can see that down there. Let me make a little better circle. And oh, hold on, there we go. Click the circle right there. That is N Hyper's position. Second place team, Intense Gaming, always starting on that northwestern side. We have a really nice spread too. Influence CHEMIN right here in the middle. Alpha 7 all the way to the eastern side of things. And look at this, all the top teams spread from one another. And Loops, the last team that we're looking at right now, kind of just in the middle of everyone. Question is, Jukes, Hyper zone, and that is an Intense Gaming zone. So immediately, all of
Okay, it's
these
not too bad a
teams
zone for us, by the way.
just
It's not.
have
We
to
can
go
easily
in
rotate
towards
that way.
this way. And Alpha 7, is this a good zone for them? I mean, they love working in from the edge, but on Sanhok with a circle like this, I don't know. Alpha 7's got a tough task for themselves.
I mean, this is the strategy that they employ, right? They're one of the only squads here in this lobby that just loves clamping that edge and just beating their way into victory. But it's just so hard to do in this lobby as INCO. Oh my gosh,
What?
Josh got knocked. This
The
is-
Chosen.
This could be the nail in the coffin for INCO here. I mean, they're down 30 points pretty much from first place. 28 points to be exact, and that is not the start that they were hoping for, especially going down to the Chosen. That's gonna hurt here in this tournament. But intense game, right? This is their dream scenario, to be honest. Right, we only play one Sanhok here. Intense game, love going into that northwestern island, and if the zone goes into that island, we've seen it historically. It is almost guaranteed a top 3 finish, because they're going to have complete oversight of every player coming inwards. And as long as they don't make a mistake here, they should be groovy. Wow, what a knock there from Vitali. No, Iron Sight AK.
Ain't the
that
zone
is
when it's on the
that's meta.
alpha side. Told you
I was
they're
just gonna
targeting.
say, AK Iron Sight, it's probably one of the most satisfying weapons to get a knock with. At
I don't like
distance,
that kind of
right?
zone either.
You can barely see anything with that Iron Sight, but you just laser focus in and you get that knock. Fight's not done yet though, because there's only 2 of INCO left, and the Chosen, they may be that last place team right now.
Ooh, QC!
That's N Hyper. Right, party N Hyper. Or are they gonna just rotate? I think they're just gonna rotate. This is a team that
That is sick. And Hyper realized that they need to get into this island faster rather than later. They steal
Okay,
that
that's
point,
smart.
And they use that knock, right, to their advantage, so they don't have to worry and just take off here. Oh, influence against YKG.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, that's.
And YKG. This happened before.
We saw the same thing happen before. Yep.
Yeah, on day 1 or day 2, the same exact zone, the same exact mistake out of YKG. No adjustments whatsoever.
Absolute madness here. All right, we got two little insignificant fights here on the leaderboards at least. Jaguar and Dope Slayers going at it. But, you know, when it comes to... Oh, this is big. Yeah, look at that. That was that knock right there between the Chosen and INCO. And that...
You always have to
was
get
the
to the top
mental- that was
mountain.
all of
Yep,
them right there.
that's
So
very
INCO
true.
going down to one player is
Very
rough.
true.
They're only going to have 4 matches after this circle to try and make their dreams come true.
Oof, that's tough for the team that was doing so well all throughout, you know, day 1 and onwards. I mean, they've been slipping. This is probably the worst way to, you know, end a tournament. Starting off in first place almost, and then just not being able to do anything on subsequent days. To be honest, it's tough. It's tough.
Oh, yes, it is. Let's see what Loops is looking to make that same rotation that N Hyper did. They're going to be going through the water. Joey's going to force to swim it on out, try to make his little pathway into this next zone. Every single team has already left their area and have full sent it in this direction. One team in particular that still doesn't have anybody even close, right? It's Alpha 7.
They're like in the blue by now. All the way on the eastern tip of Sanhok, just now making their rotation. The top 4, the other teams out of the top 5, I mean, they're all on the northwestern island already. Tense Game, N Hyper, Loops, Influence, CHEMIN, they've all made a successful rotation in, but they're all right next to each other as well.
And Hyper, they love this zone too. I mean, they land in a particular spot, and their speed just proves that they already had a strategy, a set play in case the zone did go in this direction, and they've executed it really well so far. They got a lot of high ground, but they got to watch out for teams circling on in. QZZ on that off angle is going to probably head over to his squad because All Glory Gaming is mighty close, circling, trying to find a spot where to go, but they're getting pinched big time.
They get
Actually, this might
early
be a vehicle
from the
explosion.
highest
One
ones.
shot
Yeah,
left.
really night
Barely make it out alive.
Yeah, it is
Wow.
almost 3 a.m. here.
Yeah, they were pinched between
But we
Loops
are
and
streaming
Hyper.
for
Really surprising that
the
they
support.
managed to do it without losing a single player. But
We are
kudos
supporting
to
our
making
team,
good rotation
guys.
in. That just makes things a lot more hairier and sticky for the teams around the center zone. N Hyper, Loops, all crunched close to each other. And look at that split by N Hyper. It is the finals. The last day, they're in second place, and they're still pulling off some wild splits. So sticking true to their guns, I just hope it doesn't end up with QZZ somehow getting knocked and thirsted.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to hurt them so bad.
Don't go. I'm not going to bed.
It's
I
a
have the
double-edged
lights
sword.
on in the
Sometimes it
room.
works out
I have
beautifully, other
food and
times it's
snacks
just
with me.
devastating for their
I
squad,
am
so
not going to the
we'll
bed.
see if it ends up paying off after all. All Glory Gaming, they're in a position where they really need to win this game. I mean, they have 121 total points on the leaderboard. A dub here would really set them up well to be in that contention for top 5, but they had a really rough rotation in, and Kindness gets knocked. Oh, that's going to make things interesting.
No, don't get
Really, though,
knocked.
just take a look at that again. As we see 2 squads pretty low on the leaderboards right now, just trying to figure out what their option is. Intense game.
No.
Hyper. This is
Leave
why we
my
talk about
boys
this
alone.
island so much,
Go
right?
fight. Go
This
fight
is their
influence.
zone. This
Go
is
fight
their
influence.
map. All they got to do is stick to their guns and make sure they don't get knocked, and they should be able to steal points like crazy.
Yeah.
All right, they
There's
got
a
their
new
revive
circle
on
shift, by the way.
everybody, so we're
Huge-
good.
it
They're
doesn't
just
look like a
gonna
big
dip
change,
away
but
from
it
there.
is actually a huge shift, in my opinion. Immediately, the western side of that northwestern island,
Which is smart.
not much in play. So you see these wild rotations coming out, especially from
Oh.
Hyper. They realize
Oh,
that
we're
there's a
getting
good
shot
chance
at.
It's going to end around the eastern side of Intense Game. So they're making this wild rotation. It pays
Wrong place to
off
park the
in
car, dude.
Hyper. Dead in the middle. So even if it shifts to the west, they have a chance at, you know, using the Death
If she gets too
Valley
calm, we need to call her.
upwards. The shift
If I'm
also
kind of
works out for
quiet,
Alpha
it's
7,
because
gives
I'm
them a
doing
little
some
bit
stuff on
more
my
time
phone. I was
to
doing some
work their way
posting
in, 'cause it's shifted
on social
towards the
media,
east.
that's why.
Influence CHEMIN,
But now
dead
I'm done
center
posting on
of this
social
new
media,
zone
so
almost now.
now it's
Gotta
just
give it up for
focus on
Hyper
the
here. I mean, they
match
seem to even
and
out-rotate,
focus that
you know,
NHP don't
these
die.
speedy
Manifest, manifest,
Brazilian
manifest.
teams. I mean, we've seen them rotate quicker than we've seen in the past, and Hyper were on point when it came to that circle shift. They knew the plan.
Yeah.
The second it popped over, they headed there, and now they're just dead centered up. And I'll tell you what, with these new circle, with the differences in how tight these circles close now, and the meta of how speedy these teams are rotating, I think center zone is the play. I mean, Alpha 7 still get it done without it, but it doesn't work out all the time. Like even in the last match, right? They got into a good spot. They had a ton of eliminations, but then what do you do? Even if you're the best team in the world, what are you gonna do when you're stuck in between N Hyper and a full squad of loops looking right at you 4v8? There's not much you can do, and they went out because of it. So it's a very risky play for Alpha 7 with their play style, but I mean, if any team can really make it work, it's them.
Intense game, getting a knock on N Hyper. N Hyper ended up doing that 2-2 split still. Two of the players went off.
Oh,
to
we
the
got
eastern
knocked
side,
again.
So they're split between two compounds. And Hyper always pulling the splits, man. It's making me nervous, but it is a strong split, especially since they managed to get there. You see it on that mini map right now. The Panthers pushing on to FLAMENGO, getting cut down. FLAMENGO.
GK first is the one that's knocked, and he's one alone, I think. Oh no, he's gonna get the revive. He's gonna get revived, I see. I think he has QZ with him.
Looking to get a little bit of high ground advantage for themselves. They're gonna go ahead and hold it down right here as a
Alright, QZ's up. We're back to 4.
Let's see, Intense Game is who I got my eyes on here because they're currently in
The top of the
first
mountain
place.
is
They're
already
chilling
occupied by
with the
IG,
most
so
perfect zone that they could
and the
ask for.
Panthers.
Let's see
It
if
would
they
make
can
sense to
really
go up the
utilize it
mountain.
well. I mean, this is one of those games
Their
where
position where they are is
they
not bad
should
either.
pull off
They
a
have a
chicken
good position
dinner
in zone.
with
It's just about
double-digit
trying to
eliminations.
defend that position.
If the zone goes up to that mountaintop, if it shifts off, then it gets, you know,
They
really
have to
tricky.
defend their
They
spots
full
really
committed,
well
basically.
as
They
a
have
2v2
everything on
split.
the western side of the half within their control.
Because you
But
see
if it
they're
goes
right in the
east,
middle of the
that
zone.
rotation downwards is a tough one. See if they can pull it off. If it does go towards that east side, as we do head into the next circle shift, this one's going to be crucial right now. Loops on the southwest, they look like they're in the toughest position out of the top 5 teams now.
if this zone goes down to boot camp, Zute, right? If this zone hard shifts down
Oh.
there, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, if it does.
right?
Oh.
Okay, all right, cool. All right.
Alright,
The
we are
zone
in a
does
good
go
position.
east, though, so that does push
Kindness and
Intense
Rin, they're gonna go
Game
over
into
to
a
GK
really
and
tough
QZ
position
because of
here.
the zone shift.
Yeah. They should take the Panthers' position right now, in my opinion.
That's
They
very
had,
good.
someone watching over that way, Adrian, I believe, and I'm pretty sure they could tell it's not a full team.
It's not
that
it's not
Micro
an
is in there,
ugly
so let's
zone.
see
It's
what
just
they
a very
decide to do.
Well,
Loops,
hard
meanwhile,
zone.
Yeah, they're way out
As
of
in,
zone.
not
Are
hard,
they
I
gonna
mean,
commit to
yeah.
points right now, just go for the
It's just
points?
that there's gonna be a lot of close
Let me ask you
teams
this, though.
in
Back to what you were saying,
houses
what about
mainly.
Intense Game taking the Panthers position right now. Should they take it now, or should they wait, gatekeep squads on their way in, and then take it later?
I feel like they should take it now. We'll see. Influence CHEMIN making their presence known. On to Overknights. Oh, huge knock, a trade knock. And Hyper coming in, helping out Influence CHEMIN. See if they can confirm that point, however. They don't manage to. Alpha 7 finding one. That's from
party.
boot camp. Woo!
Boot
That's from
camp?
boot
They're
camp.
fighting all the way
Just
from boot
across
camp?
The water. A7 just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, we talk about the sniper meta and how we want to see it, but I mean, Alpha 7 have proven that all you need is M4 and a scope, and you're good from long range. Loops pushing All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming need to win this match, and they're putting some huge pressure right now onto Loops. Beautifully done. It should be only a matter of time, and that's Loops done. That's a huge fight.
Oh, yeah. Shoot the boxes, too. Loops. Oh, man. This was a crucial game for them, being in that top 5 position. They dropped the ball. 0 points. First team eliminated. They tried, though. They definitely tried.
Ooh, that's going to be a rough one for all those Loops fans out there. Hopefully they can rally their squad to make something happen in the last few matches of the day. All Glory Gaming, this is a huge opportunity for them, right? Where their position is and set up. Like, if they're able to make the thick push past Intense Game and possibly pull a victory out here, I mean, they're in the top 5 just like that.
Chosen. Inning with the nade. The Chosen have been playing better today, out of all days, of course. You know, it's that pressure. They don't have any pressure on them now. So they're playing loose, they're playing free, and they are putting in hurt onto these teams. Tapping inning out, though.
Ying trying to survive, not able to do it. You can see Stellar all the way across. Gonna go down right now to Milos. Yep. And that is it for the Chosen. ATON Esports racking up a couple points. Let's take a look at the circle, though. Where is it going to go over to, Zute? This is going to be huge. And you can see right now All Glory Gaming going through that valley as they are right above Intense Game. Intense Game has to push
out of the
DC
blue
free
zone. Man, they
kills?
pushed
Yeah.
really late here.
Oh. Are we gonna get a full
my
water zone?
goodness, are you kidding me?
Where's the next one even gonna go?
The island?
The island.
I mean, it is
Oh, the guys have to go to the
looking like
island.
it's- Right now, Jukes, there is more
I hope
landmass on
NHP
the
goes
eastern
straight to
side
the
of
island
zone
in
than
the middle of
western
the
side.
water.
The Alpha
Yes, sir.
7 is screaming tears of joy right now. Because
They're gonna farm all the people coming in.
they're going to farm everybody. I mean, Alpha 7 fans, unite. You couldn't have dreamed of a better hardship. Absolute insanity. It's technically on boot camp, Sute. It's technically on boot camp.
That's crazy.
It's on the warehouse.
Flamingo
No
pushing
going
into probably
early
the strongest position
is
in
that?
this zone now. More landmass and the high ground onto the Panthers. Panthers only having 2 here now.
I
Down
mean,
to 1.
Overnights are gonna go to the island.
Unless Rio,
There, see,
Carrillo,
overnights are going to the
those
island. It
players
would have been
second
perfect to get there
get
and
onto
fish
land, I think.
for all the kills from there. You can basically
Unbelievable.
go
What a turn of
fishing from the
events here.
island for kills.
Alpha 7, so hype, intense game, crying tears of pain after that hardship. Gonna have to push through All Glory Gaming. So many different squads. We can see right now this is their Sanhok stats. Average eliminations 9.67. Okay, that is
Go away from the
absolutely
islands.
insane.
Go
It's
back
gonna
to
look- it
go
could
back
look even
to
better here, but this zone
go back to
is gonna make
NHP,
things
right?
really difficult for them. Look at Alpha 7. They're just giggling right now.
Oh, yeah. You do have to be careful, though. If they're not playing 100% on point, it could get them bit in the back. There's a lot of swimmers, but Alpha 7 looking like tip-top form right now, so they should be fine. So N Hyper's still in this zone, right? Alpha 7's in this zone. Influence CHEMIN. Oh, it looks like they're getting cut down right now. They're swimming. They're swimming on the Alpha 7 side of things.
What a ridiculous zone. I cannot believe this happened. I mean, this is
The zone is
crazy, right?
insane.
PMPL, we're waiting for some toxic circles, and we have just got them, everybody. Get some hype in the chat right here. All Glory Gaming looking to continue.
The island has almost no covers. Well, it does have cover if you're in the houses. But yeah, it has no covers. But it has covers in the houses. Yes!
Yeah. That's why I
Intense,
wish
go
they'd taken
out.
that hill earlier. They would have had more time to work this
Come
zone,
on,
but now it's
knock
the
them
blue
out
zone
so we don't
cutting
get
them down.
any
0
points.
elimination points. It went
Wow.
from, you know, the best circle ever for Intense Gaming to the worst zone ever.
See?
for Intense
It's going
Gaming.
on the
Almost game.
island.
Island circle, baby! Let's
Inside
go!
circle.
Water
If
zone
only
all
NHP
the way
went there
to
from the
end. Who's
beginning, they
gonna
would
win
have
this one? It's
had
absolute insanity.
perfect
All Glory Gaming shutting down
zone.
Intense Game Strap, barely making
Now
it into
Alpha
the
7 is
circle.
just going to
Influence
watch
Kevin
them
goes
and
down. That
fish
should make things
them.
even more interesting for the leaderboards. And finally, N Hyper
No!
comes. Kindness
Yes!
eliminated from Cielo.
Yes!
What a steal. They could have had all 4 up, but
But
that's
come on, get to zone, boys. It's 10 seconds
still in
left
shock
to
with this
zone. Don't
N
fight
Hyper.
outside zone.
They've had the most
Perfect
perfect
nade.
rotations. Now they're forced to get the elimination.
Push,
points
push,
back again. That's a good
push.
start. Oh, no, the DBS.
Push!
2 left. He needs this.
No!
Oh, DBS from such crazy range. GK first with the most clutch shots. He's got to hit this one against Strap. He does, but he loses another player in the process. That's still a nice amount of eliminations for N Hyper.
The
but that's
zone
gonna
is
hurt big
shifting
time.
though.
That's a win in my book. Usually in Hyper, I feel like you see them lose those more often than not. But they
See, Alpha 7
did.
went to the island,
Another
bro. They
4
went
right
to the
now. Great job for
island.
them. Alpha 7 has secured the island. And it's going to come down to Flamingo and Alpha 7. Flamingo, the 4 on the high ground to the north, and Alpha 7 on the island. Of course, we have a few other teams in here, but I don't think they're making it into this zone.
And in Hyper, I don't know what they're doing. He's going to go, actually, GK first is going for the
They're gonna
vehicle
die.
here.
They're gonna
Oh,
die.
God has just got his number. Is he going to go into the water? Actually, he's going to go right into safety. Oh, no, he
Oh my god.
barely.
What if the zone goes to GK first?
If it goes to hard shift to GK first,
Oh.
I
No!
am
Oh, never mind.
going. How did he go down? Blue?
Alpha 7?
Oh,
They
we
curve
came
bullets,
4th
Juke.
place at
They
least.
do
Oh
want to
god.
curve bullets.
Yes, Alpha 7 already taking a bunch of points. Swimming on over to the island. I want to see where this circle goes. You know what? Take it to the water. Why not? Take it to the water. We don't need a landmass in the final zone, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah, they went straight to
I
island
wanna
because they
see-
don't have
I wanna
any
see the
next
zone.
anybody next to them. But
Shifting
if
away where Alpha 7
NHP
and Flamingo
went
are in the
straight
next
to the
zone.
island, they could have
Is
fished
another
everybody.
point.
But they got
It's
they had
Alpha 7's
teams to cover from their behind or side, so I guess they couldn't exactly leave.
Everybody at the desk have now predicted Alpha 7 to win this game, and I wonder why, Zute. I wonder why.
I remember when I was
It's an
watching
A7
at
win
the
for
very
sure.
beginning of this match, I was like,
I mean,
Alpha
it's
7
between, yeah, it's an
have the
A7
hardest
win for sure
rotation
because
to
the whole
make
zone is on the island.
dangerous. They
The
took it
whole
slow,
zone
and
is on the
circle gods
freaking
are like,
island.
You know what? This team has been chasing zone almost every single match. Let's just give it to them this one time.
This is a tough fight to tell us straight right here, huh? I mean, the rotations, the plays.
Oh, he crashed the cart.
Apply the pressure. Crazy shots. Flamengo, what do you do here? You drive off the mountain, right into the water. Ooh,
Oh, he's dead. Oh, the whole team is
land,
dead.
And giving more points to Alpha 7.
Why?
it's just
Don't
too
give
easy.
them points, bro. Just die to
They
zone.
do get one knockback, but it's going to be easy revive, and Flamengo down to 2 players.
Don't
I
give
think
them
they
the
can get
don't
revive
give
on
them
that
the
third.
points, guys.
And 2 knocks though. That gives them some space to work with, but not much.
Gigante. Oh, swan dive. I give that one a 7 out of 10. Zute. Form was pretty good. Oh my gosh, form even better right there from Toiko. Could Flamengo win this?
They have to go now.
Do it? Can they get it done? They have the knocks. They have the
Yeah, it's a 2v3. I don't think Senatex is going to get picked up here. Flamengo is going as aggressive as possible right now.
Carrillo forced to back off. Uh-oh. He's on fire. Flamengo.
Imagine the whole zone is on that tiny
Forged
freaking
in it right
island.
now. As Carrillo is trying to figure out, what do I do here? He's like, do
We are in first
force
place,
this? I mean,
but
they
we
have
are
some
not
pretty
safe
decent
because
shots. There's
Alpha 7 is
Gigante
second
sneaking up
place
on
and they
the
can win this chicken
ridge
dinner.
line here with a nade. That's going to make things deadly. I think Alpha 7, yeah, they're just like, okay, full reset. Let's get all 4 up, and we should win this.
Okay, so it looks like they do have the time to get that revive. Yeah, 4v2 situation.
If the Flamingos
Flamingo,
can
they
clutch
have
it
to
and
hit that
kill,
nade. It's gotta
I don't
be on
know.
Flamingo of Revo. Look at that.
Revo can
setting up
spot.
The nail in the
Can spot
coffin
the Flamingo
for the
player.
side of Flamingo.
I love how Revo just decided to take this off ankle just for security, right? This is the insurance plan right here.
Yeah, he's gonna see him.
Unless Gigante hears him. If Gigante hears Revo somehow, that would be crazy. Oh, that nade, it hurt big time though. And it's gonna go
We
in
got
the same place. I wouldn't be
snakes
surprised.
in the bushes.
And more importantly, it's the audio, right? Those nades blasting off in your ear makes it even harder to hear the shuffles of the snaking Revo. It's pretty much done because Alpha 7 get the zone again.
This zone is
Should be
insane.
crazy.
Sneaky snake.
Oh god,
Comes here, right next
yes!
to each other, gets spotted.
Oh,
He got spotted, and there goes the off angle. It's a 2v3. It's
Oh,
a
they
2v3.
know. Oh, that
Oh,
nade's gonna
nade.
get
but
them.
then he got greedy.
Yep.
That nade
okay.
does it.
That nade!
Texas, and hey, all right, you
They
know,
were
give me the
too
point.
close
We'll take the
together.
chicken dinner, baby. Match number 2, the last Sanhok. Alpha 7's victory.
You know, I think Revo, that was planned. Revo was like, you know, I've been MVP so many times. I'm going to help my teammates out, give them some points. I'll sacrifice
Winner,
myself,
chicken dinner,
hang out where they
GG's.
are, and
But I don't
bam,
think
that
we're
nade
first
lands
place anymore.
right in.
Just straight threaded that needle. Beautifully done right there. I mean,
I think we will be
all right,
second place after
we
this
say
game.
That, you know, to win these kind of championships, right, you need to be playing
Bruh, we need a
perfect.
chicken
little
dinner,
bit of luck
guys. We need a
doesn't hurt.
freaking
How
chicken
much
dinner.
of- what percentage was it skill and luck in that match for Alpha 7, Zute? What percentage? Be honest.
That was like 80% luck. But, you know, like, they deserve it. They deserve
Yeah,
it.
I mean, sure. I mean, that remains to be seen, right? That remains to be seen. But they got it, right? They got it. What more?
Waiting
could
for
you really
UC,
ask for
we'll
in that
do the
kind of
UC
situation?
giveaway
The
in a
most
bit.
Ridiculous zone shift, just hand delivering him a chicken dinner.
Yeah,
on
A7 what a
silver
game
platter.
changer.
But you still got to be able to execute it. You got to be able to take it to the bank, and that's exactly what they did. So big props to them. Still a lot more action, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
N Hyper up. Alright, time for the giveaway. Let me just get it ready. Okay, guess a number between 1 and 60 to win 340 UC.
Just imagine you're watching that Sanhok play out. You're seeing the 5th zone pop up here, and you don't pick Alpha 7 to win. Cameron Davis, that's exactly what you did. Walk me through what was going through your head there.
I picked Alpha 7.
No, you picked okay.
I picked Alpha 7.
All right, we have
Check
a
the chat.
winner. The winner is
You
Check the chat. Check the chat.
Demon Edit
There's no evidence of
69. Congratulations, Demon.
Nope, even production confirmed. Let's take a look at the
Edit
Minus points? What?
as we see, yeah, he deleted it. Trying to
69.
cover it up. All right. Well, you know what? Let's take a look at
Wins
the rankings.
340
Alpha
UC.
7 got, and almost certainly, with guarantee, they have been.
All right,
able
we
to take
got
first
11
place now.
points this match.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if they don't take
7
first place. I do
elims,
enjoy,
not
though,
bad.
Alpha 7, the way they were able to kind of position themselves 2-star fragging out.
Can I get your
I felt
ID,
like they
please?
probably
Demon
kind of
Edits.
maybe got in a
Put
little
your
bit more
ID in the
eliminations,
chat,
but I'm
thank
pretty sure
you.
they're going to be happy with those 9 FLAMENGO Esports as well, being able to get 13 points. That is a team that's currently chasing All Glory Gaming. But
You won
I mean,
340
All Glory
UC.
Gaming getting those 12 points is not really going to matter. N Hyper as well. I really enjoy what we saw out of N Hyper super early on with some of the rotations and willing to disengage fights that just didn't favor them in the long term.
Yeah, they got as much.
The
out of
winning
that
number
round
was
as you can
24.
expect. They got 11 points overall, 7 eliminations. I mean, it's good for a couple of these other teams to grab a little something intense game. Only got 1 placement, no elims. Influence CHEMIN only got 3 elims, no placements. So as far as that race to the top.
Also, when you're guessing number,
obviously
don't
good
type
for
the same
A7
number. If you
and
typed it
N
once,
Hyper.
type another
We
number.
have yet to have a full separation just yet, but I wanted to see the player stats from N
Ooh,
Hyper.
look at this!
just
Look
to
at all
see
my
how much of a
guys.
performance they did, because they weren't even on the list
QZZ
of
4444
Sanhok
4
performance
4 4
teams.
4 4.
And even though they
Nice.
didn't win, I think this was an incredibly successful run for them.
It really was. I enjoyed the 3-1 split that they had whenever they decided to cross that bridge on the west side, north of Ruins. I feel like QCC especially, he was able to put himself in a great position to see any of the teams that were coming up. I think one of the teams was Loops Esports as well. And then as soon as they noticed that Intense Game was on top of the mountain, they decided to rotate very quickly, and that was kind of what I was hinting at in regards to just willing to disengage those fights.
Yeah, and honestly,
All right, thank you for the
you have to keep
ID.
giving
I got
props
the
to N
ID.
Hyper here because they obviously had to move at some point. They had to make the early rotations, whereas
Okay.
Alpha 7 just kind of sat there on boot camp side, just like, all right, we're going to pick up these
Match
elims, those elims,
3
these elims. They're still
will
gonna put up some
be
good numbers, and they
also
were able to do it
300
with Intense Game on the high
40
ground
UC.
above them, right?
So
They
the
played
next
with
giveaway is
under them, just
after
waiting for them
match
to come
number
down.
3.
And at the same time, obviously, congratulations to Alpha 7. I feel bad for Intense Game because
My name will be Demon. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
the position they have, that's like almost a guaranteed win if it continues to center up to where you're at.
Okay, but at the same time, that's another guarantee win that would have been like a circle blessed win. So can you really feel bad for them?
I don't care. It's the finals, man. That's like a PMWI slot right there, potentially. You know, it's
No, but like I'm not gonna feel bad for a team who think that they're gonna get a lucky win and then not get and then get
well, look
the
at
game
Alpha
gets
7, right? What did they do? They sat on the east side. They sat near boot camp. And
After
then
next
so,
match,
which
we'll do a
should have,
giveaway
like,
again,
gone their
guys.
way. If you look at it, 99% of the times or 90% of the time, it goes their way, and they get a blessed win.
My whole point is that I feel bad for teams that like put in a lot of effort and don't get anything, that then maybe not get anything out of it. So, which is why I'm really happy about N Hyper's performance once again, about being able to turn lemons into the sweetest lemonade that you can imagine.
Fair.
Do you like lemonade?
I do.
You
how
like
do you
lemonade?
not? How do you not?
It's okay. I like pink lemonade.
I'd rather have Monster, though.
Yeah, see, that's the good choice. Monster lemonade flavor. There you go. Let's take a look at our overall stats, our overall actual rankings, because again, Intense Game, they should not be first anymore. It's Alpha 7, 177 points.
Heard.
N Hyper in second.
Oh,
and
okay.
Intense, I mean, they're 8 points behind, and that's going to continue to fall off as you look
6
further
points
down the list
behind
here.
Alpha
It is
7.
now a 18-point gap from Alpha 7 to Influence CHEMIN, and even further for that than that for Loops. This was a concern. They had an all right Miramar, maybe not as good as they would have wanted or would have hoped, considering that it's like their best map, and then they went out with nothing on Sanhok. So with 4 rounds left to play, I'm gonna call it. They're out of contention at this point.
For who?
The way that for Loops, the way that they're playing, and it's kind of close for Influence, but we know that they can have those really.
You're
high
welcome,
highs.
Demon. No
I
worries.
think I'm making the call for me. It's now a 4-horse race.
6 points.
I
We
think
can
they'll
still
win
do
until
this.
next
We
match. I
we
think with
have
Loops, what they've been
4
able to
more
showcase,
matches,
they've been able to
guys.
showcase
4
that they
more
don't
matches.
necessarily have to win the match to be able to get more than double-digit elims. I think they could have 2 back-to-back pop-up performances, and what we've seen so far with
We are
Intense
so
game, I mean,
freaking
we just saw
close.
Alpha 7 getting blessed, and we have seen Alpha
340
7 also, in a way,
UC
getting screwed
one
in the first
Demon.
match as well,
340
into,
UC.
circles. Anything can happen here, although something that I do kind of want to note on in regards to Alpha 7.
No, you
is
can only
that
win once per day. You
that
can win
win
again tomorrow.
might-
Not
this
tomorrow.
previous win
Today's the
might
last
be
day.
very, very big for
Today's
some
the
of
last
players
day.
in regards to
You
their
can only win
mental,
once per day. If you were here
state,
from day
especially
1,
I'm looking at
you
Korea
can
because Korea was
do
up
day
able
1,
to,
day
in a
2,
way,
day 3,
even though
and
they
today's
were
day 4.
easy elims, he was able to still put up those elims, and that could give him a little bit of momentum for the next matches. And as we were mentioning at the beginning of the show, if Korea can start popping off, now with Alpha 7 being in first place and a team that's usually comfortable in that spot, it could be scary.
Yeah, there's a point that like a team in first place this close to the finish line might have all that pressure and be like, oh, we can't choke, we can't give it up, but we know how tenured Alpha 7 are.
Yeah.
So if there's any team that would be able to just stay cool, calm, and collected, classic, and just like carry it all the way to the end, maybe not going for super
Do
aggressive
exclamation
plays,
mark
but honestly
PMPL in the
not
chat.
being so scared to make a mistake that they just give up any points for the remaining rounds. Like, they are a really scary team to be in first place at this time.
One team that I will be worried with that I would actually have to agree with our caster, Sute and Hajux, is N Hyper. I don't want to see N Hyper move up to first place just yet, because I feel like that is a team that can definitely choke.
Okay, let's head over to our commentators then to get us into our very first Erangel of the day. It's our 3rd match. It's our halfway point here of the final day. Hajux and Zute, take it away.
I like hearing about all the different strategies that Alpha 7 should do, all right? All the strategy they need, right, is to hang out on the edge, look to the sky, and hope that zone comes on over to them. Because if it does, it is chicken dinner in the bag, Zute. But you know what? I doubt we're going to see that in Erangel. Here we go. First Erangel match of the day. Final day of this tournament, Zute. It's now time for those teams that have struggled to get it done right here, right now.
Man, this day is going by so fast, Jukes. We're already into the halfway point of the final day, and the spread on the top 5, it is widening. Like the desk just mentioned, there's a 20-point gap now between 1st and 5th. Ooh, I thought it was going to be tight all the way up until the end, but some of these teams, are really cementing their potential first place and getting that ticket to the PMWI.
That's what's going to be so huge. And, you said it, Seven said it, right? We don't want to see N Hyper just get first place just yet. We want to wait all the way up until the end, okay? Now, the only question is, when it comes to Alpha 7, they've already created a little bit of a gap, right, between 1st and 2nd. You have to really keep your eye on that, because this team can pull out a 20-point game anytime, right? They can do it right here in this game coming up. So I think that you still got to keep an eye on them. What about those teams that are in that 5th, 6th place position? When do you think, Zute, it's time to start seeing them hunt down those top squads?
Ooh, hunt down.
Yeah, because it's meaning.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
Yeah.
what you're saying is they need to hunt down the squad and get a decent amount of points to get that first place. It's no longer about just getting the win. It's about denying the points. Oh, okay. Probably starting in the next match.
Okay.
Because it's so 5th place is like a 20-point gap, meaning you just need a chicken dinner to catch up, and then you're just right there next with them, unless if they get a 2nd place finish, right? But I think at a 20-point gap, you should be looking to just getting a really good game for yourself. Once you're in that 5th place spot, and the gap between 5th and 1st is like 30+ points, and you know that 1st place team, they're a consistent, strong team. Then you got to think about, the anti-strats, potential hunting them down. Remember their pathing rotations, set up a trap. I think that's when you need to do it. And I like that you bring it up, Jukes, because this tournament in particular, it's going to be even more important because there's only one qualification spot to the next one. Usually there's 4 to 5, meaning like you don't need to hunt down a team. But this time around, 1st place gets it all. So 1st place has got to watch out for any of those teams looking to hunt them down.
Yeah, and looking at the leaderboards, honestly, it could be INCO's time to really do that. I mean, because they are...
Oh, for INCO, yeah.
Yeah, they're 33 points, 33-point gap. So that's going to be tough to cross, even if you have a good performance here, because with this new point system, 10 points for first place, the chances of even getting that are slim, right? Getting double-digit elimination points is even harder. So I think right now you're going to have to start looking at Alpha 7 if you're INCO. Like, and it's going to be hard because they're Alpha 7. Who wants to fight that team early on, right? But you really have to do so. Like, I hate teams that look towards the end of the tournament and don't do something different according to the points. I cannot stand it. They just try to do the same thing. Let's just try to get a chicken dinner and see what happens. It's ridiculous in my eyes, right? You have to be realistic. You have to look at it and say, okay, if we have a 30-point gap, we have 3 teams later. If Alpha 7 gets another 10 points, we can't do that in 2 games. Yeah, that's ridiculous, right? So we got to find a way to, like you said, hopefully we've studied them really well. We know where they're going to rotate to. Maybe let's try to hunt them down. Even if you take out one of their players on a rotation, that's going to cripple them, right, into the rest of the game. What?
You know what? Because you bring this up, on the flip side of things, Alpha 7, they got to be ready. Alpha 7 probably has the most predictable rotations out of all of these teams. Because what do they do every game?
Yeah.
Come in from the edge. They land on the edge of any map, meaning their drop location, you can easily drive away from the center of the zone and set up a camp position onto Alpha 7. So Alpha 7, they might have put a target on their backs, right? So they need to be wary of a team looking to cut them off on that rotation. But then again, that's Alpha 7's bread and butter. They love fighting in from the edge of zone. They love taking those 4v4s. So it's a double-edged sword.
You're right. Yeah, the inverse goes for the top teams as well, right? They have to watch their backs. They're going to have to do something different and predict a team that could possibly try to cripple them, you know, into this game going forward. So when it comes to Alpha 7, this is the first Erangel of the day. It's a really big, important match. And honestly, Zoo, I want to see a team do that right here, right now. Because if a team is smart enough to try and disrupt A7, okay, you are going to put them into a free fall of overthinking, okay? Because all it takes is one time for a team to gatekeep their rotation. You knew it, right? You put the circle down right when the play pass started.
That's where they go. That's where they go.
No, that's where they go, right?
Yeah.
So
All right, back to the live
puts
stream.
them on deck right now and is able
What's
to
the
steal
voting
a point
position for
away or even
NHP?
put some shots on them, it's going to make Alpha 7 so paranoid, and that alone can disrupt their play style going into the rest of this tournament.
100% agree. So this is where immediately the first 2 teams that I know is dropping in their respective positions. Intense Game and Alpha 7. We know N Hyper love dropping down into a farm split down here, and you can see that right now. That is indeed where they're going. So that's the
Okay,
top
this
3
is
right there and then.
not a
This
bad
circle,
zone. It's good
pretty
for us.
favorable for everyone. I know the playing path is opposite, but none of these teams have a intense bridge crossing that they got to make, and there's no hard choke points for them to have to go through. Next up, we got Influence CHEMIN and Loops. Influence CHEMIN, of course, dropping in the tried and true Yasnaya. You're going to have a little bit of a rotation, but like I said, this is Erangel, probably the easiest map to rotate on. Last up, Loops, taking that military base, I believe. Yep, that is indeed where they're going to go. So, INCO, you wanted to see them do something different, target Alpha 7. Well, INCO, not yet. Maybe in the next match, we'll see them do something crazy and target the first place team. So that's where all the teams are at, the top 5. All we got to watch out for is probably circle number 2, right? I think circle number 2 and 3 is where we're going to see some potential conflicts between these top teams and maybe even some traps set out.
I hope we do see it here because, you know, for those that don't know, when you're playing at this high level, at the start of these tournaments, you know, there becomes a gentleman's agreement between squads, you know, saying, hey, all right, we'll land in this area, you land in this area, and then we'll fight when it all comes down to the end of it, all right? That's why we don't see too many crazy hot drops here because it's just not worth it, right? If you want to be able to get first place, avoiding hot drops is a must. Well, at this point of the tournament, that agreement has to go out the door, right? It's got to just say, you know what? All right, I get it. It made sense at the start. Now it's over, right? Because it's all about who's going to be able to get that first place here. I am looking, and we are seeing a tense game loot up, you know, South George, but they seem to be collecting on that bridge area, Zute. So they may be looking to knock out Alpha 7 on a bridge camp, but man, I would be really surprised to see Alpha 7 go down that bridge here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take that George Pole bridge. They're probably going to wrap over to the east. I mean, Alpha 7, they got 3 bridges to choose from for a fast rotation, right? An intense game, we have seen this team, you know, be able to play in from the edge. So they're not like a tried and true, you know, center zone team like N Hyper. So maybe intense game can decide to play from the edge, choose one of the bridges to camp out and target Alpha 7. We'll see in a little bit, but intense game. They're only like 14 points from Alpha 7, right? We talked about it earlier. It's that 30-point gap
I'm
where
too
you kind
really
of got to
frustrated by the
target
first
that
Todd
team
Dixon
and get a big
thing, and
win.
he's
For
talking
now,
about
in
wanting
my
teams to
opinion,
crash
they
A7.
don't need to target Alpha 7. They just still need to continue to play their own game and throw up points.
Oh, it's going to be crazy to see, Zoo. I mean, we talked about how I thought INCO would be the team that should have employed that strategy. Well, they landed all the way in Novo, right? Their old drop spot. So
Yeah.
that is most likely not going to happen. And, you know, I think a lot of these teams are going to have different mindsets going into these last few games, right? Some of them are going to be like, all right, well, should we go and really try to find a way to get first place? Or do we throw our hands up in the air and say, all right, well, first place is gone. Let's just try to secure the best we can do, second or third or something like that. Different mindsets, I think, are going to be really huge to see who's going to win this tournament.
Center zone fight breaking out here between Dope and the Panthers. I feel like we see these two teams fight a lot, both NA teams. Quick shots, Nesquik goes down. Now, the big thing here is the elimination feed. That is info being blared out to the rest of the lobby. The closest team here is N Hyper, but they're still a bit of ways away. I don't know if N Hyper could piece this info together, maybe get a third party. But then again, you know, you go for the third party, that fourth party is potentially coming, especially this being the center zone.
So Panthers securing that center zone nice and early, taking another point to the bank as well. Panthers, yeah, all the way at 14th place. Not going to be able to get anything done leaderboards-wise, but still trying to at least get that synergy together. I talked to Nate a little bit this morning, see how he was feeling. Obviously, they're really bummed out with their performance so far and said that the team synergy is what's really struggling. They just don't seem to have it in this tournament. So who knows? Maybe we'll see them get it together here at the end and hopefully rally them for future tournaments.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for the NA teams minus N Hyper coming into this is like they're being punished for things that they weren't used to getting punished, which is in a way a good thing, right? You don't know you're making mistakes until somebody punishes you for it. So now it's like a good time for them to realize, okay, what we've been doing has a lot of holes that we need to fill up. Usually this always works, but it wasn't the most optimal. Maybe our team synergy wasn't as good as we thought it is because, you know, the other teams, they're beating us down.
Let's take a look here. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, at the end of the day, you could look at, if you're one of the teams at the bottom, you can look at this in multiple ways, right? You can look at this as a huge loss, stomp your feet and walk, or you can look at it as that learning experience, right? Just saying, okay, we didn't make it this time. This is our first time here, you know, or some for people it's our second time. What did we learn from this? How can we come back even stronger next time? And I think that's definitely the mentality that you should have.
This kind of throws me back to when I was competing, right? I remember sometimes we would like get the win and immediately I'm pointing out mistakes that we made. And I remember my teammates even saying like, yo, chill, Zute, we won the match. And I'm instantly, my brain is like, no, you should have peaked here at this time, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's the thing, you know, you feel like you're the best team, but then you come in here like YKG, best performing team out of North America. And just, I'm sure they are learning a lot of, you know, things that they got away with were like, oh, okay, no, what we did before, not correct.
Yeah, different mentalities, and that's really what it takes here. And you know, sometimes you can get into your own head too. You can look at these, you know, oh, okay, I made this mistake. Should I fix this here? And sometimes you overthink and try too much. And that's we see that from certain squads, right? They try these extravagant splits when sometimes sticking together is the play. But you know what? You gotta be able to analyze it, have that brotherhood of squads, and I think that's really important here because we look at a team like Alpha 7 that's dominating this tournament, right? They have been together for a while now. And I think that's something that a lot of these NA teams need to do is just, regardless of
Okay,
the
let's see where this zone is going to go, if it's going to be in our favor or not. Should be in our favor. Yes.
Ooh, Jukes.
But this is
a
all
huge
open
circle
zone.
shift. Immediately, I'm looking at Loops. They got to cross that bridge. They haven't yet. They might get camped. The Loops, the 5th place team. Alpha 7 coming in from the northwest. You'll get an easy way into that zone right there. They're pretty much right next to it. Intense game, also really close by. We'll see how deep of a rotation make. Big thing for me, though, is N Hyper. Once again, they are center zone right here. You're going to get their prime picking, but that's a lot of teams they got to be careful of pushing into them. So this circle is a huge shift. A lot of things are going to start heating up right here, right now, especially with there not being too much cover in this center zone.
It's going to be a difficult one. Pachinki Hill still available, both sides of it here. You got the edge of Gatka, a lot of little dips, ridges in play. Well, we could see an open field finish here with how this zone's looking. Who knows? We might even see a Pachinki zone. That'd be fun to see, right? Nice little urban finish to start things off. That'll make things that much more spicy. Does look like one of the players from the Panthers gets taken out as they are trying to hold that center circle. Look at Alpha 7's rotation here, Zoo.
Yeah, they're wrapping down. They're wrapping all the way down to the southern side, and they're going to push in from the south. I think that's really peculiar to me. I mean, of course, they're wrapping into the side with potentially less players, but we'll see how it plays out.
Maybe they also did their research and they really understand which teams could be here, right? So they know that YKG is going to be in this area.
True.
So for me, they've already had a lot of success against them. So maybe they said, okay, you know, intense game lands in South George. Might be better for us to go against a team that we can have more success against.
That could be 100% true, Jigs. Dub Slayer's taking shots at the Panthers right now. Just some long-range exchanges.
Very nice.
Back and forth.
Little battle between these two squads. We've seen it happen quite a bit. Both of them sacrificing a player to each other. Looking at the map, not seeing any major fights break out just yet. You got N Hyper holding a very, very common spot right above this bridge. They're going to be holding it down, looking to gatekeep Loops, YKG as well. Alpha 7 barely starting to creak in that edge. You know, INCO, I said, one of those teams that I feel really need to start changing up their strategies, looking like they're just trying to do the same thing that they've done before.
Yeah. Alpha 7, they have edged into the zone on that southwest side. We see right here, next circle, it's going to be a big one. Tense game on the edge, Alpha 7 on the edge. Influence, a little bit more central influence can we see right there west of Pachinki. Circle shift, Jukes. Where do you think this one's going to go?
Towards Alpha 7. Never mind. Pachinki.
Oh, okay.
All right. Pachinki zone. That is going to spice things up a bit. Alpha 7 going to have to make that rotation, possibly across that open field too. That's going to be really interesting to watch. And Hyper already pushing their way in, and you got All Glory Gaming chilling at Pachinki.
I think N Hyper is actually taking that road right beneath Pachinki Hill. Yeah, you see
Dangerous
right here.
road.
It is a dangerous road, but if they get here early enough, they could hunker down here. Or are they going into Pachinki? We'll see soon. QZZ trying to do a little bit more scouting. Realizes it might be taken already. What's their backup plan? They have some time to work with because, you know, with this type of circle, the teams on top of the hill create a buffer zone for them. They're kind of using the other teams to their advantage.
That's exactly what's happening here. The Panthers holding this warehouse and the Chosen looking to fight them for it. Let's see if the Panthers can mount up a defense here. Uh-oh, Jaguar. Jaguar, Seba, I think it's just about to do an entire squad wipe onto INCO.
Ooh, the DBS coming in on the other fight right here. The Panthers mounting the push, I believe. No, Panthers defense. Any last one up. Oh no, he's got a teammate. DBS is coming through. The Panthers getting cut to shreds by these DBS. Is Stellar. He can't find it. Now it's down to the 1v1.
Chronix, can he do it? Anying has the advantage. TPP wise and gets him.
Nerf the DBS, man.
DBS used
Oh, and Hyper pushing.
Hyper with the push.
Push,
Right
push,
at the
push,
jump
push,
stairs.
push.
Third party could be coming out any second.
Yeah,
too.
no, third party's already there, Jukes.
Already
Block
there.
KG.
Just like that. You got to get that fight done quick.
No,
QZZ
no,
has
no, no, no,
to be able to
no,
clutch this
no,
up
no,
for his
no, no,
team.
no.
And Fears with that knock. Oh, it is not looking good for N Hyper, and I think they're going to go ahead and tailor off. Yeah, Kindness is tucking tail. I'm not sure if that was the play.
Yeah, I don't know. That was
so weird.
I'm happy to see N Hyper, you know, flip that aggression switch because a lot of times they don't. But that one in particular, huge question mark for me. Might be the nerves, might be the pressure. INCO down to their last one, and Abete, I think he's all but done for.
I think this is deserved, you know, for a team that is just kind of hoping for the luck of Alpha 7 doing bad. Yeah, it's going to be a tough bet for them. I think you got to really take that luck into your own hands, make your own, you know? Try to take them out early and make a play, but they went for what they've been doing and are going to get taken out here most likely to Loops. Loops, the team that really is going to benefit from these points here in Abete, and that is the way a player goes out.
Burn to a
INCO
crisp.
out.
INCO out. Next circle already about to pop out. ATON taking some shots at FLAMENGO. Next circle does shift down to southeast. Huge favorable shift for the Loops now. They got a chance to put on some huge points right now because Loops do have 4 up. N Hyper down to 2. They get the zone, but they're down on the manpower.
Really down on manpower here. If they would have kind of stuck with that spot they had a little bit earlier, I think that would have been good. There's a huge dip on the other side of the hill, the Pachinki. If they would have taken that and just hunkered down, they would have been
That's
set
what they
here.
were doing.
Yeah.
Oh.
FLAMENGO instead take this spot here. And ATON, Zohan, that could be a good nade. A little bit off. Here come the buggy plays. Zohan's going to bust out that DBS. Can he hit the shots, though? Couldn't get it done. Uzi.
Haven't heard the Uzi in a while. That thing shoots
Remember
so
that?
fast. And
Oh,
Rise
Alpha
War,
7!
Alpha 7! That's not even in
Mafioso.
zone, Jukes. This is not even in zone. Alpha
Oh.
7 just taking points, not even in circle.
Taking them to the bank, and now Influence Goski's going to have a good idea that that is where Alpha 7 is, and they have to get going into this next circle as well.
This is scary.
This is a
Look at this.
tough shift for them.
I mean, the fact that they just finish a fight so quick, in a blink of an eye, and immediately they're all in their vehicles looking for the next fight. Influence CHEMIN, however, you said it, they got the info that this is Alpha 7. Influence CHEMIN think they have a chance here. They're pushing up.
I think they realize too where they're at on the leaderboards. They need to shut down Alpha 7. They have no choice. Here comes Federal. Oh, with the side shots. I thought he was going to get that run over, but now they're in big trouble. Federal actually does go down. The rest of Influence has to clutch this up if they want that first place. They got to shut down Alpha 7, but Alpha 7 not going out just yet.
This is Alpha 7 in their prime right now. Give us all the fights.
Oh my gosh.
Give it to us all. Not even in the circle. Look at that. Even got time to shoot out some BM shots. Intense game. Intense
And
game
they
is here
survived.
as well. Oh my God, Jukes. I think this is
The angle. The angle, shooting the boxes could have been their demise there. And that is ridiculous. Here comes Adrian, full sending it with the buggy. And the rest of Intense game, they have to shut down Alpha 7 if they want to get first place, because they are on a rampage, and they're going to do just that. So finally, that Alpha 7 heat, that fire, stomped out by Intense game. Only a little ember that is
Mafioso is left.
Yeah, this ember could turn ablaze.
They still get L7 limbs, but we need to get points, or at least play for placement points this game.
This is Brazil. This is how the Brazilians get it done. We never see this in NA. NA teams, if they're near the top, oh, just play our own game. Not even a third party to be seen. That was wild to see. I mean, NA really has something to learn from this Brazilian region, how thirsty they are. Any opportunity.
All right, Kindness and GK first are middle of the zone. GK first going towards FLAMENGO.
5 eliminations.
I think he's scouting, but that's a very risky scout.
On YKG, so that's a really good start for them here. But now they have to make the defense against Intense Game. Looking to shut them down here.
Their position
You
is
also got
so
Mafioso
open. It's
keeping
not
an
good at
eye
all.
close eye, trying to see if
Oh,
he
the
can pick up some
zone.
stragglers, some more points for his squad, and make that lead
That's
just
such
that
an
much
open
bigger.
zone.
Can't forget about N Hyper, by the way. Next zone does shift right onto them, and they're in that road dip with 2 up still. So all that fighting, all that third party, really working out for N Hyper. They wish they still had 4 up at this point.
Mafioso steals another point and sees Chico. I mean, I talked about how it's just an ember left up for Alpha 7, but I'll tell you what.
Alpha 7
every
is still
single
getting
one of
kills,
these
bro.
players is just ridiculous. With this zone, he's going to have a tough time getting out of this one, but still, you never know. He might be able to steal another point as well.
Yeah, I think Intense Game are more focused right now on that position that YKG is holding, because if they get that hilltop position, they're in a great spot to close out the game. Adrian finding an off angle down to the northern side at the compound. YKG feeling the pressure. The nade doesn't hit. Ooh, doesn't do the damage.
So close. So close right there. Let's see if Cielo
Okay,
can
we
be able
got
to get another
another
one down
alarm.
range. Joey just holding this angle for now. Two minutes left on the clock as this is starting to close. The pressure starting to mount against Intense Game. Oh, and from the back, Joey gets beat up, and beautifully timed there from Intense Game. YKG just waited a little too long.
Yeah, YKG getting outclassed right now. They do get a trade right there. 1 down for each. Fierce needs to hit that shot. He needs to get that knock. That was a huge blunder right there, but 12K will get that one. 24K, huge shots. 2 left for YKG now.
Rise from Overnight, making some nice little pop shots over here. This is going to be an interesting game to predict who's going to win this one. So many different teams still up, full squads as well. You got Loops over there down in the south. You got Overnight all the way down as well. All Glory Gaming up north. I think that's really interesting. And a Tech Game, if they're able to finish off YKG unscathed, of course, they're going to be super dangerous.
And Intense Game lost 1 player, unfortunately. 2 left for YKG. Nade's coming in. Nothing has found the mark yet. 24K in the front lines. Fierce in the back lines. They got to find the first opening. If one of YKG goes down first, I think it's all but done.
Let's see how YKG can time this with 2. 24K up front. Looking to use that nade, and he gets it.
12
He's got the
points away
DBS
from
now. He's gonna
NHP right
pop
now.
up. Oh, he missed it.
Yeah.
Mistimed here. The DBS is going to come out. Nice little gun switch. 24K.
We
is
just need to
stuck.
hold
Just
it
trying to decide
just for a
who do I
little
go for
bit
here.
longer.
He's going to do the wrap.
Play for position.
This could be huge. Secure the point. Oh, Fierce! With the buggy, jumping right out like out of a movie. Making those DBS shots does go down. It's just 24K up. Switches to FPP. He gets 1. Can he go for the double? Why, 24K! Shutting down Intense Game. That's huge.
That's a big win. Alpha
Feel
7
so?
right there. Yeah, he's happy. Yeah, he's chuckling. Oh, look at this. N Hyper. Get the zone again.
That's good. IG's out. The issue is Alpha
I'm
7.
sorry, Jinx. I just kind of got laughed
And
at
we
that 'cause
need points.
all the top 5 teams battling it out to the death. Meanwhile, N Hyper, who made a blunder earlier, losing 2 of their players, is just like, well,
Chilling.
it's still working out for us.
Right? If they would have just
Stop
stayed
working.
there, they would have been so fine. So that that aggression, it was good to see, but at the same time, right, if they would have just been in that same spot, it would have worked out even better.
Yeah. Loops, the 5th place team, quite a ways away from first place now. They have 151, Alpha 7 with 185. Loops needs to win this one, and they can with 4 up.
They're
Although
chilling in the
team's
car.
really battered and bruised right now, so Loops, now's the time to go a little bit aggressive.
The players takes these photos, unfortunately.
And Overnight finally started to make a little bit of a push in here. And I like to see a lot more aggression from them. I mean, they're so far down on the leaderboards, it doesn't hurt, I think. But maybe looking to do something different and instead getting punished big time by Loops.
Blow up the cars. Blow up the cars. That's always a win, you know, if you blow up the cars.
Trying to survive the fire from 24K. More of the circles on the eastern side, though, so 24K will have to move. Same with Mafioso. This little ember is still burning, Jukes.
Little Ember with the pink backpack. Look at that. Also got that beautiful ornament on his backpack here. Let's see, Overknight fully smoking themselves out. They have zero vision and have opened themselves up to an absolute barrage of utility.
A lot of util. No openings yet. Loops, I said they need to go aggressive. I like to see them commit 3 people here. They need to remove this team out their side. So that, oh, one of them got knocked actually. Loops, Mythic, knocked and finished. He was finding the off angle down far in the south. You don't need to do that. You have the advantage with that hilltop side. Just do a 3-1. Huge oversight from Loops.
Huge oversight here. And N Hyper gonna shut down 24K. That's another point for N Hyper. N Hyper creeping up the leaderboards, but Alpha 7 Mafioso still up with 8 and now collecting placement points by the second. Maybe it's that Itadori Yuji ornament on his backpack. So, yep, you see it right there.
Oh yeah.
Tapping him up.
Overknights doing what they can to survive right now. Loops, I feel like they fumbled it. I know they're still alive with 3, but man, should have 4 here, and they should have Overknights already taken out. That's 4 elimination points and more control of the zone. They're still trying though. Chief putting in some shots. Get some shots in, but no knock, and it's a little bit too late. If you make too much noise now, you're getting third-partied. 2 minutes ago was the perfect time to do it, and they missed that window, in my opinion.
Let's see what the play is going to be as FLAMENGO. This is 7WG's pick. Wow, Gigante with the DBS shots out the Bugatti. Absolutely insane, just collecting up some big points. I thought All Glory Gaming could have been a decent pick here, but they just got absolutely torn apart.
Man, DBS also meta out of a side of a car? Is it really?
You know what? Might as well do it from long range too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the next thing we need to see, like a 100-meter knock with a DBS, like a 6x on the DBS, pop some shots and you knock the player.
We need to just, you know, make Car 98's ornamental at this point. I don't think I've seen one bolt action sniper in a Brazilian hand at all this tournament.
Oh.
That tells you something right there. Let's see what Ayala. Oh, just finally taking out Overknight. But here comes FLAMENGO. They've waited so long to finish this fight. They have opened up the door to third parties, and they lose a player. What?
Mafioso got one of the knocks onto Overknight still, so Mafioso's still putting up points.
What is this man on? Still alive? Collecting points? Yeah, that's 9 eliminations for Alpha 7. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So I was telling you, INCO, you cannot just give luck to these other players. You got to make your own luck. You can't just leave it to fate. You got to get it done yourself. Oh, he got the luckiest box right here. Special crate looking good. Look at that.
And Hyper was still 2 up. Imagine if they had 4. This would have been their. I mean, they could still win this. Like, yep, honestly, easily. FLAMENGO only has 3, and they have to fight Loops more than likely. Well, I don't want to say more than likely, but there's a chance FLAMENGO might lose 1, making it like a 2v1v1 situation. Mafioso, by the way, he has not only picked up 2 elimination points for himself as a solo, the amount of placement points he got escaping the death grip of Intense Game is crazy.
Let's see here how this is going to end up. Who do you think's going to win this one, too? Looking at it right now.
With that new zone shift, Alpha
Mafioso?
7? Alpha 7? Yeah, no, he's in a great spot.
This is ridiculous, dude.
I think FLAMENGO's going to come in. I think FLAMENGO's going to come in and fight in Hyper. Like, if they take down Cardozo early and just clear it out, FLAMENGO's going to have sightlines onto N Hyper. And, I mean, Mafioso's chilling right now. As long as he doesn't get spotted behind that bush, he is fine. And look, here it is already. They're looking at N Hyper.
I'm telling you, that is like the only zone that was going to work out for Mafioso. And he got it. It's crazy. Here goes Loops. All right. Taking out Gigante is going to be huge for them. It's just Cardozo left up for Loops.
Did they forget he was down there? So, 1 player on his own.
But he he has to cross the hill most likely. And I mean, it's really Flamengo's game here, actually, and
Not really.
or Mafiosos or Cardozan's win. Like,
Oh my gosh.
look, here comes Kindness.
We need Alpha 7 to
Catches
go
him
out.
at the perfect time.
I...
Oh, he rolled out of the open.
He's running out of the
Yes.
open. That's no
Wait,
good without
Mafioso?
clearing his
Does he have
side.
sidelines on this push onto
GK
that
first.
Hyper's making?
Oh, he's got the MG3. But
Oh.
Mafioso has been chilling this whole time. How has no one even looked in his direction? GK first needs this knock. He needs this knock.
Why no one has eyes on Alpha 7, dude?
Watching all this, he has to see these two people. He has to.
It
Come
looks like
on.
Mario's looking in the blue. He's covering his back. Unless if that's a
Hey,
visual glitch.
smart.
Oh, he's doing both.
Oh my god.
Making sure his pink helmet is not in view. Maybe
Getting all the info right now. Yeah.
GK first, sneaky, sneaky. Cardosan, jumpy, jumpy.
Oh my god, you're so close.
What is the play? This is the silence.
Yes.
He
Yes,
got
yes, 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 yes.
Okay, GK first. Finally taking out FLAMENGO Esports. That one
My
has got
god.
to hurt.
Oh, he's gonna get them. He's
Seven
gonna
of
get
them kicking rocks at this
them.
point.
Moment of truth. Oh,
Kindness.
he
He's
missed
gotta hit
his
these.
frag.
Get him, get him, get him, get him.
Pressure. Cardosan down on the Mafioso. But how does Mafioso secure a top 3 finish?
It's not.
No.
This one
With
down.
Oh, 1v1. Cardozan
1v1.
and Hyper.
GK first. He actually got a shot here. This is gonna be huge. GK first has the advantage.
Don't die, don't
He
die,
should be able
don't
to
die,
win
don't
this.
die, don't die,
Who's gonna
don't
win
die.
it?
HP advantage. GK first. Cardozan at half HP. Shots back and forth. GK first. He's gonna peek his head out. Gets the shots in. I was saying, Loops made a big mistake not taking out Overknights and losing a player, but they still get the. Oh wait, Loops didn't get the win. I'm sorry.
That's right.
Happened way too fast. N Hyper gets the win, so Loops do fumble the bag. N Hyper, hey, I was saying like they lost 2 players for no reason, but hey, they still got the chicken dinner. However, with an
Clutch it up.
with an asterisk, Alpha 7
Oh.
in first place, and they still got a whole lot of points. So hey, maybe this works out. And Hyper don't take first place. That's what we all wanted. Or maybe
Yeah, I
they
guess.
are first place. I don't know.
No, I don't think we're
I
first place
doubt it. I
because
mean, it's
Alpha
crazy.
7
I mean,
plays replacement
They
and they
still
have a lot
got,
of
what was it, 9 or 10
eliminations.
Mafioso got, and a 3rd place finish. It was ridiculous just to think about how that zone worked out. How he's able to still snake his way. We called it just a little ember.
A7
right?
had chance
That's a
to win if
full-fledged
he
bonfire by
shot
himself.
at N
This
Hyper way
Alpha 7
earlier.
team is just doing the most ridiculous things right when it counts. Getting very fortunate zones too right there towards the end. I mean, everything just seems to be working out in their favor. All they got to do is just continue with what they've been doing, and they should be able to get the dub, because I don't see any team that is hunting them down at all, right? Or trying to disrupt.
No,
what
they tried. They tried.
Who did?
Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN tried, and
Oh,
Intense
that's true.
Game tried.
Yeah.
And hey,
In the late game. In the late game. In the late game. All right, guys. So we still got 2 more games. All right,
2 more
we're gonna crown a
games.
champion at the end of this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Not 2 more games. We got 3 more games left, right? I think. We actually got 3 more games left. Or is today only 5 games? No, we have 3 more games left. Miramar, Vikendi, and Erangel. GG's. Okay, I'm gonna set up the giveaway in a bit, guys. I wonder if Mosa's awake.
I hope I'm not
Alright.
too harsh in saying this, but that last match was a bit of a dumpster fire for quite a few different reasons, and it came down to which team could salvage the
Alright, guess
best.
a number between 1 and
Somehow
60 guys
N
to
Hyper
win
come out the
340
best
UC.
team there after losing to extremely early to YKG, and might have just put themselves potentially in first place, or at least close enough now to make Alpha 7 not feel confident whatsoever. Guys, that last match, it had so many different things happening, and I still don't even know how to really break that fully down with whatever all went down.
Where do we start?
I don't know. I don't know. As you said, it was salvage matches. We thought that like Loops had a really strong position, and to be fair, Cardozo did do some good salvaging on.
Alright, we
his own,
have a
but it was
winner.
nothing
Congratulations,
compared to the run that
Hunter.
N
Oh,
Hyper
we
and
got
A7
18
had.
points.
It looked like halfway through that game that those two teams were out, but double-digit points for both of them. I mean, Loops as well, still trying to stay in the mix, but with the rate that N Hyper and Alpha 7 are going, the fact that you can't even guarantee that they're going to go out early by taking a couple eliminations on them, this is looking like it might just be a two-horse race at this point.
I mean, and for Loops, it was a big question mark, right? Especially from you in the last second saying that you might have called them.
Can I
just
get your
saying
ID,
they wanna be able
Hunter?
to challenge. That little
Thank
push right there with 12
you.
points, obviously Alpha 7 still able to get more points than N
For
Hyper
the
able to get more
ID.
points.
Yeah.
It's good for them to at least
I
feel like,
don't
okay, we
remember
still
what was
have a
the
chance,
number.
right?
I
That
didn't
is
look
a
at
team
it
that
because I'm
can
busy
do
doing some other
great
things.
performances, as we just saw,
But
being
we're
able
gonna
to
pick
salvage
2
some of that
winners
stuff too.
because
Going back to
N
Alpha
Hyper
7
got a
though,
chicken dinner,
what
so we do
shocked
double
me,
the
man, is
prize.
that Alpha 7,
So
and the casters
we're gonna
mentioned
pick
this
another
too,
winner for
they decided
340
to shoot the
UC.
boxes of
Guess a
Influence
number
Gaming
between 1
once they
and
eliminated
60.
that
Good
team,
luck.
and that gave just the right amount of time for Intense Game to push onto them and to end up eliminating 3 of their players.
I mean, who would have thought YKG would be the team to play spoiler this entire match? Because not only did they knock and finish 2 players from N Hyper, they also finished off IG, who ended up third party in Alpha 7 and cleaned them up, except Mafioso, obviously. Like, YKG basically just took a spanner, threw it in the works.
You know what kind of hurt seeing that YKG performance too, that it was 24K clutching it up for his team as he was able to do previously in NA, in PMPL NA. It kind of leaves just some hopes. Hopefully this team comes back next season stronger, and I kind of wanted to mention 24K, great performances, man.
The winner
24K has
is
always been the standout player
Usmanur.
for me. I know Joey's the more dramatic one,
Congratulations.
not only in just personality
Can I
and
have your ID,
notoriety,
please?
but even just inside the game itself, going for the big wide flanks, going for those roaming plays, sort of cracking
You
open
won
some of the
340
opposing holds, but it's always
UC.
based around 24K, being able to deliver and being
Thank
the
you
sort of
for the
central rock
ID.
hold of that team, which is why I was disappointed that he wasn't able to play all of the matches this weekend, that they had to have him send in and the whole sort of rotating
Match
roster
number
situation. But
4.
like 24K, that is the player on
We will
YKG
have
that they need to
another
put all of their force
340
behind
UC
going
giveaway, guys.
Okay. Big statements.
So, next giveaway after the next match.
To see if they do that. But let's take a look yet again here at our top 2 teams between N Hyper and Alpha 7 in this last match. And a little bit of a head-to-head here, because this was extremely important. If I'm not mistaken, Mafioso, the last person alive for Alpha 7, was it 2 elims he got by himself? And then he knocks Kindness to allow potentially Loops to get the victory?
I know Alpha 7 didn't get the win. It was in Hyper, but I'm actually more impressed.
We
with
got
what
8
Mafioso
eliminations
was
this
able to
game?
do, because he was
Nice.
just
I didn't
alone
think
by
we got
himself.
that
He was
many
able to
elims.
position himself in great spots, and it kind of goes back to what we're saying with Alpha 7. It doesn't matter if the whole team gets eliminated, as long as one of them survives. They can definitely step up, and Mafioso was able to do that. And the fact that he was able to just willingly take on fights when he was on the backstep, like, that was just so impressive to me.
Yeah. No, like, honestly, again, and it's the fact that these teams are delivering when we are down to the wire and the pressure is at its greatest. Alpha 7 in the lead, as we expected, didn't collapse under that pressure, and then N Hyper chasing. They're really good at doing that. They are really good at chasing. They're not giving up under the pressure at all. They know they need to make those final few steps, and at this rate, it is looking like it's going to be a head-to-head between these 2 teams until the very end.
And Hyper winning the match, not having all 4 players.
Yes.
Say it. Cameron, you have something you wanted to break down for us here with the illustration. What is it and why?
Yes, honestly, I'm just really happy that these teams at the top are going for the massive plays that they absolutely need to. So I just want to look at the fight that's, I guess, the engagement, the whatever you want to call it, that's happening around here. Ooh, a little bigger. Happening around there between Influence and A7 fighting each other out. And yeah, sure, you can criticize A7 for shooting the boxes of Influence. but they're going for the fights against the teams that they absolutely need to beat. This is high impact elimination points that they're getting because it's points for them and it's less points for their opponents. But the bigger thing is that IG up here at the top, they could have made a rotation to the east, but they saw that fight and they said that is an opponent that we want to take out. We are going to push onto them and then clear their chances, because A7 just recently overtook Intense Game on the overall leaderboards. Intense saw the opportunity for, if we take this team out right now, that's going to open us up to reclaim the first spot,
on the work
especially
you're
because
doing. Thank
N
you
Hyper
so
had
much.
already
Appreciate
lost a
it.
couple of members, and they did a really good job. They almost took all of A7 out. It was Mafioso, the lone member, getting away.
But
and then
still, I
pulling
think
his own
Alpha 7 is still
individual
ahead of us, even though we
amazing
got a good amount
maneuvers.
of
But
points.
either way, this was a good play by Intense Game to go
Alpha
for
7
this.
also
The
got a
idea
good
behind
amount of
this
points, which is not
was
good for
absolutely
us.
clinical, great, and it's the playmaking
We need
that
Alpha
you
7
want
to
do
go
at
out
the end of the tournament.
early,
Let me ask you your
guys.
opinion, right? Because we actually discussed this in the green room. Intense Game and Influence CHEMIN were basically right next to each other before Influence CHEMIN decided to rotate into Alpha 7. I'm assuming, and I want to know if you agree with this, that Intense Game kind of rotated into that fight, maybe expecting Alpha 7 to be wounded, but they actually weren't wounded. They didn't lose a single player. No one was knocked.
Yeah.
And I think they almost got a little bit lucky there that they were able to close those knocks so quickly.
So during that, by the way, if you saw, Intense Game actually had one player in a vehicle, and it seemed like he was scouting to go east, like you were mentioning. And as soon as Alpha 7 finished that elimination of Influence CHEMIN, you could see them. They all got into vehicles and they decided to push in for that. Whether it was weak or not, whether Alpha 7 was weak or not, it didn't matter to them. They knew that they needed to make a statement right there. They were able to at least get 3 players. And as I mentioned earlier, it kind of helped out Intense Game that Alpha 7 took a little bit longer and decided to shoot those boxes.
Yeah, let's take a look at our overalls here really quickly, but I do want to say this. I'm so impressed by Intense Game to make that decision and go. Because I feel
3
like
points
most teams
between.
would have been like, oh, okay, well, let them get the limbs. We're still going to play for the late game. We're still gonna
3
play for
points
placements.
between
But
us
instead,
and
Intense
Alpha
Game's
7.
Like, no, we're going to put the future in our own hands, right?
Yeah.
And we went for the fight.
Yeah.
I think this is definitely why, because right now they're currently sitting 21 points behind Alpha 7 and N Hyper, following them very, very close. As you were mentioning, Cam, I mean, N Hyper is really, really good at following. Once again, I'm glad to not see them there in first place, and Alpha 7 being able to, at least Mafioso being able to clutch it up for his team there. Loops Esports being able to move up
Alright,
now
we
from
need the
5th place to
team
4th
to
place, and this is what I was
go
kinda talking about.
hardcore.
The gap is increasing in a big, big way. If after this match they're not able to get at least 15 to 20 points from Loops
That's
Esports,
very
I think
true.
it's
They
time
need to make huge
actually, from my side,
mistakes.
count them out.
More than that, if they don't end this final game with a strong double-digit win, like over 20 points gained overall, there's no chance for them.
I'll take it even further. If Alpha 7 or Intense Game don't go out early, then Loops doesn't have a chance to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, because it's, what, 29 points or about 30 points for Loops below first place. Yeah, you can make 30 points. Loops can make 30 points in 3 games, but that's if the 3 teams above them make it nothing 3 games in a row.
Exactly. Well, we're about to head into our next match, but I want to remind you guys once again to get your votes in of your favorite teams or who you think is going to win here over in the YouTube chat, because we love to see who you are supporting. I think there's a lot of A7 and Hyper supporters going on right now. But you know what? We're going to actually go with
Vote for NHP. Vote for N Hyper.
3 left to go. We're heading back to Miramar for the last time of this event. Take it away, boys.
Already?
Preach, Jason. Preach. I couldn't have said it better myself, right? If you want to get first place, you gotta stop Alpha 7. The gap is too thick right now. If you're Loops, you can decide to leave it up to fate and see if Alpha 7's gonna choke, right? I have a brain, Zute, so I would not put my money on that, right? If you want them to get out early, you're gonna have to do it yourself. Loops, what are you gonna do this game? That is my question. Zute, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to look at is actually, you said it, Loops. Loops are in a point position where they have to do something big for a chance at getting that first place, and that means taking out Alpha 7. But the problem is, N Hyper is only 2 points behind Alpha 7. So it's not like you cut off the head of the giant and that's it. There's another one in the midst, right? N Hyper. And N Hyper, that's a team that's just playing so consistent today. It is tough for the teams that aren't in the top 2. Intense Game, they're falling a little ways behind. You see right there on the points, 170 right here. So, ooh, that's a 21-point difference.
That's too
first
big.
Place.
That is
Yeah,
too
that's
big.
That's a big point difference as well.
Oh, man. Intense Game is probably the only squad that could just say to themselves right now, all right, all we gotta do is just get a big chicken dinner right now. Like, okay, that's fine. But everybody else, you gotta start knocking on the door of Alpha 7. Oh, I see what you're circling here, Zute.
Yeah, the top two teams in Hyper, and Alpha 7's going to go towards El Pozo. So I'm going to leave these circles up here for now, and we're going to see on the first circle that pops up what teams they have to watch out for on their rotation in. Particularly, can Loops cause some trouble for them? Can Influence CHEMIN cause some trouble for them? And with this zone, oh man, it's pretty good for Alpha 7 and N Hyper, to be honest.
It really is. It really is, especially for Alpha 7. They're going to be able to get all the loot they want and more. So they're going to be pretty set up for this game. And once they take El Pozo, they're going to be tough to even deal with because they're going to be so set up. I see you're circling over here by Loops.
Yeah.
Hacienda. Intense game as well.
So these are the two teams that need to take out, either Alpha 7 or N Hyper. And both teams, have one of those beasts to either side of them. N Hyper coming in on Loop's side. Alpha 7 will be coming in on Intense Game side.
All right, well, this is where champions are made, right? It all ends up right here towards the tail end of this tournament. Alpha 7 have proven that they can get it done regardless of the situation, and they're super fortunate, right? They got some really blessed zones these past couple of matches, and they absolutely crushed it. Now their Miramar stats, not too hot compared to their other maps, okay? But with the lead that they've given themselves, they only have a 2-point lead on N Hyper, where I think N Hyper has had a lot more success here. So Alpha 7's got to play this very diligently. They got a very good zone here, playing path, Oppo, so all to themselves, so they're going to be looted out to the T. Yeah, you can see that N Hyper definitely has a nice bump in stats to Miramar compared to them.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they stick to their playstyle, coming in from the outside of the zone and fighting their way in. Miramar, definitely the hardest map.
It is a very exciting championship
Sanhok,
because there's so many
easy.
teams that are so
Skirmishes, you
close
gotta
to
be
winning.
quick, and you just outgun them. Miramar, I mean, you can outgun a team, but you're taking casualties if they are in a stronger position, like a high ground position. And I don't know if Alpha 7's going to switch it up on this Miramar. If they just go more central, right? In Hyper, that's what they do. They just go more central on the high ground. And, well, Miramar, there's a lot of high ground to be had.
All right, well, who's going to get that high ground first? Intense Game already centering up in this zone, getting ready for this one. And man, they were really just in a solid position yesterday, and now they're about to lose this tournament if they do not plop out a good performance right here, right now, at least in my eyes. They're really close to Royals of 4, and that's a team that has really struggled. They're in second to last place now, so if there's any team that you want to fight, it could be this one. But at the same time, they got nothing to lose right now, so they could be playing very, very loose, and it could be very unpredictable as well.
100%. N Hyper, they're rotating in. Same with Loops. I don't see any traps being set up just yet. Of course, the circle being so big, have to get, set up at least before taking some engagements. Looking at the minimap, Jukes, looks like everyone else just taking their time. No real fast rotations. INCO coming in from Picado ever so slowly. We've got teams looting up on the edges of the map still.
ATON Esports just getting looted up as well. Not really someone we need to be focusing on right now. Focus definitely on these top squads because that #1 position is what it is all about. And you see Intense Game right there on the minimap, everybody. INCO Gaming. I think it's toast for INCO at this point. Zoo, what do you think? Nail in the coffin?
Yeah, I think so. They're 137 versus 191 out of the first place team. So INCO's, for me, the contentions are for first place, N Hyper, Intense Game, Loops, and Influence. If Influence pull off something big, they got a chance though.
Well, only this one and 2 more matches left to go. So with 3 games, You can still put up some good points, but with this point system and how all these teams are playing, it's going to be so hard. I think it's about that time, Zute, that we start talking about the final game shenanigans that we're going to see, okay? Last game of the day, of the tournament, right? Throughout history, we have seen almost like half the lobby gone super early on. I think we see some teams just fully give on up and just start full sending everybody. You think that's something we're going to see here in Americas?
I think so. I think so. It's quite obvious the Brazilian teams, it's first or nothing for them based on that last match, right? They went for Alpha 7's head when they got a chance to. So when it comes to the last game, you might see a team just hot drop Alpha 7 even, potentially, to try and, you know, deny the points and then get a huge game themselves and steal that first place away. That is if Alpha 7 is in first place coming into the last match. And Hyper, quick question for you. They're only 2 points away from first place. Do you want them to get first place, or do you want them to stay in second going into the last game?
Oh, I don't know. Oh man, go ahead. Oh,
No,
driving
no.
right into. I was looking at the mini map for a second, and N Hyper driving right into loops. This is dangerous. You make
Go
it
down
out.
the hillside.
Drive
There you go.
away,
Out
drive
of the
away.
sidelines.
All right, second place. Second place, the answer now. After that one, right? You know, just stay close in second. I think that's going to be the most important thing. But you know what? I want to say that, but my gut too at the same time is saying get into first, because with how lucky Alpha 7 has gotten so far in this last day with these zones, I just do not want to leave it up to them. You know, I think you want to be able to get some points just in case you get a really rough go at it in the last couple games.
We'll see. Next circle about to shift. Second circle, Miramar. This is going to be a huge shift, more than likely. I hope it doesn't center up. I want to see something interesting, because you do have, you know, 7 on the left side and Hyper on the right side. If we get a hard shift, it could be huge for one team and not the other. Coming into this circle shift, Jukes. This is going to be a big one.
Where is this circle going to go? Is it going to center on up, which we've seen pretty traditionally here in Miramar? Or will we see another lucky hard shift for Alpha 7 and we get an Oposo finish? Oh boy. All right, well that luck seems to have run a little bit thin here, Zute, as Alpha 7 gonna have to make a very intense rotation.
Yeah, this Alpha 7 rotation, it's just all rough terrain going into the circle. Alpha 7, we could see them doing rapid rotation.
This is
from
very
any wraps to
difficult
any
for the
side,
guys
right?
as
Like
well.
If Alpha 7 comes down here, or even like around the top, the problem with that is this is all high ground. They got another mountaintop up here, and this is another high ground area. This is going to be a really tough one for Alpha 7
And
to
Hyper
figure out.
lost a
Meanwhile,
player,
N Hyper,
no.
they get a good one. Intense game, sitting right in front of Alpha 7 as well right there. And it looks like Alpha 7 is going to be charging into intense game.
Alpha 7 cannot afford to go out early, and intense game, I talked about it, right? I think intense game need to take him out. They have to finish him out early here if they want to go in. The Panthers versus Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN need to have a monster game right now and cannot afford to go after the Panthers here.
No, they cannot. Nate's going back and forth. No openings just yet. I did catch N Hyper knocking a player just now, so maybe N Hyper's already set up in a decent spot. This fight yet completely fully blow out. Quan coming in hot, wrapping around the backside. Kawiski though on the outside looking in.
Let's see what Quan's looking to do. Can he go ahead and get this initial knock on a Federal? He's starting to pre-fire. Oh, that DBS ever so deadly. Gotta watch out for that. Quan's gonna has a nade locked and loaded for him. And that knock from Federal is gonna open things up. We might start seeing Influence really start pressing this.
Yeah, the
Quan gets
Panthers
thirsted.
looking trapped right now with this side of Influence. Not able to do much. Not much room to move around because they have a player on the outside covering all the angles. Low Boy taking a shot now at this weekend Panthers team. Nate, a lot of pre-fire catches the edge. That's huge.
Blows the arm off of Little Boy there, and now Nate looking to take advantage of that knock. Federal gonna have to do some more work for his squad. Can he clutch this up for his team? He needs to. Little boy, Federal, trying to keep his team alive. Gets a huge knock right there on a Zuko. And I believe it's only one player up left for the Panthers. Here's Chronix with the jump down.
Chronix making his return today. No shots hitting. Switches to the M4, 1v2 situation.
Oh, he's gonna secure this point, though. He's gonna secure this point. Yep.
Oh,
Definitely. Oh, and Law with a beautiful shot takes out Chronix, but Influence CHEMIN lose 2 in the process.
that's too much of a loss. That
Too
is
much of a loss.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could before early game we could talk about how 4 points is okay. It's not here. Like, they are too far down the leaderboards. They want first place. They need 20.
Loops taking a fight now with Royals of War. Loops, the 4th place team. They need to clean this one out without
Can't lose
losing
anybody.
a single player.
Yeah.
That circle has already popped up too. Alpha 7 on that southern side, and Hyper already made it onto that high ground. Intense game on that northwest edge. They just need to scooch in a little bit.
Welcome back, Demon.
Let's see what Loops.
I wonder if they're running with their companions when dead. Maybe.
That is such a tough nade, Dreamsy. Oh, and a huge off-angle knock. Loops devastated. It's just Cardosen left up. He clutched it up for his team in the last game, Zute. This man all by himself was able to secure a 2nd place finish. But can he bust out a 20 elimination chicken dinner? No, he can't do it by himself.
The Royals of War, call them the Titan Slayers.
Dude, they are.
We wiped out Alpha 7. Oh, hold on.
What?
Alpha 7.
Joey,
What happened here?
why?
Alpha 7 down to 2.
Yay!
Yay!
Knocking on the door of the great Alpha 7, and they are in big trouble now. Huge play from YKG, and look at this. Oh, actually, it was a tense game. Diego from the top, finishing Mafioso.
I mean, I showed it on the map feed earlier. No matter which way Alpha 7 goes, it is high ground. This was the toughest rotation for them to make. I'm not surprised they ended up losing 1 to 2 players. That was the worst circle shift for Alpha 7 possible. No matter how many plans they had, it is just high ground that they have to just bum rush into.
Goodness gracious here. Oh, Alpha 7 cut at the knees. N Hyper, they did lose a player early on too, so N Hyper, this is their chance, right? Really their chance to put a monster game on the board and extend their lead.
Come on.
into
Come on,
glory.
N Hyper.
Okay, Fears.
They'll get first place. They'll end up in
First
first.
place?
This is match number
I don't know
4.
about that, Jukes.
Give it to him. Give it to him. Why
They're
not?
gonna choke it. They're gonna
They're
end up
not.
choking
They're
it.
not. They're not. In Hyper, you gotta believe. You gotta believe.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
Let's see if they can do it here. Fears. Putting in some work against Dope. 2 teams super low on the leaderboards. YKG crippling Alpha
Ooh.
7. That's gotta hurt here. That's a nice nade down to Bray.
Oh, that's a self nade.
That is. That is. Let's see. YKG with a monster game here. Yeah, they're not even gonna get back to 8th place. So I was trying to see if they can even get some more points. But hey, you never know. YKG could be going for the style points also. You never know what kind of statistics they have.
Oh, third party from Intense Game.
Oh, this is huge.
Knock on to Joey. Yeah, here comes Intense Game. They need these points. They want these points. And I'm pretty sure they have a laser eye focus on that elimination feed, and they know Alpha 7 is hurt here. Here comes Intense Game. These are the beasts you need to worry about.
2 points in total. Intense game, circling around like sharks. Looking, they smell that blood in the water, and it's opened up. Actually, as Adrian gets finished too, that's really tough. Chico with the DBS. Man, it's so hard to push these players with these DBSs. Oh my gosh. Chico, the man, the myth, the legend, shutting down the dreams of Cielo. Bad animation. 24K.
Animation cancel. That's new. Another
Another one.
animation cancel fake. It is so close. It's so tight. Joey goes down.
24.
Both are reloading.
Bop, bop. Here goes.
Eh?
M4.
Oh, jump shot.
24K is
Wiggle out the
actually
side.
went for it.
Oh.
Wow. I'm surprised he didn't go for that DBS play.
Oh, it's not done yet.
It's not done yet.
Ooh.
Hayuya, 1 HP.
Hope it's still here.
Half an HP. Pump shotgun.
Oh my
Jump
god.
shot. The jump shot. Intense.
Oh my
aim.
god.
7 eliminations. Where are they at? Okay, they had 100 and... Oh my goodness. They're creeping up. they are creeping up here, especially with Alpha 7 crippled like this. They're going to have the same amount of players, but a 7-point elimination advantage. If N Hyper go out with a goose egg here, and so does Alpha 7, intense games in the mix.
The problem is, Jukes, and Hyper got a really good zone shift.
Yes, they did. Yes,
and Hyper
they did.
got another really good zone shift, and they still have 3 up. Oh man, and Hyper is getting, they got blessed last game, and it looks like they're getting blessed this game. I mean, if it hard shifts to the west, then N Hyper have a tough task for themselves, but N Hyper's looking really good right now, as far as the position in the circle goes.
Oh, baby. All right. Well, let's see if N Hyper can hold
Who did we
on
lose
just
in
a little bit
NHP? I don't know
longer, 'cause
yet.
it's only this match and 2 more left, and we're crowning our America's champion right here. And so far, there's really, I mean, there's technically 5 squads, right? What's another team here that could possibly get it done? Loops is done for. That's gotta hurt. Flamengo, if they get a win here and another good game, they could be still in the fight.
Potential. Oh. Uh-oh. Diego. I don't think he has time to go for that revive. Oh, no. Diego.
That's gotta hurt. That has got to hurt. Intense game. Cielo, and that's the team you're gonna. Okay, I was about to say, if there's any team you do not want to feed points to, it's that one right there.
Cielo makes it in. He's not gonna get the next circle though. Alpha 7 still with 2, but in a terrible position if they don't get the circle. Same with intense game Cielo. Here comes that circle shift. We'll see where it goes. And Hyper chilling on the east side of that power grid. You can see right there to the right of the D. And they got that huge compound to work with too, so even if it hard shifts to the west, that compound might be in zone.
Let's see where it decides to pop on over to. Is he gonna center up? Either a pretty, rock solid onto N Hyper. This is their chance, right?
Come
Hey, you know
on,
what?
and Hyper.
Now, Alpha 7, they have gotten that luck early game, and Hyper finally getting a bone thrown their direction here, this one. But can they finish, Dute? That's the question, right? They got all the opportunity. They cannot make any complaints at all. It's their game to win.
Oh, here's that quick replay, man. This was
Brutal.
probably the most intense 1v1 that we've seen. The back-to-back 1v1 too, man.
I don't think I've
really
seen
clutching it out.
I don't think I've seen one player going left win a fight like that at this level. Like really, the right side lean peak is just so critical.
Yeah. INCO rotating in. INCO's still with 4, but yeah, they're pretty far down on that leaderboard now.
And by the way, for everybody hearing, when it comes to these TBP advantages, right? All the characters in this game, right? They're all right-handed. You can see everyone's holding that M4. So if you're sweeping to the right side and against another player that's sweeping to the left, your gun is going to be a couple frames ahead of that person sweeping left. So you're going to have a little bit of an advantage, and you can just see players just using that big time to get these dubs.
Yeah, right-hand peak advantage for sure. Every little advantage, you got to take it into account. INCO Gaming taking out Royals of War here pretty soon. I mean, they do have one player on the flank for Royals of War that could cause some issues. Yep. W or M2M. Can he make something happen? Loses sight, loses vision. And Alpha 7. Uh-oh. Down.
Double down.
Texa.
Okay. All right. Well, Texa, it's time to utilize some of that mafioso magic we saw.
When I peek, I use the right one.
Can you do it though? Can you do it? Can you be
Because you see less
America's champion yourself? It's gonna be tough. ATON Esports
of the
flying
body
under pressure
if you
here.
you get
0 points so far,
your
and
body
I think if
doesn't
they go
lean out
here,
as
it
much
is going to
if you
be a
peek right
goose egg
instead of left.
for Alpha 7, but they do. Revel able to crawl his way to a nice res. That's gonna help his team out so much here. All right. Let's take a look here at the rest of this match. INCO up on top with 4 points. I think it's a little too late. If they could bust out a 20-point chicken dinner and then
Left is also
in the
kind of
next game,
difficult.
then we could see them fight for that top spot, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah. I can't see a team getting back-to-back chickens when it's getting this late in the tournament. I mean, everyone
That's
is
true.
just. It is so difficult at this point. Like I feel like everyone's playing at another level right now. So tough task. Yet 2 chickens in a row. Zone closing in. Jukes N Hyper still just chilling. No elimination points really for the side of N Hyper. They're just playing that positional advantage for now, and see how much.
Please
more
come to
points
us.
they can
Come
get
to us,
next
the zone.
circle.
About to pop. It's gonna go right on the middle. Yep.
Oh, thank gosh.
Dead center circle. Nothing too unpredictable. I see that you picked All Glory Gaming, Zute. All right.
Yeah.
First of all, as an NA resident, how dare you? I'm kidding. Second of all, right, what made you decide to pick All Glory Gaming compared to N Hyper? Everyone else has picked N Hyper. Why did you pick All Glory Gaming?
I mean, if they can hold a good defense, they're in a good spot. They have 4 up, and Hyper only has 3. And with the way this circle shifted, it's going to create like a little buffer for them too. I don't think anyone's going to manage to full smash into their compound. I think everyone around them is just going to get whittled down as the zones continue. INCO might try to do that. We'll see in a little bit though. And Hyper, they're in a great spot, don't get me wrong, but they only have 3, and there is a team, Overknights, that could push them and isolate them in a 4v3.
Zute, how could you lie to everybody watching straight to their face just like that? How could you do that to them? Because I know the truth. I know the answer, Zute. The reason why you pick All Glory Gaming is because you want N Hyper to stay in 2nd place, right? Because you're low-key rooting for them, right? You want them to stay in 2nd place, so that way they can make 1st place later on. I see you. I see what you're doing.
Okay, you caught me. You caught me. It's in the grand scheme of things, right?
Right.
And Alpha 7's still alive, man. If Alpha 7 gets that crazy zone shift.
This would be ridiculous. Alpha 7 gets this shift again, right? 3 zone shifts back to back. I am eating my shirt. That is crazy.
I mean, no, they're having to rotate every zone shift.
I mean, they are. But I mean, I'm talking about three games, right? With the final circle.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see if that ends up happening as INCO getting shredded by FLAMENGO. This is the team right above them. This is a big fight here because these are 2 teams desperate to try and have a crazy game here and try to get in the run of that top 3. I mean, heck, even if you get 2nd place, that's still big money here, Zute.
Casualties going both ways, though. FLAMENGO lost 1. GC got knocked. This should be a clean one. Oh, Jaguar coming in from another angle. That is INCO out. Alpha 7?
Alpha 7.
Did he get a knock? He did?
Oh my gosh, he caught it. We'll see, and he's going to get the secure. Oh, he goes down!
You see how desperate he is for points.
It's kindness. That was kindness from N Hyper that knocks Rebel there. But I do believe that he might have gotten that finish onto that player from Jaguar. Yes, I believe. No, actually, I don't.
No, it's still 0 points.
Yeah, still 0 points. So what a shot from kindness saying, N Hyper. We're staying in 2nd place for now, you know?
Oh, GK first knock. GK first finished off.
Oh, brutal. That's from ATON Esports. So N Hyper getting picked apart down to 2 players left. And with this zone, how many players are up? It's going to be tough. A lot of teams are pretty much beat up right now. Except for, you know, ATON, All Glory Gaming, still rocking all 4. Next zone about to pop on over. Will it go to Alpha 7? Will we see a hard shift to the southwest? Is it possible? It centers up.
Oh, I think Alpha 7's done. There's not a dip that they could really use in the next zone. They're just going to be exposed here.
And they realize it.
That boulder not in the zone. ATON looking their way. It is done for Alpha 7. And Hyper's going to keep surviving, though, unless Overknights pushes and takes them out.
This is why we stress so often, right? When you do get that final circle, you have to get a chicken dinner and get a ton of eliminations as well. You have to fully maximize it because the times you don't, it's going to be difficult. And you can see Alpha 7 still hunting down, trying to make something happen, get some points on the board here desperately because there's still 8 teams alive, Zute. And if my memory serves me correctly, I mean, this is, what, 1 point total if they go out now?
I almost want to see Alpha 7 just send 1 player for a huge spoiler roll position. Like, keep him out even towards the blue and get a knock onto ATON on the back at a point. A two-man push right out in the open. I mean, they're both just asking to get cut down. There's already one. Revo already getting tagged up hard to the likes of N Hyper, no less. And is that a rock that he found that Revo's behind?
I think he did.
Oh, is it
Can
in
they
zone?
just
It's not
like
in zone.
eliminate
It's not in
Alpha
zone,
7
though.
Yeah,
already?
he's gone. He's gone. You can see him just hunting. This is desperation. You see that? Just left to right seeking. He's like a heat-seeking missile trying to find a knock player, anything he can get. So he can steal a point. Oh, and he might have found, never mind. Going right back on over.
Alright,
And
Kindness,
here's a
Guts,
big
and
battle.
Attack
Here
Seth.
goes Flamengo starting to push
We
him
got
off the board
one.
again. This is your pick, Zute. Flamengo taking out Jaguar. That's some good points for them. But here come the nades raining out from All Glory Gaming.
Yeah, only 2 up for Flamengo.
That's off.
4 up
On.
for the side of All Glory Gaming. Alpha 7 out. I don't think they managed to get a point. They didn't get that desperate point they were looking for. Not in the form of elimination points anyways. Down to the final few teams. 5 teams left. N Hyper, ATON, and Overknights on the eastern side. Trying to battle for King of the Hill now. N Hyper, they could have 3 up here. I don't know how GK first got knocked and thirsted, but that is a huge member down for the team.
Brutal loss. They do still have that highest of high grounds, and like you said, 99% victory chance. But is that apply when they only have 2 players, Zute?
I don't think so, no. They get the zone again.
What's
So
the
they just need
percentage
a defense. Right now, if Ren gets this first knock, 80% chance of winning.
There's one.
Okay. Here we go.
Right. Reload. Gets caught. Oh, the reload too. Oh, Kindness.
Betrayed.
No, 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 no.
Third party. A third
No,
party,
no,
though,
no,
is
no, no.
brutal. Overnight shutting down N Hyper.
No!
And I don't know how many points. Yeah, only 2 eliminations there. 5th place finish. That's gonna be brutal. It's really All Glory Gaming have a huge chance here to put up some big points.
Yeah, Overknights finishing up the fight here. And I think they will. Yeah, ATON down to 1. It's going to be a 4v4 to close off the game. Quick knock, though, onto All Glory Gaming, but I think Overknights are going to take a little bit of a chill pill. Both teams are going to reset here. 4v4 situation. And we are going into stage 9 after this. So who's got more control of the center zone? I think Overknights have more positional power for sure.
Yeah, this is a tough finish for All Glory Gaming regardless. They only ended up with 2 eliminations here. They really need to take every single point away onto Overnight. And if they're able to do so, that'll bring them up to 16 total points. Overnight with 11 eliminations. So a good game for them, but too little too late.
Yeah, definitely so. And, ooh, okay. Risky run back. He makes it in. No knock. Oh, All Glory Gaming Strap with the UMP from distance. Gets one onto Rise, and Strap's looking for more.
Oh,
Bit overzealous,
the
but a
return
trade. Yeah, that's huge.
that was massive. All right, now Overnight in big trouble. Oh, that knock again, making All Glory Gaming onto their back kills. It's a 2v2 right here. Rojas, full sending on up. He's got the AK. Oh, he's gonna catch his back. Wow. Bad body awareness from All Glory Gaming, or actually from Overnight there. Voodoo able to get a res off. And Rojas is securing those desperate points that All Glory Gaming needs.
So back to a 2v2. All Glory Gaming gets a revive. That nade did not land close enough. 2v3 and All Glory Gaming with a huge hustle to take control of the center. Overknights, I feel like they kind of threw this one.
They're gonna
not done yet though. They can still win this. All Glory Game waiting for the Overknights to expose himself.
It's over. Yeah, I think this is 100% an All Glory Gaming win. Right on time. I mean, actually, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because they are in a pretty tough spot positionally on the leaderboards. They need this win, and I think they're going to need one more. And so far, only one more player left, and they secure it. So All Glory Gaming getting a chicken dinner right when they needed it, but they're not done yet. There's still 2 more games left to go. They're going to have to put on their clutch badges and get it done.
Yeah, they're going to need the back-to-back chicken dinner just for a chance in the last game to have another huge game to maybe take that first place. What I'm curious about, Jukes, though, is Alpha 7 went out 0 points. I think like maybe 1 to 2 placement points. N Hyper got more points than that, I believe. Does that put N Hyper in first? The choke position. Like Jukes, you said if they're in first place, you want them in first place by a mile.
I know. I know.
They're in first place, Jukes, by like a point or 2 points. That is the prime position for ultimate choke factor. And in Hyper, they've choked hard before. Oh, man.
It's not feeling good. It's not feeling good. I'm gonna tell you.
Would you rather them be in first place or second place? First place or second place? Would you rather, you know?
You know what? First, why not? Give them confidence. Light that fire in them. N Hyper, please, right? Do it for North America. We'll be right back, guys.
I think we are currently in first place. I think.
All Glory Gaming making a push when they need it here. It might not put them into the top 3 for a chance at PMWI, but at least it looks like they could potentially earn some more money here and, of course, some more fame. Gentlemen, Seven and Cameron, that was a tough match to watch if you're a fan of Alpha 7, N Hyper, or Intense Game.
It really was. I mean, N Hyper had the perfect chance to take advantage of Alpha 7 getting eliminated early too.
Yeah.
You were able to mention this to me too, Cam. Alpha 7 ended up getting 0 LM, so that was like the perfect moment for N Hyper. But the only exit with just 5 points.
Yeah, but listen, you got to go out early sometimes. To expect these teams at the top to be at the top of every single match is absolutely ridiculous. So if N Hyper were going to have a bad game, it's good that it was the same round that A7 was going to have a bad game, and same thing vice versa. Intense Game doing a little better, only 7 points themselves, but I still think that's not enough to really put them back into contesting because we have only 2 rounds left. I think if Intense Game come out in Vikendi and Erangel with like 2 banger of matches with like double-digit elimination wins, then they could potentially take this one away, but it's neck and neck for Alpha 7 and Hyper at this point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be between those two. And the reason why I was mentioning I was hoping N Hyper would be able to take advantage of Alpha 7 kind of exiting early is because now we're going to be going into Vikendi, and from what we've been able to see, Alpha 7 tends to perform better than N Hyper when we end up going to Vikendi.
You see a little comparison of N Hyper and Alpha 7 just to kind of show both teams really not having
Yo,
that much
Thor,
success
thanks
here.
for subscribing.
in this
Welcome to the
last match.
channel.
I mean, the damage is good from N Hyper, but this is even worse damage to elimination conversion from the first Miramar. So they had high ground once again. They were sort of peppering teams at range once again, but it wasn't quite so oppressive of a high ground, and you saw what happened when they got pushed by 2 teams at once, and that was even after they had lost a couple of players up to that point. I mean, it was a hard position to try and hold in the first place, so I appreciate the fact that they went for a move like that. Get on the high ground, get a bunch of eliminations if you can, but it just didn't, it just didn't work out for them.
And for Alpha 7, I thought they were actually able to kind of make up really good points there when it came to just placement points, because they were able to survive for a very long time when they had a lot of teams hunting.
Did Intense Game to be here in our top 5 just because of watching Cielo clutch out in a 1v2 against YKG and then a 1v1 up against Dope, which is probably one of the most awkward 1v1s we had happen here in PM.
Well, there wasn't that much damage that he needed to deal to get those final eliminations, so didn't rack up those damage points for that chart.
But it was definitely interesting to watch.
Yeah, when you have a player just jumping and then backing off, and then jumping and backing off.
5 HP.
Engage, boys.
I like the animation cancel, just didn't work out for them, unfortunately, in the end. Gentlemen, we know Alpha 7 was in the lead going into this match. and Hyper caught up a bit.
Yeah.
Will it be enough for them to actually overtake them into first place? Let's take a look at our overalls. And
Ooh, 1 point.
Okay,
One,
194,
yeah,
1
I was
point
thinking
ahead,
they were
Alpha
two, just by
7.
1. Yeah, it's close, guys. It's really, really close. And even if one of these two teams wins the next round, it's not going to be said and done. This is going to go down to the wire for the very final round on to Erangel.
I think this is pretty much a 3-team race now, right? Would you count out Influence CHEMIN?
Influence CHEMIN?
No.
No.
Really? You wouldn't count them out? They're like 29 points behind.
No, I
way
would
that-
count them
the way
out.
that
Yeah,
we played
I've been counting them out.
Yeah.
They've been out. They've been out for a while. They did not show up today. That spike chart that we saw at the start of them ramping up day by day plummeted back down to 0. It feels like, because they just made almost 0 impact so far.
By the way, with the next 2 matches coming up, I feel like N Hyper actually needs to win more than Alpha 7 because of what we've seen previously. Some teams being able to go to that tiebreaker, and right now, let's say something happened in Erangel, they end up tied. Alpha 7 would end up winning that because they have 3 chicken dinners.
Yep. And if N Hyper get a chicken dinner, then they should be ahead in placements. So
Yep.
you would actually win out on that tiebreaker if it obviously does go to that. But as you take a look at the second page here, I mean, not really much movement. I mean, obviously our combined 6 eyes are all
Yeah.
focused on the top at the moment, because again, it's the $25,000. It's the honor of being called the best team in Americas, and it's the honor of representing the region at PMWI as well. But 2 matches, man. I mean, if we compare, let's be blunt here, N Hyper and Alpha 7, let's just focus on these 2 teams.
Yeah.
Alpha 7 have way more experience in situations like this with the pressure being insurmountable than I would say N Hyper has.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, if I had to put all my UC on one team, it would definitely have to be Alpha 7 just because of what we've been able to see in the past. Also, as I mentioned, with Vikendi coming up, I expect them to have a good match here in Vikendi. And with what we've seen out of N Hyper before, I mean, N Hyper doesn't usually end up clutching out, and this is something you and I were actually talking about, right? We're not used to seeing N Hyper being able to be that team that clutches it out, unless this is maybe a switch to N Hyper. This is the time where they actually are going to end up clutching
What's
it
weird,
out.
right, Cameron, is that you have YKG not performing this event. N Hyper got 2nd place in PMPL NA. So what happened to N Hyper from now till then, or from then till now, that they'll also start to rise up? And as we focus on Vikendi, are N Hyper even going to be on the radar of teams as we take a look at the stats here?
Ooh, they are. Okay. We knew that Alpha 7 would be good on Vikendi, but this is not so far away for N Hyper that we can completely count them out. There's still a real chance that Alpha 7 is going to be even remaining in 2nd place after this match. But to answer your question, though, I mean, I was saying.
All
this
right,
from the very
giveaway
beginning.
time, guys.
YKG, their playstyle
Guess a number
was
between 1 and
basically
60. You'll win
feasting on,
340
I'll be honest,
UC.
the weaker teams from North America. And Hyper, they did the same thing as well, right? But their fundamentals were so much stronger, and I expected that to translate into this series a lot stronger. And I mean, it has.
Okay, well, we're about to head into our penultimate match here of the entire event, but we still have our all-star vote going on in the client. Make sure you guys get in there and vote, because your teams are going to need your support to be locking up very soon as well. You can see PMPL starting off in July 11th, so it's just right, or sorry, PMWI starting off in July 11th. It's pretty much right around the corner, but it's time. Let's head into our penultimate match. I don't want to wait anymore. I don't want to keep you guys waiting.
Go in.
Hey, just take us into it. Let's go.
Right around the corner. Okay, May, June, July, 2 months. Okay, and then there's 2 games left. All right, Zute? 2 games left to decide who's going to be going on that nice trip, right? With their teammates, meeting them, right? Hugging them and say, hey, we're going to make some more money today or not. And it all comes down to this, Zute. Is it going to be...
All right,
Alpha
the winner
7?
is
Is it
Ping.
gonna be
Congratulations.
N Hyper? Is it going to be one of the teams right below them? If it is going to be one of those teams right below them, this is the match. Vikendi, the icy tundra. You got to do it. And you got to do it now, Zute. No time left to waste.
No time left to waste, and Hyper sitting in 1st place by
All right.
point. Alpha 7 looking
Next,
hungry
after next
right
match,
behind.
another giveaway,
And
guys.
there's got to be
340
some
UC
crazy
after
shenanigans
next
here
match.
to set up, you know, something even crazier in the last and final match. Immediately right out the bat, I mean,
A7
I know
champions,
the
I call
colors
it.
by heart right now. Alpha 7 already jumping out, so let's take a look at where they're heading towards. I think that's Mafioso right there, going towards the eastern side. And I think they're gonna head over to Trevno.
Okay.
where we saw them before. That might be a Trevno. I'll remove the arrows for now so we can see where N Hyper is going. Yeah, Alpha 7 will be in Trevno, so we could drop a circle right there. Let me make that a little bit bigger for you guys.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Yeah, let's make that really big. So Alpha 7 to the far northeast, N Hyper down towards Winery. First place and second place team right there on your screens.
Where is that zone going to go? That's going to be the big question, right? This Vikendi, we've seen it plenty of times where these zones like to do a nice shift into the water. If it goes to the north or to the south, it's going to be a huge advantage for one of these teams, and it's going to actually center up. All right, Zute.
It's good for both teams, I'd say.
I got to agree. What are you really looking at when it comes to this kind of rotation for them?
As far as rotations, I know that, I mean, I think I've seen N Hyper just really favor Mount Kresnik, obviously, because it's center zone and it's the high ground. But from memory, I recall N Hyper being up on Mount Kresnik on a couple Vikendi games, so I think they have a rotational pathing there. As far as Alpha 7 is concerned, I mean, they have a lot of options, right? They like to take in from the edge side. They like to take those fights. They don't really go dead center. So I think it comes down to the future circles as far as what Alpha 7's going to do.
Alrighty. Well, you know, Alpha 7, they thrive so many times, right? Playing that edge style. And can they continue it here, right? Are they going to be the team to choke? That's going to be the question, because it's only this game and one more. If they have a rough one here and N Hyper pops off, they're going to be behind the 8-ball. And we talked about it a little bit earlier, Zute. Last game, okay? How many times have we seen the last game just be absolute chaos, where teams just go crazy? And, oh, INCO feeding off the Chosen.
Yeah.
Where's INCO at on the leaderboards? INCO's in a little bit of a yeah, they're pretty tough. So
They're going to need a lot more.
Yeah. And they need to hope that these top two teams do nothing.
Alpha 7 and N Hyper. Those are the two teams to keep an eye out for. I mean, one of them has to get a huge goose egg, right? And then another team has to have a huge chicken dinner for a chance at taking first place. Because right now, you're not just targeting one team or looking at one team. You're looking at both Alpha 7 and N Hyper, because there is only a point difference between those two.
Oh, goodness. Intense game in the mix of it. Alrighty, Zute. Well, this is going to be an absolute battle right here between these teams. Intense game. How do you feel about intense games play so far going into this last couple?
Oh, I mean, they haven't been doing bad. It's just Alpha 7 and Hyper, if it's not one or the other, they just don't go down, right? We saw that Erangel game 2 games ago, both N Hyper and Alpha 7, even though they lost players early, made it all the way to the end. And it's just like, I can't even blame
All
the
right,
intense game. They're
back
playing
to the live scene.
It's just like the other teams are just playing even better.
That's always the tough part, and that's what happens at this tournament, and it's only going to get more intense as we keep leveling up stage after stage. The battle of attrition is just ridiculous, you know. In NA, PMPL North America, there's usually a few squads, and I will admit there was less this season as compared to the past, right? Where they're just kind of feeder teams, where they're just struggling, absolute, just, you know what, if you realize it's them, you just full send them. That's not the case here in this particular tournament. But come PMWI, there's going to be even less squads like that, right? Like the Chosen, they went out early. They happened to kind of rock that title for this tournament here. But, oh my gosh, PMWI, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens in PMWI. You're going to get the best teams out in the east side, right? The Asia side of things. And Asia, well, that's a different powerhouse entirely.
Europe, too.
Contend with.
There's some monster teams across the pond. We're about to find out who's going to be the best in the West here. As right now, it's looking like N Hyper and Alpha 7. So those are going to be the two teams we're obviously keeping a very close eye on. I mean, we could see something crazy and a team come out of nowhere and make it happen. There's only a few of those names, you know, and I'm looking at you, Intense Game. You need to make something happen crazy this match here if you want that to be the case. Intense Game, they had 177 points, so yeah, that's a good little difference. Just, they definitely need double-digit points here. Loops.
INCO. DBS's 2 openings for the side of INCO. Loops down to just 2
Becker's on
players
fire. Becker on fire. That is tough for them. INCO with 6 points. So INCO having a kind of a dream run of it when it comes to points at the end, but they can't even afford to lose Becker, and he might just go down here. Yep, that nade's gonna confirm him.
And another one of them gets knocked. Oh,
all 3?
Benebente's already knocked in the back line. It's a 1v2, 1v1.
Goodbye, INCO. Better luck next time.
Yeah. Loops needed, you know, more than just that, too. They needed not lose any players, and it looks like they're about to get third party to buy.
Jaguar.
Oh my gosh.
Tough.
This is the worst case scenario. Here comes Jaguar. Soak up some easy points. They are getting shot at, though, on top of the hill. And Victex just spotted them out. Oh, the animation! The jumping animation! This is why you gotta split. You have to split that jump versus launch yourself over. That's, yeah, jump vault buttons, if they're not split, that's gonna happen every time.
Next circle shifted, by the way, Jukes, and N Hyper's not center, but I think that's because we don't know if it's going to the east side or the west side of the map. Alpha 7 sticking hard to the edge, like they're all the way to the east, touching the blue still. They're really waiting to see where they need to strike. N Hyper moving a little bit closer, deeper into the zone. Intense Game, they're on top of Mount Kresnik, but it shifted a little bit to the east of Mount Kresnik as far as the center zone is concerned.
Yeah, I really
DPS
can't blame
versus
Alpha 7
DPS.
here in this particular situation, because they just, I think they're trying to avoid all early engagements, because they realize that, you know, in this map, Vikendi, if you do, you're going to get third party. So I can't blame them at all. Here come the Panthers. Panthers, man, having a great show out at the end of PMPL North America, and just having a big learning experience here in the Americas Championship. I mean, this is one heck of a lobby to go against.
Definitely so. Panthers right now find themselves in front of Influence CHEMIN. Influence, the desk already has counted them out. You know, they had a huge comeback on day 3, a miracle run. They finished first, second, first in the first 3 games, and then they won the very last match of yesterday as well. But today, no luck. Haven't seen too much of them whatsoever.
Well, let's see what's gonna happen here. Next zone about to pop here in the next few minutes. Absolute battle going down in the south. You can even see Dope just saying, we're gonna head out of the zone to hunt down some nice elimination points. Here we go. Influence CHEMIN versus the Panthers. Nate leading the charge for his team. Oh, and it looks like Quan. Oh, actually, the Panthers getting a huge advantage. Oh, but that DBS from Kahovsky shuts down Nate. Man, the DBS is just so brutal here.
Yeah, he peeked out for less than half a second and just instantly went down. Quick gun switch and then
crazy
DBS to the face. It's not over yet. Quan is still up. The Panthers were winning this fight in the beginning. I mean, I'm pretty sure I saw 2 of Influence knocked, and the Panthers still had 3 up.
Both teams were trying to get that right side advantage. Influence got it onto Quan, and that's it.
Influence CHEMIN do lose 1, though. You want to keep all 4 up if you're one of the teams not in the top 2 to gun for that first place. Intense Game, one of those teams gunning for that first place, trying to make something happen. They still have 4 up, 0 points though, 0 elimination points. So they have the manpowers to make something happen, but they gotta do it, start doing it soon. Alpha 7 up on that northeastern side, and Hyper on the southern side. The big thing for both of those teams though is that they're trying to control a bridge to look in case they need to cross to the east or vice versa to the west.
Here we go. Next zone popping on up. Centers up very beautifully. Great zone, of course, for Alpha 7 and Hyper. Now
Are they
starting
making a
to
deep
creep up.
rotation?
They could be. This is going to be a bold one here. I'd really like to get eyes on them to see how they rotate.
Yeah. If we could
Don't need to be looking at Rules of War. Here we go.
In Hyper, here we go. Yeah, they're making that deep rotation. They're going center right now. Risky. It's another Hail Mary rotation, but if any team's good at doing those, it is in Hyper. We've seen them do it time and time again, and bam! Touchdown right into center zone, and they have visuals on the eastern side in case of shifts, but it puts them in sight lines of Alpha 7. They are next to each other, Jukes. Alpha 7 and Hyper pretty much in the same position, east versus west.
That's right. One bridge or the other. An icy lake separating the two. And I really like how N Hyper's being extra careful to secure these vehicles because they know if that zone hard shifts away, they're going to need them. So, GDK first. Yep, parking it beautifully. So, man, this is getting intense, Sute. These two teams want it bad.
Yeah, attention to detail. When he was parking that, the other player, his teammate, was out in the, not in the open, but he was ready to throw a smoke in case his teammate got sprayed through the smoke. So it's just, they are set up and ready. By the way, they are playing a split. QZZ, once again, the lead player, separated from the rest of the team. They are sticking true to their little splits. They definitely condensed it a lot coming into, you know, the Americas. It's not as big as it used to, so adjustments are made, but they're sticking true to their split style.
Cinetex looking, trying to see if he can spot something out there. This is just all about information here. QZZ's got to be really careful. He just has to get on that tower because he cannot get knocked.
Oh, no, this is how safe he's playing. He's not even
look
here
at him.
running around. His car is parked and ready to jet right back to his teammates.
I think his foot is on the pedal right now. Like,
Yeah.
it's just hovering. It's just right. I know it's touching the pedal. Like, ready to just engage those quads straight down to the floor the second he hears a gunshot. And I don't think he really, yeah, I don't think he really has to worry about a bolt action hitting his head because no one's using them.
Hey, this is just, it goes to show how much adjustments N Hyper has made. You know, NA, they play huge 1-1-1 splits. Here, they condense it down, but they take it a step
How to
further.
vote
The
for
player that
Nova?
is split,
You mean Nova
not
Esports
even
or N
moving the
Hyper?
car, right? All he needs to do is be there to use his third eye button and move it around. You don't even need to take a shot. And QZZ, he's moving around. He's getting ready to rotate. Car's already moving. And it goes over to Alpha 7.
Oh, okay, all right. But it's going to lean more towards the north, so we could still even see a shift headed in that northern direction. If it does, it's going to be a pretty interesting rotate from N Hyper. But they're going to have to watch out because N Hyper is going to have to deal with all these teams on the way in. Alpha 7, not really.
And Hyper's rotating, by the way. QZZ is going across. My big question was like, are they going to sit or rotate? It's pretty scary to rotate with Alpha 7 right in front of you. Royals of War rotating right into Influence CHEMIN. Huge opening for Federal. Can he get a second one? Oh, it looks like he was going to. And his teammate finds the second one. Royals of War getting cut down.
Federal getting popped, though, from that side. Influence CHEMIN not trying to lose any players. Little boy, full setting it on in. Gonna go ahead and secure those points. Yep. Oh, actually, he's not gonna have a chance to. Getting shot from the back. Oh, that's Overknight that stole the points away. I'm surprised LeBoy didn't try to get that confirmation. And, oh, we just missed that shotgun shot. Here comes Jaguar.
Oh,
That's it for Influence. That's it.
third party, fourth party, all the parties are here. Everybody getting involved. Intense game, by the way. Still hasn't really made a move. They still have 4 up. If they decide to, you know, sweep in here, this could be a lot of points for them. And it does look like they're coming this way. There's still a lot of fighting to be had here. Overknights versus Jaguar now.
Two teams, pretty relevant fights on the leaderboards. I am currently looking over at these rotations, trying to see who is still up. Intense Game is still alive. They're going to be pushing on to Overknight here in the next few seconds. And then you have, of course, N Hyper and Alpha 7 just deadlocked, just waiting for anybody to push against them.
Yeah, N Hyper QZZ was scouting a potential rotation across the river, but then he decided to come right back. So they're locked in the same position as we saw previous. The big fight happening here. It's more important to see if Intense Game will push depending on how this fight goes out. Intense Game, they're a little bit away, I'd say. It doesn't look like they're poised to look for a third party, but more poised for a rotation in case the circle shifts to the east side of that river, which we will see very soon where it goes to.
This next zone is going to be intense, especially if it... Oh my gosh. Why did I jinx it? The zone goes up to Cosmodrome. What do you think about this one?
Make a move. And Hyper's got to make a move. Alpha 7.
We gotta make a
on the
move.
edge, pretty much where they want to be on the edge of
So many
zones, it
parties,
feels like.
so many issues.
Overnights, Intense Game, and Hyper on the southwest. They're all looking at that same bridge because if they don't take that bridge, they're in the sight lines of Alpha 7. So 3 teams looking to control that bridge now.
Oh, goodness gracious. This zone has spiced this game up big time. This is the second to last game of this tournament, everybody. You can just see N Hyper, on the icy lake. Their vehicles now super beat up. They're on foot.
By the way, guys, is there
They
any
got that-
issues in
the
the
thick tread,
stream from
and they're full sending
the
it, trying to find
casters?
a good spot into this next zone, but they have to really watch for those oversights because Overnight can really make things difficult for them.
Oh man, N Hyper. Oh no.
No, no, no,
I was
no,
gonna
no,
say
no,
they
no,
gave
no,
up their
no, no.
vehicles, so they can't rotate anywhere. They still try on foot.
No!
Kindness
Dukes-
with some decent
Dukes-
shots, but it's just brutal. Talk to me.
This is what you get for N Hyper coming in first place.
No,
N
don't
Hyper's
say
doing-
it.
That's
Don't
a choke
say
right
it.
there.
Don't say it.
Intense Game could save them though.
Intense
But then
game.
they have to worry about Intense Game afterwards.
The magic. Intense game. Helping out N Hyper big time. Allowing them a little bit of breathing room. They have to get on the move here. This zone is just so brutal. And Intense Game battling it out with Overnight. They need a whole bunch of points. You can see who's going to win this map. Alpha 7 all over the board. I'm going to go with YKG on this one. Let's see how Intense Game's going to take this fight. DBS shot. Got him. Oh,
It's not good.
GK.
Oh my god.
Do not go out to Overnight.
No!
And Hyper.
Overnight.
Not like this.
No!
Not like this. They're scared. You can just see it in Hyper. You can see their movement, their rotation. It's nervous.
N Hyper in first place
What have you done,
versus N
Zute?
Hyper in second place. I told you.
No!
If they're in first place, their mindset is like, oh my god, we can't mess up. We can't make any mistakes. And of course, with that kind of pressure, mistakes are made. Ren trying to
He's gonna get this
salvage
point.
things.
Never mind, he's not.
Yeah. Oh, the circle goes that way.
It helps him. It helps Rin. It helps Rin big time. Alpha 7 are refusing to get into any engagement right now. They're just watching the feed and watching
And
N Hyper go out. And they're like, you know what? Let's just chill, baby. Let's just try to get any points now at this point. Leave it to the last game.
The problem is Intense Game needs points, so they're hungry to finish this fight.
Oh, Rin is spot. Oh, how
didn't
did
see him?
How did you not see him?
Oh, I think he saw.
A gremlin.
yes.
Oh, N Hyper.
No.
Goodbye.
No!
Rin, it's
I
been a
think that
pleasure.
smoke covers him for now.
Rin, throw one
No!
more smoke. No! The nades are bouncing off perfectly. Rin, survive. Rin. Running. Right into the shots of Erangel. There's no way. Oh, he found another rock.
Nice. Nice
Oh
cross.
He found
god.
another rock. Oh, he's gonna throw a nade in that direction? Interesting.
No!
Yeah,
Watch your toes, Rin. Watch your toes.
All in due time. No one's gonna even continue Intense Gaming, by the way.
No!
Shift side. Yep, it's over. One point. 1 point.
Someone take A7 out, please. Someone take A7 out now.
But Jukes, this will put N Hyper right where I need them. Right? They'll be second place going into the last game.
Oh, goodness.
So it's out, I
By
guess.
how many points?
Yeah, we'll see
By how
big
many
Alpha
points?
7. We'll see how big Alpha 7 comes up. An Intense Game. If they win this match, if they can take out Alpha 7, Intense Game all of a sudden could be a #1 as well. You know, fighting for that
No,
first place
somebody
in the
take
very
Alpha
last
7
game.
out,
So
please.
It's a three-way brawl.
I'm glad I picked that YKG.
Only
They
top
just
one.
got destroyed by Dope Slayers. So GG YKG.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, good job. We'll see how the rest of these teams are looking to fare, though. Alpha 7 is who we got our eyes on. Intense game as well, right? Intense
By the way,
games,
I made a
they're
Twitter
able to
post.
shut down Alpha 7
Um,
very early. Like, honestly, this is a big fight. They need to go against each other. Intense game needs to take out Alpha 7, shut down their opportunity to get points, and then win the game.
It's
right.
going to be tough because Alpha 7 still has 4 players up. It depends on where this next circle goes. It'll be a huge determining factor. Obviously, Intense Game have whole control.
Wait,
on
let
the
me
side.
let me
They
do
only
the
have one
post
player on the
again.
edge, so if Alpha 7 can find that opening on the south side, at least take one member of Intense Game down, Alpha 7 is going to have a much easier time dealing with Intense Game, and then they control pretty much the entire zone.
Bray, Dope Slayers, 24K, jump shot, got him. Secure the point, even though they went out completely to Dope Slayers. GG on the pick. Dope Slayers still alive. Next zone pops out of dead center. This is a huge favor for Intense Game.
It is. It helps out Alpha 7 too, though, I might argue. Because they don't have to fully
the
push.
The reverse rotation. Like that?
Yeah. Does Alpha 7 have vehicles? They must have, because they came out of the compound, so that they should have all vehicles up for an execution of some sort. They're just looking for that opening right now. I don't know if they'll be in the zone. Yeah, I think they'll be in the zone on next zone as well without having to
Yeah,
contest
it's fine,
against
Devil.
that hilltop. Just barely in the edge of zone. And that might be where they're looking towards, because they're just going to farm everyone on the east side. They're going to take all the points away from Intense Game here.
Flamengo trying to get something going, but man, Alpha 7 just too deadly with these shots. 24K, looking at, he smells something. Oh, nice little bounce. He didn't cook it at all, though. Don't think it's gonna matter. Yep, not gonna hit the mark there. How about that one? Bray not coming up. Nesquik goes out to the play zone.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Easy point for 24K. And Bray, yeah, Bray ain't gonna make it out either. This zone is just chunking. He's gonna make the run quick. DBS shot. Oh, does he have it? No.
Yeah. He had to hit it.
Nice revenge for 24K.
All right. Intense Game versus Alpha 7. I mean, Flamengo still has 3 up. Flamengo could do something as well. And Flamengo.
Alright, so I
in the
made
zone,
a
gatekeeping
post on
kind of
Twitter
Alpha 7, Intense Game on the off
about
angle.
the PMWI
YKG
voting,
still has one that could play spoiler onto Intense
about
Game.
Wall Street
Intense
bets
Game are
trying
so
to
focused,
cheat.
they're picking up these
I need
shots,
you
even
guys
though
to
they're
go
getting
and
points. That is
type
2
on that
knocked,
on
not
that
2 confirmed
post
just yet.
complaining
They're
about the
helping out Alpha
situation.
7. They're allowing Alpha 7 to score more points, so they need to focus on
Get him! Get him!
Nading Alpha 7.
That is huge. Carrillo down to 1 HP, and that's it. They're gone.
Wait.
Intense Game is just sweeping the entire lobby. All
right.
Stroke. This is what they needed to do, and they're doing it, Jukes.
I'll tell you what. I knew YKG was going to outperform Alpha 7. That is why I picked him. Okay.
Okay, Jukes.
I knew it was going to happen. And
Another
what can I
point.
say? What can I say? Too good. And there we go. Second place finish from YKG. YKG 24K about to wipe the entire lobby.
Go
by
read the Twitter
himself.
post I just did right now.
It's Intense game to win. 9 elimination points. And
Oh,
make that
come
10
on.
with the chicken dinner right when it counted the most. Intense game. Now in the fight.
That's 30 points. No? Wait, no, that's not 30.
20.
That's 20 points. 10 placement points, 10 elimination points. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely a 3-way fight now for first place.
Dude.
And is N Hyper in second place or third place?
This is getting intense.
That was a huge
Intense
game. That was a huge game for Intense Game.
Oh man, Intense Game could have asked for
No,
a better time
please.
to really clutch it up. I mean, well, could have asked for it a little bit earlier, but getting a chicken dinner here with 10 eliminations is huge. Now they were able to shut down Alpha 7.
Yeah.
In a pretty perfect time, right? It's not like A7 got a ton of eliminations.
Which country
That's
team
also
is
gonna
it?
hurt
What do you
Hyper.
mean?
We know for a fact that Hyper didn't put enough points to really maintain that first place position. But that's what you wanted to do, right? You wanted to see them in
I guess
second
so, that is
place
true.
until the last game. This is your fairy tale, Zute, right? Can you give us a little prediction of the ending?
It's Wall Street Bets.
No, I can't. It's like I predicted though.
Wall
if
Street
they
Bets
were in
are
first
like
place
they are
coming into this game, they're gonna
nothing.
choke. And that was the worst decision making I've seen from them.
Oh no!
All tournament long,
no.
and it's the second they touch first place, right? I'm telling you, Jukes, they can't. They're not good. They're not good under pressure. But now, they're not in first place. One game left, Jukes. One game left.
One game left. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wall Street Bets have no social media accounts, no nothing. How they get votes from 700 to 25,000 in 30 minutes or even less. Someone said 10 minutes. All right, time for the giveaway. Bot votes, it will be fixed by tomorrow. We'll see. I hope they will fix it. Someone said that it's very minor, that it's not much fixing needed. So I'm like, ugh. Yeah, they said something about it, but I'm just hoping that Wall Street Bets is not still first place, you know what I mean? Yeah, I complained about that to Tencent. They said that they'll remove the bot accounts that are level 8 and below. But we'll see what'll happen. Alright, guess a number between 1 and 60.
will not go quietly into this night. They are living for another match here and trying to keep themselves in that running for first place for Alpha 7. And N Hyper are trying to secure the wins, but N Hyper getting caught on that rotate there out in the open. I think all three of us at the same time are like, what are they doing there?
I agree with Zoo. That was a choke. I don't know what they were doing. I understand that they were in a very difficult position to have to cross that.
Congratulations,
that ravine,
Dave, for winning.
But thankfully for them, Alpha 7 also weren't able to get much out of this round. They at least got 6 points, but it was an intense game with 20 points overall, potentially putting them back into the mix. I told you, if they can get double-digit elimination wins twice in a row, they could potentially get back up to first place at the end of this entire tournament.
Yeah, what was actually surprised at is the way Alpha 7 decided to play that Vikendi. They decided to be super patient once they realized that they had the circle.
Okay, I'll do the giveaway again because Dave doesn't play PUBG. So anyways, guess a number between 1 and 60.
They were kind of wanting those extra placement points because that was so not like them. And same with N Hyper. I mean, Sute said it best, right? They just completely choked.
Yeah, but for Alpha 7 though, we saw what the ending of that round looked like. There wasn't much room to even spread out too.
No, there was. Way before that, there was, if they would have decided to go up north, there was a lot of room.
Yeah, a lot of room to like try and cross over and then what, taking control in the...
No, they were already, they didn't have to cross over. They were already on the circle. They were just on the south. They had a clear path to just go up north.
Maybe it was like a scouting, because YKG.
Yeah, because usually they tend to scout. Usually they tend to just spread out. This time they decided to just all pack up in a.
The winner is Mansoon. Congratulations! Can I have your ID in the chat, please?
Usually it's Adrian and Diego, but 3 eliminations apiece for those 3 players. That's a lot of elims, 10 coming through, and at the perfect time, as you mentioned before, Cameron. I'm really curious to see where they're going to be in our overalls, if that was enough to catch up. I mean, there's 1 game left to go.
WCL sponsor half for this winner?
If you're intense game, if you're Alpha 7, and
you mean
don't
for
get
this
the start
match
you want,
or
if
the
you
next
lose a player
match?
early, that could be your hopes going out the window.
what's actually shocking about these numbers in front of us is not only is it Mag in the lead, of course, but it's the damage received being so low. Not a single one of them received 100 points of damage. That just shows how efficient they were with taking the space to then execute on the eliminations to get.
What's impressive too is just it's not Eirene anymore, right? Now we're seeing McGrellan as well. We saw Cielo, what he's been able to do today. He's been able to clutch up big for his team, and that's what you want to be able to see out of this team, especially going into the last match.
We've seen our top damages from the last match influence CHEMIN. I mean, we're seeing them with a really high damage and decent eliminations, but obviously not the finish they wanted. And OK being the spoiler, actually. Unknown was the one that really screwed up N Hyper, catching, I believe, 2 players. They were trying to transcend that, that hill.
No. If you are running out in the open, downhill like that, you don't put that on the person getting the easiest kills imaginable.
For this, whoever won just now after me?
Like that. Like, I'm actually just shocked. Like, did they not have vehicles?
You mean you want to sponsor 340 UC, or you want to sponsor one more?
Makes sense about that to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here.
Yeah.
But
I'm surprised they weren't just hugging that wall, man. I'm surprised they weren't
doing
hugging
literally
the range.
anything else.
Yeah. Out in the open, say, hey, you know what? Hey, you guys want to shoot me? Unknown did it though.
He did. He very did. And he punished them for it, and they might actually come back to bite them in the butt. But let's see IG up against Alpha 7. Their stats in a little bit of a head-to-head here over the course of today, because I'm curious, how have these two teams been performing? Ooh. Wow. Okay, Alpha 7. Lose on the elims, but just cranking it in damage.
But damages give you points. Elims do. And it's more elims for Intense Game. That's a bit of a shock. I guess it just must be from the previous round that really put Intense Game over the line.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they're
it
at 17 before this last match, and now they're at...
Yeah, but this makes me really curious on where Intense Game are.
Alright, thank you for the ID.
After that round, you know, without doing the math in my head, because I just don't bother, that they would be still in 3rd place. But
the last match, match 6, after that we'll do 600 UC.
We know that N Hyper aren't going to be too far away from Alpha 7's numbers either. Game.
That's 2 games too. I mean, from Alpha 7 and Hyper that they haven't been able to put up a lot of numbers. Like in Miramar and now in Vikendi as well. So they should have allowed Intense Game to push up and maybe catch up to one of them.
Well, we can actually see that if you guys want to.
Ooh.
Oh my God, we're 3rd place.
It's back to 3-horse race, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Oh my God.
This means that this final round is going to have a lot at stake. And with the gap from 3rd to 4th, and Hyper, Intense Game, Alpha 7, they don't have to worry really about any other team other than each other. But because it's 3 of them, there's no excuse, there's no reason to go for a hot drop. Because like if N Hyper, realistically, they couldn't fall down to 4th. But even if they do decide to hot drop on Alpha 7, that just gives the game to Intense Game. So like.
Yeah. None of them are going to be hot dropping. I think they're going to be trying to play their game, and I think they might actually be trying to mix things up because, as you can see here, everybody in the first page is super close in regards to being able to move up or catch up the person above them, except for 3rd and 4th, obviously. I'm wondering what the other teams on the 2nd page are going to be doing. We're already seeing YK. No, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there yet.
You did 7.
We need all the teams fighting A7 and Intense Game and leave N Hyper alone.
Right? We see Overnight what they just did to N Hyper as well, and every once in a while on the final match, somebody decides to chase one of the top teams.
So there's something interesting happening here, actually. Okay, well, first of all, Intense Game win in the tiebreaker right now with 4 hitters. That's the first thing I wanted to mention. Second thing is, if you're one of those bottom eight teams, you've seen this happen in the past. Why don't you just hot drop Alpha 7? Why don't you hot drop in Hyper? Depends what region you're from, potentially. Maybe you want to support your countrymen. If you're one of those top 3 teams, you better have like a 3rd drop spot to go to right now, because I don't think you should feel safe. I don't think you should ever drop right now where you would normally drop, because you know teams could hot drop because they have nothing to lose, and you can ruin your entire chance.
Yeah, I mean, these players know each other, so they should know the sort of like vibe of the room. Like, say you're N Hyper, I'm Overnights, like how I'm looking at you, right? Like you're able to tell like if I'm about to hot drop you or not, or what, like, you know, so they communicate and stuff, right? Like, it's a community, right? But you're right, they should absolutely have at least 1 backup, if not 2.
Well, I mean, if I'm an NA team and I see N Hyper in 3rd place, I'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna try to help you out. I'm gonna try to hot drop Alpha 7.
It's NA. It's NA. They might actually end up dropping on N Hyper.
That's actually a bad example of a region, to be fair. Yeah, you're completely right. Okay, if you're Alpha 7, you're like, okay, I'm going to support my Brazilian brothers. I'm going to go drop one of those teams. But yeah, this is going to be tough, though. But N Hyper have been the best performing team on Erangel. And remember, we've had 7 played so far, so this is the most data we have out of any of the other map performances.
This, I mean, this is really good for N Hyper. But the fact that Alpha 7 and
IG
are
as well.
still on the mix, they're still on the board. It is not assured. This is honestly, this is the closest we've seen any of these tournaments go, like, be in a long while.
Okay, are we gonna see any hot drops?
know.
We're definitely gonna see hot
All
drops,
well,
right,
Hot
guys?
Jukes, I'm gonna throw it over to you and Zute with one final thing that you would say. Let's go!
Let's go, baby!
Oh
One
God.
Final match. Here we
Oh,
go.
man.
Zute, you said you wanted to see N Hyper in 2nd place. Okay.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah,
3rd
third.
place, bro?
I don't know, man.
What about 3rd place?
I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just not gonna say anything just because. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. We're gonna let the players speak for themselves. We'll see how this first match goes, Jukes. Alpha 7, intense game, and N Hyper. All eyes on them.
Oh
Jukes.
my goodness,
All
babe! Bring me my blood pressure cuff. I'm gonna need it. I need to check it right now because I know it's an all-time high, baby. This is too exciting. A 3-way battle for 1st place. 1 ticket to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. You can see Zute already circling, right? Where he knows some of these teams are gonna go. And talk to me.
And Hyper always goes for farm. It's a stretch, but they can make it. And we know Alpha 7 intense game. They share North George Pool and South George Pool. Is there going to be any change-ups? Desk was saying, you know, these teams got to be wary. Might need to pull in a backup.
But they're doing it, and Hyper's
And,
going the same way. They're going
And
the same
Hyper's
place.
already going down there.
And so is
Luke's going down
YKG.
there as well.
Oh,
Luke's
I
goes to
hope-
military base, so I don't think they're looking to drop on N Hyper. Keep a close eye on that right now. And Loops dropping around here. Probably just going to swing in down to military base. You see intense game.
I
We
think
see
this is
Alpha
the closest
7.
top 3 going in the last match
One's
ever,
right
yeah.
with them. Wow, I am so
I
shocked.
am,
We're not
like,
seeing
To
any hot
1,000
drops from
nervousness.
anybody. Nothing out of the norm.
I have like
except for N
1,000
Hyper and Loops
nervousness.
being very close together. But look at this. It's Alpha 7 intense game.
Loops
All
is
the
near NHP as well.
Yeah, Loops might, we might see something happen here, Jukes. Loops going for a vehicle. That might have them fight against one of N Hyper's player, or N Hyper's probably just gonna give it up. I have my eyes like locked in there. Yeah, okay, they're a bit
I would
separated.
be
So, no
1,000
shenanigans.
nerves.
As far as the circle goes, I mean, Alpha 7, easy rotation in. If they wanted to rotate, right, they always stay on the edge. Same for intense game. N Hyper, very close to center zone, but with the circle like this, you don't know what that prime power position is yet. If it goes to the east, whole separate playing field. Goes to west, whole separate playing field. So N Hyper, even though they're central, you got to look to the second circle if they want to secure that, you know, classic N Hyper rotation to the middle.
Wow, and they do it. So N Hyper getting their 4 vehicles, except for GK first as he's looting up. And they are setting up themselves to try and take this tournament. Oh my goodness. The pressure's at an all-time high, the nervousness. You gotta remember, everybody, these players, they play with gyroscope. So they reduce that recoil by leaning that phone forwardly just ever so gently. And I'll tell you what, it's not easy to do when your hands are shaking because you're nervous.
Yeah, oh, Loops running into a quick bridge camp setup by Jaguar.
There you go, Jaguar. Show him who's boss. Show him who's boss. That's right. That's what you guys get. That's what you get for not dropping in a different location. Why would you do that? It's the last game. Do something different. Instead, you just do the old predictable, and Jaguar takes it down.
Yep. They were slow to rotate too, because you know, they kind of landed really close.
You'll
next to
drop
N
your
Hyper.
phone into the toilet?
hold
Are you
on.
saying you're gonna play when you're on
N
the toilet?
Hyper adjusted, by the way, Jukes. They moved even further to the west.
What's the
so
point
far,
difference
but
now?
that's in the pathing of YKG.
4
There
points
might be something
difference.
happening there. NA versus NA.
Oh,
YKG
what
just
driving
rotated
was
out.
that?
No. I think YKG just rotating to Fairy Pier to do their loot. But they might run into some of the N Hyper players here. We'll see in a second. Yeah, right on screen.
Oh,
Vikendi
God.
just trying to mind their own business. And Hyper definitely being very careful here. And yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen, Jukes. False alarm.
Oh, they're going to go to the compound where QZ is?
False alarm indeed. And oh my goodness, right? My eyes are locked on the screen, locked on the mini map as well.
Oh, God,
And
okay.
you can see QZZ heard something and he's just gonna let him sneak on by. Definitely does not want to get caught doing engagement right now. That'll make things so dangerous. Yeah, take that loot, get in that buggy, get out of there.
Yeah, I think this compound is one of YKG's like split loot drops. Like the second they finish Fairy Pier,
Yeah, they
that's
go
the next
here.
compound they go to, right? To pick up some extra loot. So QZZ, very smart, realizes that, leaves the compound immediately, and I think N Hyper's done looting. They're all four in a vehicle rotating together now, so they're not going to have much loot to work with. That's very scrappy loot, but I think that's what N Hyper's been
That's
doing
not
a
my
lot,
driving. I
so
have
maybe
perfect
they're very
driving, okay?
comfortable with that type of loot already.
Ah, my heart. My
Let's
heart. My
see.
heart.
Let us see what the play is gonna be as
My
we take a
heart.
look here. Nothing standing out too crazy. Alpha 7 doing their beautiful split loot all up on, you got Cinetex all the way in Zarky right now. Getting looted up. Not a worry in the world. No, I am shocked that we're not seeing a team actually try and gatekeep their rotation into this next zone. It's so predictable. I mean, I even know where it would be if I was in this game. I mean, you just camp that bridge or just take that little hill near shooting range. You know they're going to possibly head through that direction. But instead, you know, teams opting to kind of just do what they've been doing. And I mean, to me, that just shows that those teams below the bottom three, I don't know, they just waved the white flag at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a huge point gap between them. And then also, you have 3 different teams that you have to target. It's just like a little bit too late.
Yeah, but I don't know. Never give up, never surrender. That's the motto. And I hate to see some teams just not have that same mindset. But who knows? Maybe we could start seeing them gain that, you know, over time here, as there are some future tournaments coming up. Another season as well. You got Intense Game. Rocket launched their way up to 2nd place. This team has that clutch.
No, you don't have a video anywhere. Delete that video.
Continue here and seal the deal. Oh, okay. Driving right by Bray. Bray being very careful not to let his position known. Is he gonna go for the
How
shots
Nate
or
see someone
tire
at that
shots?
compound?
No.
I don't know. Magic eyes.
Just getting from some information. And that's really good because Dope Slayers should be playing very careful right now, right? Because it's very important for how they act on the leaderboards, right, Zute?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have nothing to lose. But I will say he's passing that info to his teammates. Maybe they're setting a trap further down here. Yeah, some shots coming out finally, but not much. And, ooh, intense game. Maybe they could tell it's a split-up team. Turning around, maybe looking for a fight. No, they're going to keep rotating here as we head into the 2nd circle very soon. And Hyper, you see, right next to the Chosen, that is dead center. Might pick up some extra loot from that position as well. And uh-oh, intense game.
Oh,
One of their
God.
vehicles gets shots out, so they lose a buggy. Luckily for them, they don't lose any players.
Ooh, wow, a couple.
4
shots
points
actually
ahead.
back
I mean, Alpha 7 is 4
Beautiful
points ahead of
McLaren.
us.
And Robert G.
But
Digital
IG has to do
drink.
bad and Alpha
Right
7 has to
on
do
over.
bad,
He's
okay?
just said, "My job
For
is
us
good."
to do good.
Influence Chemin, Royals Award.
Oh, my
That's the
heart.
northern side right
I'm gonna
there.
have a heart attack.
2nd circle, GK first smack dab in the center, sticking true to their play style. And we see intense game rotating to the east of Dope on that bottom, somewhat bottom left side, just southwest of N Hyper, Alpha 7. Sticking true to the edge, playing the option route. North wrap, south wrap, it's all in their playbook.
Oh boy, all right. We are going to possibly get a Rozhawk finish here. This is a very, very well-known circle to these teams. So, oh my gosh, we could even have a nice battle in that open field. That would be ridiculous, but hopefully we don't see that zone shift up north and split with the water. That'll make things much more difficult. Here comes Alpha 7.
Yeah, you say much more difficult, and it will be very difficult for all 3 of the top 3 teams. Right now, Intense Game, N Hyper, and Alpha 7, as we're following along the rotation, all 3 are committing to the southern side of that river, and for good reason, right? Most of the zone is on that south side. Of course, N Hyper will be much more closer to the center than the other 2, and we are getting fights already. ATON versus the Panthers.
Yep, a little battle early on here. I'm surprised we're not seeing more, because usually, you know, the trend is last game, we'll just see sign of just craziness. Teams
Stay
push each
safe,
other,
stay safe.
just have some fun. But it looks like everyone's taking this very seriously here. And ATON. Oh, Quan! Driving up with the Lambo. Trying to make a crazy run over play. He's going to go ahead and set it on down. Well, the turn, almost good. A little off the mark. Gonna get taken out there.
Yeah, the Panthers getting cut down to 2. ATON picking up 2 quick points for themselves. Not too bad. I'm looking at my mini-map to see where A7 and N Hyper and Intense Game have set up. See Alpha 7 next to 2 different teams. This might be a third-party attempt for Alpha 7 coming out. It's YKG and Dope right on top of each other with Alpha 7 very close by. YKG, they're fighting. Yeah, we need to go over there quick. YKG's winning that fight with Dope pretty single-handedly, but Alpha 7, they're right in the midst of things.
Definitely need to keep an eye on that, as these guys are just playing clown cars right here. But here comes Alpha 7. Now starting to take a look. Maybe just a little bit late to the party. They definitely have their eyes locked on YKG, though.
Oh, God.
Dope jetted out of there quick. They wanted nothing to do with that. If Dope stayed a little bit longer to fight YKG, we might have seen that third party.
Oh, God.
There goes Seal. Chosen actually took that one. There go the Panthers. So Jaguar got 5 eliminations. Wow, and they are already out. There go the Panthers as well. And as I look here, I'm trying to see for anything that's standing out with this zone. We're starting to see Alpha 7 rotate up north. Here's Intense Game, right? Second place. Holding it down all the way down south. There it is. Right there towards Sneaky Zute. What do you see?
Oh, man. I want to say Alpha 7 on that western side, as we can see right here. They have a much easier way into the center of the zone, because
Watertown.
Yeah, Watertown. It's not fully occupied. Circle shifts. I mean, it doesn't shift. It centers up. That does mean Intense Game on the south side.
Okay, QZ is scouting, I see.
Push up. N Hyper's already found a position in the zone. You can see right there, N Hyper is struggling to decide. Do they play split here, or do they stick together? That's a really tricky spot to play split.
It really is. It really is. I think they need to just group up, play together, and try to get it done in the end game here, the final hours. But you could just see, yeah, the indecision, just trying to figure out where do we want to go, where do we want to camp our own. I think QCZ is going to secure that spot right there, and that is where N Hyper will sit. This is a very strong position. Even the dip right next to it is extremely strong. So N Hyper holding it out right here. They have the
Get A7.
Oh, Alpha 7.
Get A7.
Going at it.
Get them out.
7 Dope is already down to only 2. If this was a 4-man team, this breach into Watertown would be much more difficult. However, Carrillo, he needs to be careful supporting fire instantly from the Alpha 7 team. And this should be Alpha 7's fight clean and done. They shouldn't lose a single member here and pick up 2 points for themselves. And this puts them in a strong position to play the rest of the map, too.
Let's see how this nade works out. Senatexa not able to hit the mark. Huge nades here, everybody. We cannot stress the importance of every single point here, especially like Jason
My
mentioned earlier.
heart.
Intense Game has 4 chicken dinners. So if it ends up being a tie break, Intense Game is going to be your PMPL Americas champions. Alpha 7 knows this. They have to win with more points.
No, they don't
Alpha
have to
7
win.
also very isolated in this fight. There's no potential third parties within earshot of this noise. So it is fine that they're taking their time and not finding a quick opening. They got to be careful, though, man. If Dope gets even a single knock on them, they still got to be careful. I'm not going to lie. You don't want to get a player knocked and then thirsted. That would be the worst thing to happen for the Alpha 7 team. There's a lot of smokes down.
They're going to pre-fire this. No way they don't. The shots come out. Oh, Hayuya trying to pull off some magic here towards the end.
What
Not going to be
the?
able to do so. That is Dope's tournament, ladies and gentlemen. And Alpha 7 rack up 2 critical points, and Rebel's gonna pick up both of those right here. Very, very interesting to see. I mean, my goodness. I mean, these points are critical. Alpha 7's with 2, Intense Game with 1, and Hyper with the goose egg so far. But they do have a really good position in the zone.
Yeah. Not surprising, right? And Hyper with no points, but the best position in the zone. That is true to their MO. We'll see where this next circle shifts. I mean, Alpha 7, they're not near center, but they have a lot of different entryways in, and that's a team specialized in fighting. Circle centers up once again. N Hyper in the zone. Alpha 7 Intense Game not in this new circle shift. Both teams will have to find a way in, maybe fight their way in. N Hyper in their cars. Are they looking to center up once again? They are.
That's gonna be risky.
Across the road.
Yeah, across the road. Interesting decision for them.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Yep, INCO on the drive over. Looking to pop some people out with the DBS loops. Full sending it on over to school. Getting knocked out. Beautifully done for them. So, but my eyes are all on this leaderboard. I'm looking right now at these major squads. INCO Gaming leaving their tournament life up to fate.
All right, I need to take a break because I cannot work hard for this. I'm gonna go change my clothes and to my work clothes.
I'm looking at Intense Game right now. They are wrapping a little bit to the south side and might run onto right.
And I'll be right back in like 10 minutes. 5-10 minutes. I'll be watching while I change clothes to my work clothes because soon I have to go to work.
Fight upwards into a strong position. They're gonna lay low, just edging into the zone.
Manifest people. Keep NHP alive, guys.
CHEMIN on the other side of things.
Yeah, you know, this. I think we're starting to finally see that end game shenanigans little by little, because look how many teams are already out, Zute.
Oh yeah.
So we're starting to see a lot of teams go out, just pushing, having fun, and because of that, that's going to reduce the amount of elimination points available. So it's really going to come down to who gets that chicken dinner here. If it's going to be N Hyper, Intense, or Alpha 7.
All that noise, all that fighting, I think Intense Game, you know, with their map knowledge and knowing where teams are playing, that is so beautiful to see. They were ready for a third party if more of ATON got knocked. But unfortunately, no such opening. Looks like they're going to swing back, though, and try and take a 4v4. They're playing it safe, looking to see if they could find an opening. If not, they could reset. And this is definitely a stronger position that both teams want.
I'm really nervous for N Hyper right now. N Hyper has been extremely quiet, and we've seen when you add a whole bunch of nerves and a very slow first start of the game, when the fighting starts happening, your body is just not primed and ready to fight, and you can have a little half-second late reaction time, and that could be the end of it. So I hope N Hyper is, you know, still doing some jiggle peaks right now, warming up those thumbs and getting ready for that fight, because it's coming to them.
It's definitely going to happen. Intense Game, forced to back off from this position. Definitely playing very comfortable, I'd say. They're looking for opportunities still, and they're in just as much as a tight position as N Hyper is on the leaderboards, right? So their hands are loose. They're ready to fight. N Hyper just continuing to hunker it down. Alpha 7, I mean, they already took their fight, and they picked up their 2 points. So Alpha 7 is always ready for a fight.
Yes, indeed. Next zone about to pop. Critical zone here. If it goes south, Intense Game is going to be smiling. If it goes pretty much anywhere else, and Hyper and Alpha 7 most likely going to be in a good spot here. All Glory Gaming starting to push up onto INCO. It's going to make things interesting. But right now, laser focus on these teams. Look at Alpha 7 spot. Next zone does pop, and it does go south. That's going to help out Intense Game big time.
Yeah, it helps out Alpha 7 as well, because all they need to do is move from that dip into the compounds, because N Hyper, you know, you can't hold that split 2-2 across the road. So Alpha 7 are going to be neighbors with N Hyper. Rose of War in the distance, popping some shots. YKG getting cut down. The top 3 teams are going to be sitting pretty in the zone, and I don't see any of them really going out here in this zone shift.
Well, let's see. Right now, my eyes are locked on N Hyper and Alpha 7, so close together. And we've seen battles like this, but the thing is that even if Alpha 7 gets a knock on N Hyper, it's going to be so risky to cross that street. That is a death street if I've ever seen it before.
Yeah,
so,
and they have Royals of War behind them. A third party could happen too, so caught in a tough position.
Intense Game. going to be able to move through this side and have a lot of real estate in order to do so. They got to keep an eye out, though, for ATON up top. ATON can, if they start heading this way, yep, they are. So ATON is starting to make some shots down and really applying the pressure to Intense Game.
Yeah, Intense Game. Getting pinned in right now. They're just desperately trying to fend off YKG to make YKG not try and execute a play onto them. And that's so smart and heads up from Intense Game. But ATON is going to execute a play onto Intense Game regardless. Getting very close. This could be the end of Intense Game if they make some mistakes. They get a crucial knock onto Choco. Diogo cannot go down. He does, though. At least they got one in return. Adrian needs to stay up and allow this nade
cannot take
could
it.
end it all.
Oh, they're forced to
cannot
lay
take it.
down, and that nade's looking pretty good. Does it hit? I think it just misses the
Mossa,
mark.
do
Battles
you
coming out from all
know
over the place.
if,
Shots from across the field. It's YKG trying to shut down the dream, and they do it. Intense Game is out. It is a battle between
Shifan, I think,
Alpha
knows
7
what
and
happened in
N-Hyper.
the match.
N-Hyper
I'm not
cannot
sure.
go out with the goose egg here.
That is so tragic for Intense Game. They are kicking themselves right now because 2 minutes ago, they wanted to take that fight with ATON, but they backed off, and that just put them in a pickle. Now it's N Hyper and Alpha 7, and they are staring each other down right now.
I don't even think they are. Honestly,
IG is
I
out.
think they
We
are
just need
very
A7 to
comfortable
go
sharing
out.
this piece of real estate for now. Just saying, hey, you know what? Let's just go ahead and take the fight whenever we need to. Can't afford losing players early on, and especially risk a third party happening. Rules of War are starting to creep up behind Alpha 7, though. That could definitely make things interesting.
Come on.
If they get a few knocks on them,
Shifan didn't
who
check?
knows what
Okay.
N Hyper decides to do.
He doesn't want to check. Is that
I doubt
why?
They're going to want to risk pushing it across
Or
that
he
street.
knows. I don't know.
still.
I think he knows.
Oh, we already see one of the members from Alpha 7 hop in their vehicle, get ready to fight. And this next circle is going to be critical for these two teams.
Very critical. N Hyper with a slight advantage, right? Because they don't have Royals of War on their backside. Alpha 7 is a little bit sandwiched here. If the next circle shifts off Royals of War, I mean, they could be looking to press into Alpha 7 depending on the circle shift. Then Hyper chilling right now.
My eyes are focused on N Hyper.
Oh, what a
Here we
zone.
go.
He
Oh,
said
this
he wants
zone.
to
Okay,
experience
this
whatever
zone-
Works for
happens.
both
Okay.
Alpha 7 and N Hyper.
It does.
A7
It does,
needs
big
to go
time.
out.
So
A7
right
needs
now, you have
to
N
go
Hyper
out.
trying to play this extremely safe. They cannot afford to have one player get knocked, especially with how they're split. Because if one gets knocked, it's going to be very difficult to pick them back up. And things are really starting to intensify here. Every second counting big time. You can see Mafioso desperately just trying to steal some points. QZ trying to do the same. That's a risky spot for him, but he needs to try and get some of these elimination points.
Yeah. ATON and YKG on the south side, they're going to be busy fighting each other, so I don't think N Hyper has to worry about a crash, you know, coming from the uphill position. Meanwhile, I think Alpha 7, a little bit tougher spot, right? Royals of War, they're going to stay alive here.
Next zone
Potentially,
both
actually. No, with
will
that
probably
zone,
out of
Royals of
zone
War
by
has to go
A7 has
onto
to
the
move first.
flatlands.
Yeah.
So they might get cut down for free.
They are moving
whereas
already,
Alpha 7
A7,
don't have to deal with
I
them in a
think.
tough engagement.
And I'll tell you what, Alpha 7 is
Come on.
foaming at
Okay,
the mouth. looking for
QZZ
those
got a
points.
fight.
Oh, QZZ catches Rolls of War, and
We
now
got
Rolls of War
Roll
circumvented
fighting
them
with.
and went on towards N Hyper. N
Yes.
Hyper need these points, and they get
Did we
some
get a
of them.
kill? We got a kill.
That's what
A7
Alpha
also.
7 stole
Ugh,
one.
got a kill.
Alpha 7 picked up one of those.
They did. That's 4 for Alpha 7.
Oh no, man. N Hyper is falling
Point lead.
behind in these elimination points.
There's QZZ. There he goes. Gets a big one right there. Down. Here comes the push. QZZ's the only one pushing, though. He cannot afford to go down.
Is
Come
Alpha 7 ready to
on,
strike?
somebody finish
if one player
A7
of N Hyper
already.
goes down, QZZ goes down.
He Molotoved himself. So desperate. Skeller's got a DBS and the angle.
Oh, NHP,
you
one
see
guy's
it. Alpha
knocked.
7's ready to strike.
Comes Alpha 7.
Are they pushing
Oh my
NHP?
gosh, Alpha 7's so scary right now. They're crossing the road. They're going for the
Oh, they're gonna
killing
push
blow.
NHP.
And Hyper is split.
Kindness.
Kindness.
Oh,
He's on a 1v2 defense.
Ugh.
This could go either way.
they're
still.
pushing with the DPS or something.
Revo clearing the building with his DBS. Full send. Kindness forced to go back off into the building. And Hyper needs to focus on one team at a time. They have to take out Royals of War here and then focus on Alpha 7 behind them. Here we go.
Oh,
Kindness.
Kindness almost goes down.
GK first needs to get this done. He does.
No!
Royals of War.
Oh, that knock is critical.
Oh
Randall's down.
no!
QZZ's gotta clutch this up.
Okay.
The shots from the back save them. They're gonna go for the reses.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
it's too late,
Okay.
It's too late. Alpha 7
Kindness.
is so ready for this opportunity right now. They are pushing in. Kindness needs a double knock here to stall.
It's all up to Kindness. It really is. Kindness has to be the hero for his squad. This is the difference between the ticket to
No,
PMWI,
no, 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 no.
the ticket to glory, or going down. He cannot afford to get naded here. You can see him just trying to buy time. That's really what it's all about.
Get away from the window!
Buy
Get away
time.
from the window!
It looked too good.
Ah!
Oh, catches Kindness. Alpha 7 clutching it up when they need. I don't think they realize which team this is, but now they know.
Oh
They're
God!
Hyper. They're gonna push him. Yep.
How
Immediately.
aggressive they are?
The
They
second they
already knew.
realized. Yep.
No!
4v3.
QZZ
No!
gonna have to make a play here. He just doesn't get it done. It's all up. It's up to Rin, and it's not looking good. It is not looking good. YKG tried to help
That
out
nade is
the
gonna
North
get
American
him.
brothers all the way down there. Can Rin do it? Can Rin pull out the hero play?
Oh, no ammo.
Jump shot. He gets him.
That's one. He needs 2 more.
The DP reload. He's got the info. Jump shot again. Not gonna do it. Alpha
It is
7
done.
knocking out N Hyper right when they needed to. 9 elimination points, and here comes YKG.
All too late for YKG to try and save the North American Brethrens. Alpha 7. This is a different breed. Brazil taking things into their own hand. Alpha 7 did not need a third party that whatsoever, but they went for it so fast. YKG could still take out Alpha 7 here. It's all down to Senna Texa, but I think Alpha 7 already knows this game, this tournament is in the bag for them.
Yes, sir, indeed. Alpha 7, you know that they're cheering at the top of their lungs because they didn't do it the easy way. They did it the hard way. That is how you put the crown of the PUBG Mobile North American Championships, the American Championships, the Brazilian Championships. You are crowned above all of them, and look at that. Now they're just finishing it off with style.
They might still win this match even, Jukes. They're still 4 up. They're still 4 up after all of that.
Goodness gracious.
I mean,
Alpha 7 is just on another level here. Ridiculous. I mean, N Hyper had the opportunity. They had the chance. Just could not mount it up in time. Too many different decisions, right? They split themselves up between Royals of War and Alpha 7. And that little hesitation is all it took. And Alpha 7 didn't hesitate and took advantage.
No, not at all. Not even one of N Hyper was knocked, and Alpha 7 was already trying to gun through for that third party. So that is confidence out of Alpha 7. In other regions, you wait for at least 1 knock, maybe even 2 before third party. Alpha 7, they don't need that knock to third party. They will just take the fight straight up.
And now it comes down to this. Alpha 7 and All Glory Gaming battling it out right here. 11 eliminations on the side of Alpha 7. Revel with 5 to himself. I mean, this squad is just on another level.
Yeah, while we're here celebrating Alpha 7, for a quick reminder for everyone, this is the team that finished 3rd place in PMGC Grand Finals, and you see why. You see why this team is a force to be reckoned with. Oh man, Alpha 7.
And this is a title that they've already had. They've already been crowned America's Championships before. So they're going to take this belt home, back to their home
North
country of
America
Brazil.
was or had a
Very
chance, so we
excited,
came very
and
close.
You know that
but
this is going to be one of those teams that's going
I
to be
wish
a huge threat in PMWI.
things
So
were
all the
different,
PMWI
but
squads
it is what it
now
is.
just looking at the ceiling because this is a monster team.
The
that
guys
they have
did
to
really
face against.
well,
Yeah.
considering
I'm sure
all
this was a huge game
things.
for the other
Oh my
regions to
gosh.
look at too. Honestly, Jukes, they're probably hoping Alpha 7 doesn't make it through because they've probably felt, you know,
We were
they're
just
first
unlucky
in
because we had
PMGC,
2 teams
and now
push
they're
us
gonna
at the
have to
same
deal
time.
with
We
them
had
once again in
Row and we
PMWI.
had Alpha 7
Let's
come
see who
up
wins
on
this
us.
match, though. All
So
glory.
Take it to the bank. Punch
we
it
had to
down.
focus on one team and we
Alpha
focused
7,
on Row,
do
and
it
then
in
we focused
style.
on
Here they go. Wide
A7
open in the
just a little bit
Carrillo,
too
full
late.
sending it. Gonna go ahead and hit it with this rock. I mean, look at the confidence here.
Yeah.
Just applying so much pressure. Those smokes from All Glory Gaming allowed this push up for free.
Ro
Just
and Alpha 7
a nice
pushed
stop
up
to
at
get
the
Puff
same
Joe slow right there
time.
to
That
kinda
was
help
the
him shut it
issue.
down. But
It's a 1-1
Carrillo.
right now. 1-1 trade. But look at the real estate Alpha 7 has with Carrillo pushing up. They have All Glory Gaming.
NHP did their best. Super proud of them.
Carrillo trying to take these shots, and Revel just says, "Don't worry about it. I got it
And
for ya."
and we have been more or less consistent throughout this whole competition as a team from North America.
One player left. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you do it. This is how you crown yourself the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship. Carrillo getting it done right there at the
blowing
end.
up the vehicle.
That is how you do it. Zute, any final thoughts?
Oh man, what a tournament. Keep in mind, Alpha 7 at day 1 and at the end of day 2, so far behind, but look at them now, Jukes.
Wow, well, way to get it done, Alpha 7. Let's take it on over to the studio to crown your champions.
What a way to finish things off as well here for Alpha 7, taking down N Hyper with the help of Royals of War, able to close things out as Rin could not survive long enough. They started off horribly in day 1, but they improved every single day.
Yep.
That's how they brought it home to Brazil, and they should be proud. Not only have they won here at the Americas Championship Spring 2023, they're already at the moment through to the vote as well for All-Stars. So they're going to be played in the All-Stars and in the main event. They have an opportunity to win so much money and bring extra pride to not only their team, but their region.
I can't wait to see what this team is going to be able to do in PMWI, and I hope it's a little bit different than what we saw on day 1, obviously. But the way that they were able to just bounce back from that day 1, that I guess in the spectrum of things wasn't really that bad. It just shows how much they are improving and being.
All right,
able to
we
win
are
by
second
22
place.
points, and then being able to close it out with the win too, sending a statement then to some of the PMWI teams. This is just so impressive by Alpha 7.
Man, 1,200 average damage, almost 6 average eliminations every single round. And with the number of like early exits they've had from a couple of these rounds, the fact that their average survival time is still above 20 minutes just shows that when they've had the good rounds, and they've had a lot of them, they've definitely had a lot more good rounds than bad rounds for sure. They've committed full stop to them.
And 7, as we were just talking before we came back on air here, this is an Alpha 7 that I think we all can agree on is not at full power yet. Carrillo, this is not the Carrillo we normally see when it comes to him as a player and him within Alpha 7. We know they have much more strength that we still have yet to see here in this event.
Yeah, not to take away from their championship that they just got right in Americas, but Carrillo definitely underperformed to what we expect out of him. Luckily, though, I felt like he gave a chance to some of the other players to start even outshining what they've done in the past. Senna, I mean, the performance that we saw out of him yesterday, and then Mafioso, what he was able to do earlier 100%. In the day as well, which, you know what, by the way,
yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Like, never been washed, by the way, still smells like him.
It really does.
But like, but to that point though, like, sure, Carrillo might not be putting up the numbers, but with the arrival of all the other players to sort of pick up the slack, not everyone can perform and get like double-digit eliminations every single round. There's roles within the team, and I think Carrillo with his experience, whether this is a conscious decision or not of him to sort of take more of a backseat, play a more of supporting role, he has the knowledge to be able to do that, even if his, say, hypothetically, his mechanical ability is falling off, because he has the teammates to step up, as we've seen, to cover those bases.
Well, Alpha 7, I think what we're seeing here is the epitome of what we've been talking about for, I'd say, the last year.
Yep.
Is that you can't have a team, you can't have a roster with 1, 2 star players. Everyone has to be a star player. Carrillo can be that star player, but even when he's lacking, you have Revo, you have Mafioso, you have Senna who can step up, and I think when all 4 of them are firing on all cylinders, this is a team who could take home a PMGC title.
Oh, PMGC, and I think they're definitely one of the favorite ones going into PMWI, especially what we were able to see here and what you were saying. Yeah, Carrillo didn't perform, but with the performance of all the other players and Revo as well, I mean, I can't wait to see who's gonna end up being
A7
MVP. I don't
is
know
a
if it's gonna
popular
be
team for
somebody from Alpha
Brazil.
7, but they're
But
definitely favorites
NHP
going
is a
into
popular
PMWI.
team for North America.
I mean, it's got to be Alpha 7, right? They were really close on the... Well, actually, no. Senna was 5th going into the day, even though they were 2nd place, because the team was so strong across the board. I don't know. The 20 over 20 point lead makes me think that it is still going to be someone from Alpha 7.
Could be. I mean, it's extra $1,000, but I mean, while we obviously are talking about Alpha 7, we got to give a little bit of credit to some other teams. I'm going to actually jump straight into... Actually, I want to jump into both, but we'll start with N Hyper, right? Like, we talk about with the Knights leaving, who is going to pick up that crown for NA and be the kings. And Hyper, I know we discussed this, they didn't look that strong when it came to the PMPL America or North America's finals, but they've proven to be an extremely strong team here when it comes to more of the international play.
Yeah, they really have it. I mean, I think you mentioned it perfect too. North America needed somebody to step up, especially in
we
this
stepped
Americas
up.
event. Since the Knights wasn't going to be here, I feel like N Hyper was able to fit in that slot right there perfect with what they were able to showcase here. Now, I hope in the future when we go back to PMPL NA, we start seeing a bit more of dominance. Yeah, they end up showing a nice dominance throughout the league stage in PMPL NA, but when it came to the finals, they kind of shine away. So I'm hoping we start seeing more of this N Hyper because they definitely have the skill for it. It's something you've been mentioning.
All right, giveaway, guys.
Yeah, well, actually, what they have more than the skill is the foundation. Is the strategy, is the game plan. So if you're talking about teams that are yet at full power, N Hyper is much more of that than Alpha 7. Their game plan going into this, their understanding of how to position yourselves, especially when they have 4 members remaining to take control of an entire zone. We've seen it in North America, we've seen it here that it's really, really good. If they can then get their individual mechanics up to that world-beating level, they could be yet another incredibly scary team. I think this is not even close to the most we're going to be seeing from N Hyper going forward.
I would love to see all the N Hyper players in NA. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, lower ping, right? But I mean, we have to remember as well that this is the first season of GK First being on the team.
Yeah,
it is.
We can't forget that. And we talk about, you know, Senna coming back in Alpha 7, stuff like that. Like, this is a team who's been able to perform on a really high level.
Good luck, guys. This is the 600 UC giveaway, the last giveaway for today.
And he is here in NA now. And
oh, we
I'm
have a
just curious,
winner.
like, what's the limit
GS
for
Devil
how much better can they
Gaming.
get
Congratulations.
when we come back into PMPL next season?
I think they can get a lot better, just because if you look at
you
that
won
that
600
final round,
UC.
the way that they handled the having to push Royals of War while Kindness trying to just solo hold
And
off Alpha
I think
7,
it's the same
Kindness
ID.
did
I got the
a
same
really
ID.
good job. The disappointing thing was how long it took N Hyper
Okay,
to
thank you.
remove Royals of War, and we saw that happen a lot of times when the pressure was at its maximum. The Vikendi round, I think, is the perfect example of that as well. Yeah, their cars might have been beat up, but to take an open run like that was just that was one of those plays that the pressure is so high that your mind just goes blank and you say, cross your fingers, just try and send it, right? There are a lot more things that you can do if you can keep calm and stay like focused on the round and like what's our actual win condition. And so yeah, I think that yeah, I actually totally forgot what was like.
I mean, we said it best throughout the whole day, right? We didn't want N Hyper to be going into the last match in first place because they had that choke factor that we had seen from their previously. Yeah. And going back to what you said in regards to GK First, yeah, this is their first, I guess, main event being together as a team. And I felt like this event, especially after I believe it was day 3 yesterday, we saw him starting to perform to what we expected. I think I even told you, I think GK First is underperforming from everything that I have heard out of him, and to see how they're performing now, I can't wait to see what they're going to be looking like in the future.
Real quick, just to cap the point onto N Hyper, I think Kindness is the absolute star of that team. I know that a lot of times we're talking about GK First, we're talking about QZZ because they're making very impactful, very dramatic plays with their, you know, their roams, going out on scouting missions and just sort of being that crowbar to break open the fight. But all of that only works when it's Kindness there in a very similar fashion to talk about another North American team, YKG, with Joey versus 24K. Kindness is the 24K analogy here, where he is like the foundation of that team, whereas if he is struggling, if he is off his game, it doesn't matter what GK First or QZZ try and do, the whole sort of ship tips over without him.
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to stop talking about N Hyper for now. And 7, I'm going to put you pretty much on the spot. Now, the last time during the regionals, we've had an interview with a Spanish player, Spanish-speaking player. Well, the person doing the interview didn't really know much Spanish, but we do have someone who does speak Spanish, and we also have Revo coming in here for an interview. Ooh. So, 7, if you can do the translations, I feel like that would actually help out quite a bit, or maybe it's not needed. Who knows? So, Revo, first of all, congratulations. How does it feel, man, to be crowned the champions and to get that slot into PMWI?
Revo, felicitaciones.
Oh, he speaks English. It's a really good sensation.
What?
It's a really good, como é que fala? Good sensation. Good sensation, and yeah, it's good. I just need to thank you, God, because of that, and yeah, so much happened. Let's go to PMWI.
We are so.
Man, I didn't even know you speak English. Man, that's awesome. All right, go ahead, 7. What do you want to ask him?
Revo, my question.
It's not too good, but I can talk.
Oh man, it's good.
Hey,
trust me.
We understand it perfectly. After the first day, you guys had a very, very slow start. what was the feeling going into day 2 to kind of not continue on with that slow start and switch it up?
Yeah, we have so many problems, but God is so good, and we can. Como é que fala?
O que você quer falar?
Quero falar tipo mesmo com esses problemas.
Even with these problems,
Even with these problems, we can get the championship.
we did it.
Right on.
All right. And listen, I mean, you recovered from a bad day 1, but to talk about being at the very end, the final round especially, even these last few rounds to end out this 4th day, how close it was with you and N Hyper, and then even intense game. Was there a lot of pressure going into the final Erangel, it being that close? Because the way that you guys played it out, it didn't look like there was any pressure at all.
Yeah, I think the pressure we can fix with the experience we have, and we don't feel so much pressure because that we have so much experience in PMGC, in PMWI, so much PMPL Americas, and is that we don't feel that.
I got one more. Going into PMWI, I think you guys are one of the favorites to end up pretty much winning a lot of the stuff going on over there, whether All-Star or just the main. How are you feeling going into, what are your expectations going into PMWI? Are you feeling like you can definitely go in there and win everything?
We want to go to win, but everything can happen. But see that we're gonna go to win, and I hope to God help us.
Right on.
Okay, well, Revo, I don't want to keep you too much longer because I am almost certain you guys want to go and celebrate. So congratulations once again, man, and hopefully relay the congratulations from us as well here to the rest of your team. And I can't wait to see you guys at PMWI.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Oh, man. That completely caught me off guard. I did not know he can speak English. And then when he's like answering back to me, I was like, yes, I'm going to translate. He starts speaking English. I'm like, what the hell?
I thought it was going to be
going on?
Mafioso. Mafioso is the one that speaks Spanish, so that's why I was a little bit surprised.
Well, you know what? It was great to hear that like they knew they could recover. Pressure's not a big thing for them. PMWI is going to be interesting because I feel like, and maybe I'm being too critical, I feel like Alpha 7 has still yet to like fully prove on a global scale that they can win events. Because they can win regionals, they can win PMPLs, but can they win like a major event? For me, I think that's still the trophy that they're currently lacking in their trophy case.
Yeah, and listen, if you're talking about how hard events get, I think the spike from this event from Americas
If you got I sent the 600 UCs right now, so if you got them, that's the 600 UC. The other UC will be sent later.
Event by like 50 points, 100 points. Nothing would be guaranteed going into the globals, but as we talked about, A7 still hasn't been the best that we know that they can be, and so if they can somehow like figure out how to have the stars align perfectly, how to peak at the right time at these events, you know, maybe even use the All-Star event, assuming that they will qualify to that, be voted into that, which they will, but assuming, hypothetically, they can use that as sort of more of a warm-up and try not to like peak at that time to peak at the main event, then I think it is very, very possible, but it's gonna be really, really hard.
You feel sorry for me?
The
Why?
good thing about Alpha 7 so far that at least we have seen from the previous 2 global events is that they have been improving. They showed that in the previous PMWI, they show it in PMGC as well too. And I feel like one of the big factors now too is that they have a set team with Senna, right? They have Mafioso, they have Rivo, Carrillo, and Senna. Before they had to worry between subs, between Mythic or Swagwin. Now that's not a thing. I feel like now with this major event with Americas, them feeling like champions, they're going to be coming in super confident, and I hope that they bring that confidence. I hope that they bring
My
that
team lost.
aggressiveness
I mean,
style
it's
that
a loss,
that they're known
but
for.
Well, we're gonna find
we
out, obviously that's gonna be kicking off
became
on
like
July
in a
11th,
good
but before we
position.
can even get to that, before we can end off the show here, we still have to talk about who's the MVP of the event. It's $1,000 in the pocket for the player. Though, in my opinion, he probably share it with the team because you can't be an MVP without the support of your team.
Keep the money.
I'm curious if you guys have predictions of who you think the MVP is.
Revo?
I think it's still Adrian.
Think it's still Adrian?
Yeah.
Revo?
I'll say Revo just because we got a chance to talk to him.
I think it's still Adrian.
Okay, let's take a look. Who's our MVP here at PMPL Americas?
Let's go! God, I'm killing
sense.
predictions. Ah, so smart.
Adrian, though, Adrian had a great
Wrinkly.
performance, being able to put up 9,000 damage, 47 elims. By the way, Adrian, remember, this team was a team that barely qualified to this Americas, and for these players to be able to put up that kind of great performance, for Adrian to be able to pop off like this, I think this is gonna be even better when we go into the fall season, because now a lot of people are going to be looking at Adrian and they know that he can definitely pop off. And I hope, something that I was kind of hoping that Intense Game will realize during this tournament too, is realize the star power that Adrian has now that he has been able to cement that star power with this MVP. Hopefully they'll be able to set up more stuff to set him up so he can frag out.
The only question is, will he get stolen by a different team with the sort of, shall we say, like lackluster performance by Loops or Influence CHEMIN? Do they perhaps try and look at Adrian to bolster up their own roster?
I don't know.
That's always the risk. That's always the risk, especially because, I mean, I think Intense Game performed well as a team overall, but Adrian was definitely like the standout player by, you know, a marked margin. It's always possible that someone's like, we want him, we want that. We're gonna steal that away from you guys.
I think the scariest thing is that, like you said, Seven, they came in at 6th place in the finals, right?
Yeah.
And yet they placed 2nd overall. Like, for me, that, actually, 2nd or 3rd, they placed top 3, let's just say that. Ridiculous out of a team like that. And that just, I think, is a testament to how strong Brazil is as a region.
It really is. I mean, we expected Brazil to be dominant. They definitely showed up. We saw it, I think, at one point after day 2, the comparison in regions and how much better Brazil has been. I feel like they established their dominance once again. And I feel like it's a big message to Latin, man, and North America. I feel like it's time for those teams to, in a way, take it a little bit more serious. I'm talking especially to you, North America. Take it a little bit more serious. Maybe we see some teams that could definitely challenge. Maybe we don't see players that are trying to quit halfway through the event and then end up coming back. Because if this continues, the gap between North America and Brazil is just going to be increasing more and more.
The only things that are true in life is death, taxes, and North American esports players taking the game less seriously than any other global region. It's across the board. It's a thing.
That's not true. We do take it serious. I feel like our team NHP has practiced so much compared to the other teams
out there, you know, just
in NA.
Players.
It's not okay, but what do the orgs do if the players can't even take it seriously?
Well, if they provide the money, the players.
The players need to get to this point in the first place. The players need to take it more seriously. The players can't be so weak that they leave an event in the middle.
I got a better idea. Why don't you guys let us know your thoughts over on social media? You can see all the channels here behind me on the screen, or obviously down below on the screen in just a second. You have Instagram, you have Twitter, you have YouTube, you have Discord. Let us know your thoughts of what you think NA is going to be doing in the future. And also, while you're doing that, make sure you're chugging down a delicious Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. But before we can end out the show, before we can do that, you know what's going to happen? I haven't told you guys about this special thing that's going to happen at the end of the show. Are you ready for it?
Oh, no.
What's your final thoughts, Seven?
My final thoughts, man. I mean, I'm impressed that Brazil was able to live up to the hype that we've been seeing out of them, right? I'm impressed at what N Hyper was able to. That I wasn't actually expecting them to even end up in a top 5 situation. And with what I was just mentioning, I really hope NA, especially NA, because that's just a region that I've been following for so long in PUBG Mobile Esports. I hope we start seeing a little bit of greatness out of NA. I hope we start seeing players taking a little bit more serious.
I mean, if you think about it, N Hyper is playing on 300 MS ping, and they came 2nd place. Way higher than any of the other NA teams.
Any subconscious excuse that a North American player might have of like, oh, you know, the cards are stacked against me, or the infrastructure or whatever, or the usual catchphrases are gone out the window, because it's shown that you can deliver at it's not a global level necessarily, but a super regional level coming out of North America. And we saw some good things by a couple of the North American teams, right? We saw a couple of good rounds from YKG once they got their stuff together. We saw a couple of good maneuvers by Dope. Didn't really see anything from Chosen or Panthers, but...
Is that your final thoughts, by the way?
Also, just A7 are really, really scary, and the fact that they won with such a wide lead after being in 7th place for half the event. That's, I mean, PNWI, I hope that everyone else there is just watching that. watching A7 and just being prepared for them.
Yeah, make sure you guys tune in as well, because that's going to be kicking off on July 11th, and you're not going to want to miss it, because it's honestly going to be ridiculous. But before I get out of the show, I want to give a big shout out to obviously you two gentlemen here for joining me on the desk, putting up with me, to Hot Jukes, to Zute as well, for bringing us all the action these last 4 days. And of course, our production here in the ESL studios in Poland for putting on such an amazing show. But last but not least, you viewers at home making this all possible by tuning in, supporting your teams, and watching these matches. But remember, July 11th, you're going to see Alpha 7 here with a chance to take home a trophy on a global scale. Make sure you guys tune in, and we'll see you then for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Some of the NA teams probably has 20 MS. Nah. In general, the ping, it's... Alright, let me take the music down because I can't hear myself. Balanced ping, in quotation marks, 300 MS is balanced ping. They call it the fair ping system, but the guys still play on 300 ping, so... Even those that live in NA, like Rin lives in Canada, and he played on 300 MS. So I can't imagine, like, for QZ, who plays from China, like how much his ping was. Yeah, fair ping only available at LAN. You cannot joke the system about fair ping online. No way, with so many players around the world. And GK first playing from Italy. Alright guys, I'm gonna end my stream here. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Thank you guys for supporting NHP. And please do continue to vote for us in-game for the PMWI. We are still have a chance to go to PMWI with your help for voting. So don't forget to vote in-game. Tomorrow is the last day for voting. And again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Much love. Have a good day, have a good evening, have a good night. I'm gonna go to work with no sleep. Alright, ciao.